the hallway. Very loud.
Uh,
Good morning. Good morning.
It's not started yet.
Okay.
It's still doing its little thing out in left field.
Oh yeah, I see. It's not started yet. It's faking me out. In the hallway. Very loud.
Now we're good.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Craig Hickman. I'm State Senator for District 14, 11 towns in Southern Kennebec County, including my hometown of Winthrop. This morning, we're going to begin with some language reviews, which are the part of the process where we look at the final language of committee amendments that we have voted on. Then we will have a public hearing and a work session on a bill regarding spirits. And then we will take a short break and return and have a public hearing on the sexual assault in the National Guard. So before we begin, we will start with committee introductions. Following my screen around, Senator Farron.
Wow, first up this morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Brad Farron. I live in Norwich Walk, and I have the privilege to represent the folks in Senate District 3.
Representative Riley.
I am Representative Riley. I represent House District 34, which is part of Westbrook.
Senator Miramont.
Good morning. Dave Miramont represents Senate District 12, and that's most of Knox County, and I'm here in Camden today.
Representative McKnight.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Jay McCrite representing Harpswell, West Bath, and Northeast Brunswick. And Senator Farron, it's ice out here in Harpswell. And Senator Hickman, with apologies, I'm going to have to duck out about 1:45 for about an hour.
Okay, great. Thank you for letting us know. Representative Supika.
Good morning. I'm Laura Supika, and I represent House District 126, which is a portion of Bangor.
Representative Kinney.
Good morning. I'm Mary Ann Kinney. I represent House District 99, 9 towns in Western Waldo County: Brooks, Burnham, Freedom, Jackson, Knox, Monroe, Thorndike, Troy, and Unity.
Representative Wood.
Good morning. I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
And I see Representative Duluth. I see her name. I don't know if Representative Duluth, are you here? Good morning. You are on mute, I think, Representative Duluth. Let's see.
Oh, I got to unmute, don't I?
There we go.
Good morning, Representative Joe Sandola from District 115 in the Western Mountains.
Good morning. And my co-chair, our co-chair, Representative Chiazzo.
Good morning, folks. Chris Chiazzo, House District 28, beautiful, muddy, cloudy, rainy West Scarborough.
We also have with us today Darlene Semino, our committee clerk. We do have Danielle Fox here. She will be working with us later as an analyst. But we also have Sam Prower, who's going to walk through our language reviews this morning. Chair recognizes Senator Miramont.
Did you hear my introduction? It seems like my headset cut out on me anyway.
I heard you.
Okay, great.
I think we heard you. Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So with that, good morning, Sam. We look forward to all the work our staff has done on our behalf to get our bills reported out. So we will go in whichever order. We probably just go in numerical order as are listed in the IP email.
You ready for me to get going?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yours. Thank you, sir.
Make sure. All right, so I'm gonna send the committee PDFs of each of these before the meeting today, but I also am gonna pull them up and share my screen. Oh, wait a second. There we go. Something funny happened. Can everybody see this fine? All right. So yeah, I think Senator Hickman suggested, I think going in numerical order is just gonna be easiest. So before you, this first one is the committee amendment to LD 619, which was originally an act to allow Christine Pratt to be buried in at the Southern Maine Veterans Cemetery. As you can see, we've included a new title based on the committee's vote. So this is now an act in honor of Representative John L. Tuttle Jr. regarding eligibility for burial in the Maine Veterans Memorial Cemetery system. And the first thing I want to point out on this bill is in working on the amendment, we had some conversations about, I know the committee had voted to include language honoring Representative Tuttle and wasn't exactly sure how that would look in the bill as it came out. And so what's been included here is there's an emergency preamble, and it was included in one instance to allow the burial as soon as possible, and for when the federal legislation comes through that's going to allow the states to adopt rules that expand some of the eligibility criteria. But also the preamble was a good place to describe Representative Tuttle's service and the purpose of the bill. And I worked with Representative Piazzo and the department on putting this together. And as you can see, it speaks to his service in the Maine Army National Guard. It speaks to a service in the Maine House and Senate. It identifies the date that Representative Tuttle passed away. And I just want to note, I've looked at a number of public sources just on his date of passing, and I believe January 28th is the correct day. That's the day that's listed, that's noted on his legislative profile on the website. There were some sources that said the 27th, so I just noted this for the committee. We'll verify which date is indeed the correct date before it actually gets reported out. And so that is the emergency in the bill, and I really wanted to highlight it here just to make sure that it's actually what the committee actually wants it, and that this is actually what the committee wants it to say. Moving down into the body of the bill, and I'm sorry it's got split into 2 pages, but this is basically a kind of broken out and clean version of what the department has suggested to allow the expanded of eligible burials in the Maine veteran cemeteries. So what it says is that the director may allow the earth burial in one of the cemeteries of a person and any spouse or minor child of that person who meets the criteria established by the department by rule and who died while, and we have the categories: a member or former member of the National Guard, a member or former member of the state military forces or the reserve components of the United States Armed Forces, or a member of a reserve officer training corps of the United States Armed Forces. And then it's going to direct the department to adopt rules necessary to implement this paragraph, and that in establishing the criteria for burial of a person under this paragraph, the department shall ensure that such criteria complies with any applicable state or federal requirements. So this is really the piece that's tying the bill to the pending federal legislation. And so yeah, that's what I have for you on LD 619. Are there any questions about how we put it together and how we referenced Representative Tuttle in the bill?
I recognize Representative Piazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Sam. That really was a huge effort. And I know we've got a lot of bills that are a lot more, I don't want to say, they're a lot more prevalent. And you did a lot of really good yeoman's work on this. I did pull up the Portland Press Herald obituary for John, and it does say January 27th. So we should probably stick to that one if the committee's in agreement with that. That's what was posted in the newspaper. And I also want to, I do want to thank Sam for really doing a lot of heavy lifting with the Bureau and the department, because this was certainly something that I think we all wanted, but we were really kind of powerless to do something about. So the only question I have, Sam, is do we know what the status of the federal legislation is? I know it was still pending. I don't know if it got cleared or what the status was currently. Do we have any input from that?
I have not been following. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I didn't know if you just heard something from Devam or not. Yeah.
Chair recognizes Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say thank you for the work that was done on this bill. I apologize that I was not there for the work session for where we did all of this. I was busy at a trade show and I just was not able to get onto the link, but am very pleased with the way that this has turned out. I think it's a great way to honor the late Representative Tuttle and all the work he's done on these cemeteries and all the work he has done in the legislature honoring our veterans.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions about the language review for LD 619? Sam, I will join the chorus and say thank you very much for putting this together. It sounds like it seems very straightforward, but it took a lot of effort to get the language right. So we appreciate it very much. And with that, we are ready to have this bill finalized and reported out.
Thank you. So I'm going to move on to 1817 next. Does that work?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, so as the committee will remember, LD 1817 is an act to allow the state's adult use marijuana tracking system to track plants and products by group. There was both a majority amendment and a minority amendment on this bill. So I'm going to walk you through the majority amendment first, and then I guess I'll pause and see if there are questions, and then we can walk through the minority amendment after. This was one of the, well, I just lost light in here. I hope that's okay with everybody. This is one of the many marijuana bills that the committee voted on a number of concepts. And so now I really wanted to make sure that the language I brought back is reflecting the committee's intent. So as you can see right here, where the bill is amending the tracking section in Title 28B, that's the adult use program, to say that the tracking system must allow marijuana plants, marijuana, and marijuana products to be tracked by group. We added another floating paragraph here to require that the department ensures that the system implemented and administered under the section maintains a detailed record at every stage from inventory marijuana plant to the point of retail sale, disposal, or destruction. This was, as I noted here, the piece that was intended to maintain the granularity. And I think, and that was my understanding of what the committee meant at the work session. And if you meant something different, I'm happy to change it or adjust. Moving down, this is a kind of redraft of what was printed in the original bill. And it was just to make it more clear. And you can see that marijuana plants that are tracked as a group are plants that are at the same state of growth, but are not required to be of the same variety, and maybe, but are not required to be of the same varietal or cultivar of the plant genus cannabis. You can think of varietal as a naturally occurring difference in the plants, and cultivar as a cultivated difference in the plants. And I think that the allowance to be either or captures the different suggestions of the interested parties. We did specify here same state of growth, just because when you're thinking about tracking through a system and you're tracking seed to sale, and you're tracking something as a group, there are things that are being grown together, harvested together, transferred together, they're being tracked at each stage together. So that was just to help clarify how this fits in to tracking. You can see, as was in the original bill, it can be organized as plants that were planted in the same specified area at the same time, transplanted to the same specified area at the same time, or including marijuana plants that were planted in the specified area and marijuana plants that were transplanted into the same specified area. So if you've got them in the same state of growth, and you had some that were originally planted there and others that were transplanted, and you want to make those a group, it's allowing that to move forward. And then For marijuana or marijuana products rather than plants, this paragraph B is just allowing them to be tracked as a group for the purpose of tracking. Moving down, these are the tag. This is the new subsection we have regarding tagging requirements, and you can see the piece that I think was really important in the vote was that the marijuana plants may not be required to be individually affixed with a tag during cultivation, and that marijuana or marijuana products may not be required to be individually tagged upon transfer to or located at a marijuana store. Number 4 is the piece about when a manifest is required upon group transfer. And number 5 is a kind of, it's a building out of the rulemaking provisions. And one of the things that was in the majority's vote was that the record keeping and for this needs to be robust enough that the department may still implement a recall for reasons related to health and safety. So this is just directing the department to make sure to do that by rule. And I will note for the committee that even though we don't specify in this particular amendment what type of rules those are, that is because for the adult use program, the general rulemaking authority is under section 104, and it requires that all rules under this title are major substantive rules unless otherwise specified. So the rules that the department will be implementing here are major substantive rules. So they will come back to the committee for review. And that is the majority amendment for 1817. Do you want me to pause and see if there are questions before moving to the minority amendment?
Yes, sir. And can you please also remind the committee who voted for the majority report?
I don't have the vote sheet in front of me, and I'm in a colleague's office today to create space, but I don't know if Darlene's able to pull up the vote sheet.
I have it up if you want me to read it, Senator.
That would be great, Representative McCray.
The majority report was Senator Hickman, myself, Senator Miramont, Representative Riley, Representative Supika, and Representative Wood.
Thank you very much.
Always happy to help.
I appreciate it. Are there any questions from the committee about the majority report as drafted? Any concerns? The chair recognizes Representative Supika.
Thank you. One question I have was about section 2A, where, so when we're talking about varietals and cultivars, I apologize. This is where my lack of farming experience and plant understanding comes into play, but I'm used to the word strain. Is that like a similar, because I thought part of what the intent was that you couldn't have different strains of plants under the same tag. Is that what that is saying, or do you understand my question here? Sam, I apologize.
I do, and maybe I'm in it, and this is exactly why we do language review, because I may have misunderstood the vote. So this actually, what it allows is, so I guess to back up, first, when we talk about varietal or cultivar, that was the most accurate way we could come up with referring to strain, because as far as I understand, strain is kind of an industry term of art, but varietal and cultivar are more commonly used terms when we're talking about naturally occurring or specifically cultivated types of plants. So the idea was that when we say varietal or cultivar, we're encompassing strain. Okay. But what I had drafted was that that they may be, but are not required to be, of the same varietal or cultivar. So theoretically, you could track plants as a group that are planted in an area at the same time and of different strains. So if that was not the intent, that is something we would fix, and we would basically fix this sentence to make it clear that they're required to be of the same varietal or cultivar, if that was the intent. So,
if I may, Senator.
You may.
Thank you. I'm curious to see the minority report, because I've been speaking with folks from the industry, and they've asked me to reconsider my vote. So I'd be curious to look at what the minority report says, because the original intent was that you couldn't mix strains or varietals or cultivars. So I don't know if that's something we can just go forward and look at what the minority report is, and then I'd be interested in hearing from the rest of the committee on their thoughts on that. I don't want to take up too much time because I know we have a busy day though. So thank you, Senator.
The chair recognizes Representative Wood. You're welcome, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to respond to Representative Supika. I've looked up my notes for the day, and in more than one place I have written, can strains be mixed? No, not mixing. I have it in more than one spot because I think the conversation did get a little confusing, but that's what I have written in my notes.
Thank you, Representative Wood, for that clarity. My memory says the same. And so I think what we know we need to do for this report is make it clear that they need to be the same, not maybe the same, or are not required to be. So I know that that's a pretty straightforward change in the language, correct, Sam?
Yep, I've got it, and I'll make sure that that changes before it gets reported out. And I will say that a lot of the bills we are doing language review on today, I'm showing you my version that was pre-sending it to revisers, and the idea was that I really wanted to get the language in front of the committee because we did vote on concepts, and I did want to make sure it was right before we went through the process of doing all the review. So yeah, that's an easy fix, and as you'll see in the minority report, I drafted that piece the same way. So that's an easy fix there as well. I have a note, and we'll make it.
Thank you, Sam. Are there any other questions or comments about the majority report at the time from the committee? Representative Wood, is your hand still up from before, or you haven't? Okay, great. So with that, Sam, thank you. We will look at the minority report.
Okay. So this is the minority amendment for the same bill, LD 1817. And what you'll notice as I walk you through it, is that it is largely structured the same, but it's going to be, and that's because the way I put these together was in order to make it clear in statute how tracking must happen, except that the differences noted here are differences obviously related to which products may be, or which items may be tracked by group. So as you can see, the first sentence here is a little different than the majority. It says the tracking system must allow for marijuana plants at the stage of cultivation and upon transfer from the stage of cultivation to another licensee to be tracked by group. I also included a sentence here that said nothing in this section may be construed to prohibit the department from implementing a tracking system that allows marijuana or marijuana products to be tracked by group. And the reason that sentence is in there is because my current understanding of the tracking system is that currently for marijuana, so this is not marijuana products or marijuana plants, but for like flower and trim, the department does track them by batch. And so I didn't want to, my understanding of the committee amendment was to allow for plants to be tracked by group, but not to disrupt the other aspects that are currently happening in the tracking system. So I didn't want to prohibit the department from, or doing what they're already doing in putting this amendment together, because that was not my understanding of what the committee was voting on, at least in terms of the tracking of marijuana, flower, and trim. Again, we have the same paragraph about the granularity of record keeping. You can see subsection 2 here. It is the same as I drafted it when it comes to marijuana plants as it was previously, and I will make that clarification that we just discussed, that they must be of the same varietal or cultivar. But there's no paragraph B, because the minority amendment did not require the allowance of group tracking for marijuana or marijuana products. And And then the tagging piece is very similar, but it's just smaller because we're only talking about marijuana plants. The group transfers is also going to require a manifest for just marijuana plants. And then the record keeping requirements for the purpose of implementing a recall for health and safety reasons is also in here. The other aspect that was different in the minority report was the directive to the department to conduct an evaluation and do a report back. And so that's what's in the unallocated language here. And as you can see, the department's being directed to conduct a review of the adult use marijuana tracking requirements under this title and evaluate whether the current tracking system implemented by the department includes functionality necessary to track adult use marijuana and adult use marijuana products and that should also say plants. Sorry, I'm adding it right now. From immature plants to the point of retail sale, disposal, or destruction in accordance with the title. And then that the department shall also review relevant feedback it has previously received regarding the tracking system implemented for the adult use marijuana program, solicit additional feedback from relevant stakeholders, and evaluate whether the current tracking system implemented by the department can be utilized or streamlined in a way that addresses those concerns. This was essentially the piece where the committee had asked, or the minority report had asked that, the department addresses the concerns raised at the work session of the public hearing. And then it requires that no later than January 1st, 2023, the department shall submit a report to this committee summarizing its findings and any recommendations based on the reviews required in the section, and that the committee may report out legislation to the first regular session of the 131st legislature related to those findings and recommendations in the department's report. And that is the minority amendment.
Thank you, Sam. Chair. Thank you, Sam. The chair recognizes Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having voted in the minority, I won't presume to speak for everybody who did, but I would say, Sam, for section 1, I would say leave that in there and make the corrections that you mentioned for that you were going to make in the majority amendment. But I will also defer to others who may have different opinions on the minority report.
Are there anyone else who did vote for the minority report have any questions or comments about it, in addition to what we've just heard from Chair Chiazzo? Seeing none, I am wondering if someone from the department would like to comment on either report or both. If so, please raise your hand. Since this was concept language that has become more finalized, I will be inviting Director Eric Gunderson to join us to get his feedback. Coming through the wormhole momentarily, everyone. Good morning, Director Gunderson. Are you with us yet? Sometimes it takes more than you think.
There we go.
There we are. Good
Can
morning.
everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Are there any specific questions that you have for me, or just general takeaways from the two reports?
I would say first, please introduce yourself to those who may or may not know you, and then you can give general comments on the language that you have in front of you.
Sure. Eric Gunderson, Director of Maine's Office of Marijuana Policy. So I appreciate the opportunity to chime in here after going through both of those reports. I think certainly we still do have the concerns that we've been communicating to this committee through the public hearings and the work sessions around some of the language around batch tracking after the point of cultivation, specifically allowing the licensee or the operator to define what those groups look like. Again, for the reasons as far as the granularity needed for tracking those products back for specific recalls, or just the clean chain of custody in order to do the work that we need to do. And again, the minority report, I think it's something that is certainly workable from our end, and certainly again, regardless of which report passes, that the stakeholder engagement, the working group around metric defined efficiencies is something that we fully intend to do. So I think from the department's perspective, nothing has really changed. We have significant concerns with what's now the majority report, and we certainly think the minority report is workable and a place that we can build off of into the future.
Thank you, Director. Are there any questions from the committee for Director Gunderson at this time? Seeing none. Thank you for being here, sir. We probably have one other bill regarding adult use cannabis, but I don't think that that's more than a fiscal note. So Chair recognizes Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering are we concluding our discussions on 1817 and moving on?
If the committee has no other comments, we are, but it looks like the chair recognizes Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Representative Supika. You mentioned reconsideration, and I'd certainly be happy to make that motion if that's still something you'd like us to do.
Recognize Representative Supika. You may.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, after conversations with the folks that brought this bill to me and hearing a lot of their anxieties about going forward with it, I am happy to move to reconsider and to vote with the minority report. I'd be interested to hear what other folks on the majority report feel about that, but I think it would give a lot of people who have to work with these regulatory burdens a peace of mind to have a unanimous vote out of VLA going forward, because there's a lot of anxiety surrounding what could happen with this bill. And so with that, I would move to reconsider.
It's been moved by Representative Supika to reconsider our action whereby we voted out this bill with the majority and the minority report. Chair recognizes Representative McCray.
I would second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion by members of committee on the motion to reconsider? Chair recognizes Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't want to overcomplicate anything. If we are I want to defer to Sam to see in terms of processing and workload, what will this do to the workflow? Because one thing to consider as a committee is we can always move the minority report in the Senate and in the House. And as long as we're all in agreement and we convey that to our caucuses, then we shouldn't have an issue. I just want to be sensitive of the fact that both the revisor's office and OPLA is very, very overloaded. They're behind the gun because of the flood and everything else. So I guess I would just defer to Sam of, does this have a negative impact on the workload, or is this something that's manageable if we reconsider?
I think. I appreciate the concern. I think if the committee wishes to reconsider it, then it's not gonna be a problem for us. So do what makes the most sense for you.
Thank you, Sam. So it has been moved to reconsider. It has been seconded. So unless anyone withdraws their motion, we have to take a vote on it anyway. Is there any other question, comment, discussion about the motion? Chair recognizes Representative Chiazzo.
And just a clarity, apologize, Senator. Do we all vote for reconsideration, even if we're on the minority report?
The motion is for the committee to reconsider, so everyone votes. The person who makes the motion, however, must be on the prevailing side of the previous report, and that has already happened. So,
thank you, sir, for clarity.
Sam?
And I just want to make sure that before the committee votes, that you're just clear on what the revote what the revote is, because I think I heard a motion to reconsider, but maybe not what the new vote is.
So it's two motions, it's two different votes. So first we vote to reconsider, and if the motion prevails, we pretty much can begin the work session all over again. It would be considered a naked report. So with that, are there any other questions or comments about the motion to reconsider? Chair recognizes Representative Topeka.
I just wanted to thank you all very much for your time on this. That's the only comment I wanted to make.
So if the committee is ready for the question, Darlene, please call the roll. The motion is to reconsider our action on LD 1817.
Senator Hickman,
Yay.
Senator Marmont,
Yay.
Senator Barron,
Yay.
Representative Piazza,
Yes.
Representative McCray,
Yes.
Representative Riley. Oh, he's gone. Representative Topeka,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Harrington is absent, Representative Corey, absent, and is Representative Riley to reconsider?
Sorry, I just came back. Sorry, what are we on right now?
Oh, they're reconsidering. Is it LD 1817?
Yes. Yes, the vote is a motion to reconsider LD 1817.
Yes.
And Representative Dolph? She just, okay, she's absent.
Representative Dolph is present, but we didn't hear your vote, Representative.
Oh,
Dolph.
I keep forgetting to unmute my voice. I'm very sorry. Yes.
Okay, great.
10 in the affirmative and 2 absent.
Thank you. So the 10 members of the committee voting in the affirmative and 2 members absent, the motion prevails. I will open the work session on LD 1817 since we are now in work session. Is there a motion? The chair recognizes Representative Topeka.
All right, let's see if I can word this correctly. Motion to support, motion to move the
motion would be ought to pass as amended.
Ought to pass as amended. But yeah, ought to pass as amended. Thank you so much. Grace under fire.
Motion is ought to pass as amended, and the amendment would be the language in the minority report with the correction. Is there a second? Chair recognizes Senator Farron.
Second.
Yes. So it's been moved by Representative Topeka. And when you want to make a second motion, you can just make the motion. You can just say it. You don't have to be recognized to second a motion, just going forward, if we have to do this again, and we will. So it's been moved by Representative Topeka, seconded by Senator Farron. The motion is ought to pass as amended with the language in the minority report with the correction to the requirement that every strain, cultivar, varietal must be the same in the batch. Are there any questions or comments or discussion about the motion? Seeing none, Darlene, are you ready?
30 for me. Yeah. Is this, we're voting on the minority report?
That is correct.
Okay. So that would be, yes, if you're going with minority, I'm just double checking.
Yeah.
Senator Hickman,
Yay.
Senator Marmont,
Yes.
Senator Farron,
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo,
Yes.
Representative McCray,
Yes.
Representative Riley,
Yes.
Representative Topeka,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Kinney,
Yes.
Representative Harrington is absent, Representative Corey, absent, and Representative Dolph.
I unmuted. Yes.
10 in the affirmative and 2 absent.
10 members voting in the affirmative, 2 members absent, the motion prevails. We have the language ready to be finally drafted and reported out. Chair recognizes Senator Farron.
I just wanted to thank Representative Topeka, the power of persuasion that she has and brought this forward from a divided report to a majority unanimous report. Great job.
I will close the work session on LD 1817. For people who have joined us, it's 10:28. We are going over our morning work, which was added for 9:45. We've got a few more language reviews to do, and then we will move into our first public hearing of the day. I appreciate everyone's patience. This is how the legislature rolls. Sam, which one is next?
Thank you, Senator Hickman. We're going into 1927. And as the committee will recall, 1927 is the bill the committee voted about allowing the off-premise sales of adult use marijuana. And as you can see, in the committee amendment before you, we've made quite a few changes to the original bill based on the committee vote. So I'm just going to try to walk you through them quickly but thoroughly. So the first is, as I noted at the work session, the original bill referred to a marijuana store licensee, and that's just not really consistent with how we talk about marijuana stores in statute. So as you'll see throughout the bill, we've changed that just to a marijuana store. So this is, anyway, so starting off, as you'll remember, this bill allows a marijuana store or allows the department to issue a permit to a marijuana store to sell adult use marijuana products at a specified event outside of the licensed premises of that marijuana store. And the first thing of note in the bill is that this last sentence here was not in the original, but all it does is clarify that the requirements that are applicable to a marijuana store, to the extent that they're still applicable to an off-premise sales, still apply. So we're just making clear that the marijuana store is still bound by their original licensing provisions. And you'll see if you look at section 504 that that's just it's the section describing what a marijuana store may do under their license. We moved, we redid the permit application piece a little bit. And you'll see what the one thing of note I really wanted to highlight for the committee is that under paragraph A, we've moved that proof of municipal approval to sell adult use marijuana products at a specified event is required as part of the application. And then also in paragraph B, that a description of the specified event and the name and description of the organization sponsoring the event is also required in the application. This was not in the original bill, and it's not something that the committee discussed, and which is why I wanted to highlight it here. This is similar to other types of permit applications we have in law, and really what it does is it helps the department tie the permit to the event being applied for. So I wanted to point this out, and if the committee, just so that if the committee does or doesn't want it in, you can address that today. And then paragraph C is a piece that the committee discussed thoroughly, that if the specified event is being held on private property, the permit must include the written permission of the property owner for the marijuana store or licensee to sell adult use marijuana products on the property. So this was my understanding of the committee's original vote, that you wanted to try to bring this to look as close to the process allowed for the sale of liquor, like farmers markets, for example, as possible. So this was designed to do it, to kind of bring it as close to that as we could within the structure of the marijuana law. Moving down, so this is the limitations on off-premise sales. And so you can see here, a marijuana store issued a permit under this section may sell adult use marijuana products at a specified event only as authorized under the permit. And that a permit issued by the department under this section for a specified event may not authorize the sales for a period of greater than 3 days, sales anywhere other than the specified event, the consumption of adult use marijuana or adult use marijuana products at the location of sale, or sales of adult use marijuana or adult use marijuana products which are consumed by smoking. And then for the purposes of this paragraph, smoking has the same meaning as defined in Title 22, Section 1541, subsection 6. So I wanted to pause here because the committee's, I believe what you originally asked for in the vote was that there be a prohibition on the sale of products, that they only be required to sell products that are edibles, tinctures, or cells. This seemed like a clean way of achieving that. And I wanted to highlight it for the committee because if there are concerns about doing it this way, we can change it. But this seemed to be, from the discussions at the work sessions, what the committee was trying to get at is you don't want there to be sale of basically combustible marijuana consumed by combustion or smoking. So I wanted to highlight this for the committee as well, and to make sure that this language was okay.
Thank you, Sam. The chair recognizes Representative McCray, who probably has a question about this section.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, Sam, I have a question about a little up again.
Sure.
The application.
Mhm.
Am I understanding this that A, B, and C are all required? So even whether it's private property or not, you need municipal approval, correct? Okay, thank you.
And Sam, I will let the committee remind me of this as well. Did we decide, and I'm sure Representative Wood has great notes, if she was here for the work session, that the sales at the event could not be for longer than 3 days? That
my memory of the work session in my notes was that we weren't going to change the permits from being 3-day permits, but the committee also didn't want to prevent someone from getting multiple permits from the same event. So you could get like a permit for 3 days and another one for 3 days, another one that were like kind of back to back. And that was just language that was in the original bill, and it was, I didn't have notes that you wanted to change it, but if I missed that, I apologize, and we can take it out if that's what the committee intended.
Does anyone else on the committee have the same recollection that I do, or do you remember it being this way? And if so, if we're not prohibiting it, we might want to make it clear that more than one permit can be granted at an event that lasts longer than 3 days. Chair recognizes Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I remember, I would defer to Representative Wood's notes, but I remember a lot of discussion about this, and my memory is we were thinking more the length of the event rather than the 3 days. And I see Representative Chiazzo nodding.
Chair recognizes Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would concur with Representative McCray in terms of deferring to Representative Wood, the official archivist for the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee's notes. But I do also recall that we talked about the duration of the event so as not to make it onerous or cumbersome.
Thank you. That is what I remember as well, even though I don't have my notes in front of me. I try to just keep them in my head, and that's what I recall. And I don't want to put Representative Wood on the spot, but if she has a different opinion about what we've already discussed, please speak now or forever hold your peace. The chair recognizes Representative Wood.
For some strange reason, thank you, Mr. Chair, that date is missing from my notebook. I think somebody has absconded with it.
It's okay.
So I will go with everybody's recollection.
That's great. You may not have been a part of this part of the work session, so that's why I wasn't going to assume that you were. But I do remember that it was about the length of the event, not necessarily limiting it to 3 days. So unless someone else who voted for the report objects, I would suggest that we make it clear that the permit issue shall not extend longer than the event duration. Chair recognizes Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at my notes, and I don't think we specified anything about the length of time at all when we did the amendment. I'm looking at the amendment that was proposed, which was really in bullet form, and then we picked some items and did not pick others. And the one that we did not pick was prohibiting multiple permits or back-to-back permits from being issued at the same event. So that is not part of it. So I don't believe we did keep the 3 days. So we were allowing it so that if an event was longer than 3 days, the duration of the permit could be longer.
Okay, great.
Unless there's something already in statute that says that the permit can't be 3 days, greater than 3 days. But I don't think there was anything. I think that was something new to the language of the bill anyway. So I don't think we were limiting the number of days.
Great. Yeah, this is new language and statute because it's a new permit. And so Sam, are you clear to phrase this or take that out or make it clear that it's for the duration of the event?
Understood. Absolutely.
Moving right along.
All right. So coming down, you'll see we have a new section regarding the conditions for the sales of adult use marijuana products by a marijuana store at a specified event. And so this is once you have a permit, these are the conditions you have to follow to operate at a specified event. And the first here is in this, again, it was in my notes from the committee vote that a marijuana store authorized to sell marijuana products at the specified event when held outdoors shall transact all sales in a tent or similar structure with at least 3 sides, which requires entry into the structure in order to view or purchase the adult use marijuana products. One question I had here for the committee was, what if the structure is round and doesn't necessarily have 3 sides? And I was wondering if it was actually necessary to be this specific, if we're already being clear that you cannot view the sales or the marijuana products from outside of the event, outside of the tent. So I didn't know if you wanted to keep 3 sides in there, or if the real intent here was just that you couldn't see what's being sold inside without walking into the tent, and that the 3 sides wasn't necessary. So I just highlighted that as a question. I don't know if you want to, sorry.
I want you to just keep walking through the amendment to the summary and we'll come back and address any questions you have. Thank you, sir.
All right. So the next is a requirement that a marijuana store must provide notification that on-premise consumption is not permitted. And that was, again, my understanding of the committee's amendment. And then this paragraph C says a marijuana store shall ensure that all adult use marijuana products are secured when not under the direct control and supervision of the licensee or an employee of the licensee. And this came from the part of the vote in my notes that was essentially saying that, at night or whenever the booth is being unattended, that the product must be secured or removed. And so this is how we went about addressing that. Moving forward, paragraph D, this is the part that was originally about body cams, but as you can see, we say that a marijuana store shall record all sales conducted at the specified event using a video recording device in a manner that captures, to the extent practicable, only the individual making the purchase. The recording must be retained by the marijuana store in a manner prescribed by the department by rule. So we're requiring that it be captured on video. We did not specify body cam in case there was another way that someone wanted to implement that was simpler or more available. And I just wanted to also make sure here for the committee that it's okay that it doesn't specify body cam, or if you really want it to be a body cam specifically. So that's another question I have for the committee. Moving forward, this was in the rulemaking, this was just the piece saying that the department could, adopt rules that separately address indoor specified events and outdoor specified events. And this one last change is, so this was in the original bill, this was language that was basically saying that in a marijuana store, when transporting marijuana products to the specified event is permitted to under section 505. This is our transportation of marijuana section. I pulled it out and just put it in a floating paragraph on the bottom here. And the reason is because we have another bill that the committee voted on this session that I don't have for language review today. That's 1827, and that's about the delivery of marijuana. And both of these bills are going to have to make a change in section 505 to make it clear that the transportation of in those instances is allowed. And so having a floating paragraph is going to avoid having a conflict in the middle of the existing paragraph if and when both are passed. So that was the only reason it was this is pulled out and moved down. And that was it. Are there questions?
Sam, are there any members of the committee that would like to comment on the 2 questions that Sam has asked us? Sam, could you please scroll up to the section above? The chair recognizes Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The 3 sides, I think we did want that, and there had to be a ID check to enter, just as it would have to happen in a store. And that was one of the things that we had as a concern. That's why the 3 sides, because that way there's really only one entry point into this off-premise sale.
Yep, I think I recall that as well. And do we need to explicitly say check ID here, or is that covered in the previous part of the bill that says they must operate as they operate already, which means they have to check ID? Do we want to specify that in the rulemaking section? What is the committee's will to make that understood? Chair recognizes Senator Mearmont.
I'm just answering the part, thank you, Mr. Chair, just answering the part that would allow for different structures if you want to use something that covers 75%, meaning there'd only be 25% for entry, and then it wouldn't matter what shape a structure was.
I see. I think you mean something like if someone had a more rounded tent with a zip opening door, it wouldn't necessarily be 3 sides. I think I understand what you mean, and you are nodding your head. Chair recognizes Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to respond to the ID. Personally, I'd like to see it very clearly specified.
Okay.
Just to make sure.
Yep. Duly noted. Chair recognizes Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd be okay with something along the lines of maybe that 75%, or that a single entry point with the rest of it cordoned off, and the sides. I like the idea of the sides because then it's not necessarily little kids oohing and ahhing what they're seeing back there. But also, I do think that the language stating that they have to operate like the store does approve the fact that they do need to ID people coming in. But I also agree with Representative McCray that I'd like to see it a little bit more solidified in this statute so that they're not having to bounce back and forth.
So we definitely are going to make sure that the ID requirement is stated explicitly in the section on conditions. Sam, do you have any ideas about how to make sure that we have appropriate language so that if the structure isn't cited, I mean, that might just be something we have to come up with for another review before we report this out. But I do understand both Senator Mearmont's point and Representative Kinney's. Sam?
Yeah, so I actually was going to speak to this. So I have 2 comments. So I think that you can achieve what the committee is talking about by requiring first that there's a single point of entry. Second, that before entering the tent or similar structure, a person's ID must be checked to verify that they're of an age that they're old enough to enter. And then I want to point out this piece here, and I should have been more clear when I was initially walking through it. We say, which requires entry into the structure in order to view or purchase adult use marijuana products. And I just want to highlight in order to view. So this is essentially saying that you can't have a structure that has sides that you can kind of see everything. You can see the marijuana products through. So I think that addresses the concern that was expressed there. But yeah, I think we can word this as a single point of entry, and I think the committee is correct that if you want to make sure that people's IDs are checked before entering, that should be explicitly stated here.
Thank you. And as far as D is concerned, I think that we don't need to specify body cam as we mentioned in the amendment, because there may be other ways to do it. I mean, everyone seems to have a camera on their phone. And I think those videos, I don't have a smartphone, can be uploaded to a storage in the way that the department may describe by rule. So I think if we're putting rulemaking here, the department will be very clear about how that should all happen. But if someone disagrees with that, Chair recognizes Representative Kenny, followed by Representative McCray.
Oh, thank you. I forgot to put my hand down, but I do have another comment on the video, the recording. I'd almost want it to be something that was somewhat live. I know I've tried recording things on my cell phone in the past, and sometimes it doesn't happen. Usually it's operator error in some way. So I would be concerned about using a cell phone. I think there should be some other kind of device, but that may be something that the department can come up with in rulemaking.
Thank you. Representative McCray?
Yeah, thank you. Along the same lines as Representative Kinney, I was going to ask if the department already specifies it needs to be a body cam, but I was assuming it would be the same requirement that the store has in whatever form makes the most sense. So if that's through rulemaking, I'm fine with that.
Great. Chair recognizes Representative Wood.
I'm just, it's hard because I can't, thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. It's hard because I can't scroll on this document and I'm trying to look at my other computer, but did somebody say something about there's a paragraph in here that in some way states that, you know, all the requirements that we have for a store need to be followed in here? Or are we saying that each specific thing has to be laid out in this?
Ma'am, can you please scroll up on the document to 504A? Thank you. So this is what you are referring to, Representative Wood. A marijuana
Okay.
authorized to sell products is subject to the provisions of Section 504, except for subsection 4A. And subsection 4A, if you would scroll down, Sam, please.
This is referring to subsection 4A in section 504.
Oh, sorry, we're not.
Yeah.
This is actually what we are enacting. So
Okay.
there we are.
Well, my question is about the fact that it was just called to my attention that nowhere does it specifically mention that they have to fill out an application to obtain a license, or is that what the permit application is referencing?
Sam, can you please answer that question? That's how I understand.
Yes.
Okay.
They
So
already
this
have to be licensed to do this where their store is, but they need a permit.
Okay.
Limited off-premises sale.
Okay. I got it now. Like I said, it's just difficult because I can't scroll myself.
Senator Hickman's correct. So this permit is only available to current marijuana store licensees. So if it has to be licensed as a marijuana store to apply for this permit, and then the permit application is laid out in subsection 1. And just to speak to, you know, when you were talking about things that should be specifically stated here, and I'm sorry, I don't have it pulled up, but if you were to go to section 504, which is about the license requirements for how marijuana stores may operate, that talks about verifying the entry, verifying the age of someone before entry into the marijuana store, as in like into the licensed premises. And so the reason we have to be specific about it here is that we're talking about sales that are happening outside of licensed premises.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the language in front of us? Sam, you are clear what we're doing. I have a question for the committee, and I don't believe that the bill sponsor is here to answer it, but I'll ask committee because it's in our possession, it's our bill. Were we specifically only considering these off-premise sales at special events for adult use? Or was there any discussion about whether or not we needed to also amend the medical marijuana law so that it would be available to that program as well? It is an open question for the committee.
My hand's up, Mr. Chair, but I'll just jump in. My understanding is this was specifically for recreational or adult use only, not medical.
Chair recognizes Representative Kinney, followed by Senator Farren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My Zoom was blipping out, but I think I caught the gist of what just happened. That was, yeah, this is my understanding. This is only for adult use recreational. This is not for medical marijuana. And I agree with you, Mr. Chair, on the fact that this was intended that only licensed stores would be able to participate, which I believe was Representative Wood's question earlier.
Senator Farren.
Concur with my two previous colleagues.
Sam.
I just wanted to note or remind the committee of something that was discussed during the work session, is that the medical program's set up a lot differently, and that while the adult use program restricts sales to a licensed premises, the medical program does not.
Right.
The medical program doesn't speak to doing things like opening a booth at a at an event, but yeah, that would just be we would have to structure that very different. That'd be like a whole other framework to design in and of itself.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Kinney, or is that from before? Senator Farren, do you have a new comment as well?
My apologies, I lowered my hand.
I just want to make sure people may sometimes have follow-up questions. So with that, I did leave Eric, Director Gunderson, excuse me, in the room. And Director Gunderson, I know that you've already testified on the bill, but I just want to ask you, if you don't mind, if at least the framework for this meets the department's ability to do it if it passes.
Well, we can certainly do it. I think from our perspective, some more clarity around the municipal approval would be helpful, as far as what we would expect to get. And then certainly a cause for concern from our end, we've actually dealt with this in the past, is the lack of an application fee. I know when HHS passed the canopy registration type of the medical, they didn't pass a application or a registration fee, and we had to go back and fix it in a department bill. But those two things are the things that jump out from our end. And we do appreciate the flexibility in the rulemaking. I think we could certainly implement this.
So can you tell the committee, please, Director, what range of fee for an application would be fair for both the applier and the department? We do need to put a range in the law. Or
yeah,
we could certainly amend the rulemaking section to say that the rules have to have a fee, and then we give the range in the rules. It doesn't really matter where we put the fees, but whatever is easiest.
Put me on the spot. I would say nothing unreasonable, maybe up to 250, up to 200. Nothing that would potentially break the bank, just enough to make sure that we cover our operational costs in processing those applications.
Thank you, Director. Chair recognizes Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering, and I just wanted to confirm that those fees cannot be set in rulemaking. They have to be set by statute. Is that correct? To Director Gunderson or the chair, whomever.
Oh, Sam. I'm going to ask Sam that question.
I'm sorry. I know we often set fees in statute. I think that you may be able to direct the department to do so in rulemaking if you provide some specificity. But I'm sorry, wasn't prepared to answer that right off the top.
We'll decide to put the fees in statute, because that's how I normally see them, now that I think it through a little bit better. And so we will put a range of up to $200 for the fees for the licensee, the marijuana store licensee, to apply for this permit. And then I just have a quick question, Sam, for a way to look at making sure the municipal approval is more clear in statute. There may be framework for that elsewhere that we could insert in this document. Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, so this was something that I recall being debated a lot at the work sessions for this bill. I think we initially had a more clear, or there were discussions about being more clear about exactly what kind of municipal approval is required. I remember there being a debate about, if you wanted to allow the municipalities each to designate what kind of municipal approval they want. I went with basically what was provided in the liquor statute regarding farmers markets, because that was my understanding of what the committee was looking for. And we can certainly be more specific. I think one of the things that was suggested, I can't remember if it was at the work session or the public hearing, was that it was essentially something that was approved by like the legislative body of a municipality. Other options, you could have it be approved by some sort of administrative mechanism. So it really depends on what it is the committee wants, or if you want to keep it similar to the liquor statute, then you can leave it as is. I just remember there was a lot of debate, and I thought that's where the committee landed, but I could be
Okay,
wrong.
why don't we do this? We will finish our language review, because to date, up to this point, we seem to know what we're doing, and we'll just have to tweak the language around municipal approval with some feedback with the department to make sure that they're clear on what they're getting in order to issue the permit application before we do the final report out of the bill. How's that? And Director Gunderson, are you willing to participate in that as necessary?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. So with that, it's 11 a.m. We will be finished with our language reviews soon. For everyone who is tuning in to our public hearings for the day, I apologize, but we have to do deliberately thorough work in order to make sure we don't forget a comma, which has caused a lot of drama in the past. So with that, Sam, let's move on to the next LD.
All right. So this one's going to be, I think, quick, although I shouldn't say it beforehand. So the committee will recall that on LD 1930, the resolve regarding the legislative review of portions of Chapter 1, the Adult Use Marijuana Program Rule, that the committee had voted straight out to pass to accept the proposed adult use rule. And so all I requested was I put in a fiscal only request just to see what the fiscal impact would be. And as you can see in front of you, this states that there is no fiscal note required, and there are no appropriations and allocations associated with the acceptance of this rule. So I just wanted to bring that to the committee before we reported it out.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on this fiscal note? Seeing none, we will report out LD 1930.
All right, moving right along. The next bill is LD 1957. This is an act to promote equity and increase opportunities in the cannabis industry by removing restrictions related to convictions for drug offenses and to replace the term marijuana with the term cannabis in the main revised statutes. Where to start? So as you can see, this bill is doing two primary things. The first is that it's amending the definition of a disqualifying drug offense in both Title 22, this is the medical statute, and Title 28B, the adult use statute. And it is also going to replace the term marijuana with cannabis in the statutes and in all of the department's papers and filings and records. And so, but the point I wanted to highlight for the committee here is that you can see, and I'm going to start with the Title 28B one to frame this discussion, is what we've done is we have amended the definition of disqualifying drug offense. And currently it reads, means a conviction for a violation of a state or federal controlled substance law that is a crime punishable by imprisonment for 1 year or more, except that disqualifying drug offense does not include A, and this is the look back provision, an offense for which the sentence, including any term of prohibition, incarceration, or supervised release was completed. Currently, we have 10 years or more prior to the submission of an application for a license under this chapter. And the committee vote was to reduce it to 5. So that's the first change, that the look back has been changed from 10 to 5 years, and that isn't true for both programs. And then the next is an offense that consisted of conduct that would be authorized under this title, or that if the person convicted of the offense had been acting under the authority of a license pursuant to this title, would have been authorized under this title. And I understand that might be seem a little convoluted, but I'll explain to you why we went this way. So my original recollection of the committee vote was that the intention was to remove from a disqualifying drug offense offenses related to marijuana. And you can see here, as I had initially thought about drafting this, as basically saying an offense for trafficking, cultivation, possession, or consumption of marijuana, unless the offense is a crime related to use synthetic cannabinoids as defined in Title 17A. And in doing this, that language raised questions about which offenses would be covered, whether certain types of aggravated offenses were intended for inclusion by the committee. And it's not something the committee really discussed. And so what I did is I worked with the sponsor and with our Senate chair about it to make sure I was clear on what the intent of the committee was. And then the concern is that if you're going to have kind of some things be in and some things be out, we would have to start referencing different sections of Title 17A. For instance, there are certain types of aggravated crimes, like crimes aggravated by involving the possession of a firearm or use of a firearm to commit the crime, and aggravated crimes involving children. And it seemed like that was likely outside of the scope of what the committee wanted to discuss in this instance. So what we drafted here is basically that what it's saying is that if you could have if what you were convicted of would have been allowed had you been licensed under this title while doing it. So that's, the kind of standard possession of, cultivation, sale of marijuana, that is the kind of disqualifying drug offense, the kind of thing that is being removed from the definition of a disqualifying drug offense. And you can see that we referred actually to Title 28B when doing this in the medical statute as well. And that was because when you're talking about something that's authorized under Title 28B, it's quite clear what we're talking about. It's quite clear that you're talking about cultivation. It's quite clear that you're talking about sale. And when it comes to just self-referencing its own title when you talk about the medical program, that's less clear, because that is something to do with like a doctor-patient relationship. It's something to do with, there are provisions here that, you're allowed to provide to minors for their medical use. And so this referencing conduct authorized under the adult use program as not or that would have been authorized under the adult use program had the person been licensed, seemed like the cleanest way to refer to the kind of offenses that the committee was going for. But I really wanted to highlight this for the committee at language review in a meeting, because it felt to me like a change from what I understood the original vote to be. And with that, I will turn it over. I don't know if Senator Hickman has something he'd like to say about this as well.
Well, I think that because the general language of disqualifying drug offense is exactly that. It's general language. We wanted to make sure it was always my impression or my memory when we wrote the bill in the first place. I was on the committee that wrote the bill. And when we discussed B under disqualifying drug offense, it was meant to ensure that conduct that was authorized by legalization would not be a disqualifying drug offense for the purposes of applying for a license and being denied the license because of it. And so I didn't think it was necessary to add a new section C if we could just clarify in B exactly what was meant, what the scope of that would be. And so since it was clear in our committee discussions that the look back from 10 to 5 years was the most substantive change, we also wanted to make sure that the only disqualifying drug offenses that would be excluded from the definition had to do with cannabis and not anything else. And so to me, by referring to the whole title and not just chapter 3, which deals with personal use only, that the rest of the title deals with cultivating, possessing, consuming, and all of the things that are now legal if authorized under a license by the state. And so that's what B now says. And it avoids the need to start having to exempt out all of the things that we don't want included in the disqualifying drug offense definition going forward. So again, the bill sponsor was a part of this conversation. And this, I believe, is the most efficient way to make the point of the vote that we took in committee. If anyone has any questions or concerns about that, please speak now. I don't see any hands raised. And so with that, we will prepare this for its final revisor of statute review and report the bill out when that's ready.
I just wanted to note for the committee that the section 3 and section 4 of the bill are the original language about changing the term from marijuana to cannabis, and we just pulled them from the original bill, so it's not anything that you haven't seen already.
Thank you, Sam.
All right, moving forward.
Almost there.
Yeah. So this is the committee amendment to LD 1980, enacted to create a small nonprofit raffle operator license. And I'm just going to walk you through, because there were, I think, 6 amendments that I ended up working on to pull this together for you. So first, the committee had voted to include the emergency preamble, and I believe this was the one from the Shriners version of the amendment. We did add this language right here in the 3rd or 4th whereas. And it said, it originally said the ability to allow eligible nonprofits to modernize their fundraising process is needed and will increase charitable giving across the state. And we added, especially during the summer tourist season. And this was just kind of to tie it together, as I think this was what was meant about why it needs to be an emergency. And this was just kind of like spelling that out. And I wanted to highlight for the committee to make sure that it was okay that we had that there.
I don't see any objections. If someone objects to that, please keep going. We're good. Thank you, Sam.
Moving forward, so you'll see later in the bill, but we added a definition of what geotechnology means, geolocation technology means, because it will be required as in, as you'll see later, but we have it defined as a computer program or data collection system that can be used to identify the geographic location of a person interacting with that computer program or data collection system through the internet. Moving down, so basically what we did here is we amended the definition of internet raffle, and to make it clear that a raffle where a winner or winning chance is determined by drawing from a container is not an internet raffle, even if some or all the raffle chances or tickets are purchased through a mobile application. And the reason this was added in is because internet raffle, if without this look, seems to encompass what it is the committee is trying to do, which is it captures raffles where there was a purchase made over the internet. And from the work session, my understanding of what the committee wanted was they wanted a person operating a kind of traditional raffle to just allow the purchase over the internet, but not be bound by the other internet raffle regulations and statutes. This is making clear that if you're just accepting payment over the internet, that is not considered an internet raffle, at least for the purposes of the statutory regulations. And I will note that the gambling control unit did reach out to me on this part, and I think had some concerns about the way we did it. And I'm willing to continue working with them and to alleviate those concerns in there. I think they're also here to answer questions if you might have them. moving forward, this was a piece from one of the, I think a couple of the GCU amendments that they recommended we keep in, stating that an eligible organization may not conduct more than one internet raffle at the same time. And that's regarding internet raffles, that's separate from the raffles otherwise being described in this bill. Moving forward, this is now the new section 1837C that describes raffle entry by use of a payment management system. And this sets out the requirements that were in, I think, almost all of the different versions of the amendments. And you can see that the first paragraph here is we moved to the requirement that the payment management system must be approved by the director. So we have under subsection 2, so that will be the conditions under which the director, subsection 2 lays out the conditions under which the director approves a payment management system, but it's required that if you're using one, it has to be approved. You can see this is the requirement that a person using it must be, or purchasing through it must be at least 18 years of age. And this is the requirement that the person must be physically located in the state when making a purchase, or another state where the purchase of the raffle chance or ticket would be legal under the laws of that state. That's to mirror the federal requirement. And this is, and this actually, for the typo, that should be B or C. But this is the piece that's going to require that an eligible organization that determines that a raffle or chance may purchase in violation of those paragraphs, that's the age requirement and the location requirement, must immediately refund the payment and void the raffle chance or ticket associated with the purchase. And this, and then paragraph E is the part about a firearm being, if the winner receives a firearm, it'll be transferred through a federal license, a dealer holding a federal license for firearms under 18 USC section 923. And that's the piece that's going to require that the person has a background check before receiving the firearm. Here we have the conditions under which a payment management system gets approved. And the only thing in here that was added that wasn't kind of in the original amendments was first, that the payment management system does not permit the eligible organization to accept payment by mail. So you could see like a system, for example, like billing a person and then allowing them to mail in a check or payment. And that is also, this is something that, a prohibition that was put in here to also comply with federal law. You can see that that the person, again, the system has to have adequate measures to ensure that a person purchasing is at least 18 years of age, and that the system includes geolocation technology to determine with a reasonable degree of certainty the state where a person is physically located at the time of purchase, and allows an eligible organization to prevent a person from purchasing a raffle chance or ticket while the person is physically located in a state where the purchase of that raffle chance or ticket would not be legal under the laws of that state. So this is similar to what other states have done with the geolocation requirement, and it's also similar to the requirements around gambling, where other states are basically verifying that a person is properly in the state when they're engaging in the activity. And then again, E just looks back to paragraph C and D and says that they want to make sure that the system allows for the immediate refund of any payment if a person is found to have violated C or D in some way. F is about protecting the privacy and security of payment information. And G just also means that the person the payment management system has to allow an eligible organization to satisfy the record keeping requirements developed by the department. I apologize if this broke onto 2 pages. The third subsection is about payment allowed through, or that's allowed through a payment management system. So you can see that the payment management system may permit the use of a debit card or other payment method the organization uses to accept membership dues from out-of-state members. And then we have some language here about internal transfer. And I think this is what was what was requested, but I did want to double check on the internal transfer part. So it reads, and may allow a member of the eligible organization to request that payment for a raffle ticket or chance be made using the member's funds already within the possession of the eligible organization. That was my best understanding of what was meant by payment through internal transfer. And if I was wrong about that, please let me know and we'll fix it.
I think we can make sure to talk to, I don't remember the name of the person from the credit union about that particular language. Please continue, sir. Thank you.
Subsection 4. So this was something that I brought up during the work session, and I wanted the committee to see what it looks like. And we can remove it if you don't want it in here. So this is the piece basically requiring that the department provide guidance to eligible organizations to help them operate within the boundaries of this law. So it says that upon receipt of a request to approve a payment management system under subsection 3, the director shall provide the eligible organization with a brochure that summarizes the requirements applicable to the organization under the section, a list of other states where the raffle ticket or chance offered for purchase by the eligible organization would be legal to purchase under the laws of those states, and any other information that the department determines necessary to assist the eligible organization in complying with state and federal laws governing raffle and the uses of the internet to accept payments for raffles. So again, and I noted here that the GCU expressed some concerns about the ongoing costs that might be associated with monitoring other states and suggested that that piece should be the responsibility of the organizations. I know they're here to answer your questions again if you have any about that, but I also wanted to confirm with the committee if this is a piece that you actually intended upon your vote to have in the bill.
Sorry, Sam, I think we did talk about guidance, but I want to make it clear that the guidance that comes from the department should be no burden to the department, and that anything more specific than the department can do should be left up to the organizations to explain to their members.
If that's the understanding of the committee, should I remove the language about the specific things that should be included in that guidance?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
In subsection 5, these are the record keeping requirements that came out of the multiple amendments, and my understanding was that they were in addition to the record keeping requirements under section 1839. So those are the record keeping requirements currently applicable to raffles. An eligible organization that uses a payment management system to conduct a raffle shall comply with the following requirements for each sale of a raffle ticket or chance using the payment management system. So it's only creating these extra record keeping requirements for sales that are using the payment management system. So it's not creating like if you have some sales to the payment management system and some through a manual raffle, the ones here only apply to the payment management system. And then the violation provision in subsection 6 was, again, just pulled from the original subsection.
Thank you. Thank you again for putting the puzzle pieces together from all of the different amendments that were presented around this bill and the original draft. Are there any questions from the committee about it? Knowing that we still have a few more spots that need to be clarified before final report out. Seeing none, we will move on to LD 1985.
Okay. So this is LD 1985, an act to improve testing requirements for adult use marijuana. So as you can see, this one was is pretty simple compared to the other ones we dealt with. So it has an emergency preamble, and I believe that was in the original bill. I'm sorry, I should have said that before. So this is the emergency preamble from the original bill. Moving down, we are amending the bill by doing a strike and replace. So as you can see, section 601 about the testing program is removing the requirement that that a licensee prior to selling or distributing adult use marijuana to or adult use marijuana product to another licensee must engage in mandatory testing. So they still have to do it before it goes to a consumer, but they don't have to do mandatory testing before transfer to another licensee. Moving down, you can see this is again clarifying this piece about the mandatory testing is required prior to going to a consumer, but not to another licensee. And then in the piece about additional testing, this is section 605, where it says, where we're talking about whether additional testing is required. Subsection 4 has been amended. So the lead-in for this, and I think it's just important to make sure it's clear. So a licensee may sell or furnish to a consumer adult use marijuana or adult use marijuana product that the licensee has not submitted for testing in accordance with the subchapter and the rules adopted pursuant to the subchapter if this is the current requirement that prior testing has occurred, the current requirement that proper documentation has been maintained, the current requirement that tracking has been maintained, and then this is an amendment of the current requirement about subsequent processing. So it reads, since the performance of the prior testing under subsection 1, the marijuana or marijuana product has not undergone any further processing, manufacturing, or alteration that would result in an increase in the concentration of any contaminants or factors identified in section 602, subsection 1, and that's the mandatory testing factors, or in any rules adopted by the department pursuant to that section. And you go back and look at that section, you can see that the department can also develop rules about the testing for contaminants. Originally, this read, other than the packaging and labeling of marijuana or marijuana product for sale, this will allow that a person package or label without engaging in prior testing. The only requirement that's being changed here is that they have to engage in prior testing if it's undergone processing, manufacturing, or alteration that increases that, or that that would result in the increase of contaminants or factors identified in section 602, subsection 1. So I think that's relatively straightforward. We've made it a lot more simple than it was looking like it would come out at the work session. Other questions?
Thank you, Sam. Chair recognizes Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Sam. And I just want to make sure it's clear that if this does not alleviate trim or flour that has not been changed, that still has to be tested as well before it hits the consumer. Is that correct? Yes. Okay, thank you.
That's correct. Nothing may go to the consumer under this that has not been tested.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that was the point. Any other questions? Seeing none, please prepare this for its final revisal of statute draft and reporting out.
All right, we have one more. So as you can see, this one's pretty much ready. This is LD 2001, which is now an act to clarify the state policy and legislative intent regarding the Maine veterans' homes to require notification of closure of the Maine veterans' homes to keep the legislature and to homes to the legislature and to fund public homes in Caribou and Machias in order to keep them open. So this one is what you're seeing now is what is the current final draft of going through back and forth between our office and the revisor's office. And if we could still make changes, but it's pretty much ready to go if and when the committee approves it. This bill included a new emergency preamble for the bill that came out of one of the amendments at the work session. I apologize, I can't remember whose amendment it was.
It was the Senate President's amendment.
The Senate President's, okay, right, I remember that now. Moving down, the language provided here and throughout the rest of the bill is the language that was provided. Well, it's based on the language provided in Senator Hickman's amendment. Section 601 was restructured, which is why it's written as a strike and replace. But basically what you'll see is this first subsection creates a statement of policy about Maine Veterans Homes and the state's obligation to provide services at them. Subsection 2 establishes the locations of the homes and the duties of Maine Veterans Homes in providing care. Subsection 3 addresses additional services that are also to be provided at Maine Veterans Homes. And then moving down, this was just a clarification we made so we could refer to the board of trustees as the board throughout the chapter. Just a housekeeping. This is the piece about the appointment and composition. So now the board used to be 11 members, it's now 13. We broke it into paragraphs. So paragraph A is 9 members, and this is the from a list of nominees submitted to the governor by the board. And this is the kind of current, paragraph A reflects like the current way that board members are chosen. And then paragraph B were the additions from Senator Hickman's amendment, 3 members who are not members of the United States Armed Forces or National Guard or veterans who are not on the list of nominees submitted by the board pursuant to paragraph A. And in addition, the requirement that the membership of the board must reflect the diversity of the state. And moving down, this is the piece that's requiring that in order to ensure the continuous operation of the homes in the municipalities listed in section 601, the board shall seek funds from private and public sources, including but not limited to state and federal appropriations and grants for which the state or the homes may be eligible. So they're required to seek funding to ensure the continuous operation. This is the piece requiring that the legislature may furnish such assistance, counsel, or advice as the board may request or require in the discharge of its duties. 611 is requiring an annual report now be by February 15th, 2023 and annually thereafter. And that report must include any amendments to the rules regarding the administration of the homes made by the board since its last report on the administration of the homes, a description of any efforts to seek funding as required under section 604 subsection 6, and recommendations to the governor and the legislature and information regarding such other matters as the board considers pertinent. And then it also provides this committee to, or the committee having jurisdiction over Veterans Affairs to report out legislation based on the report. And then section 612 is based on, is a kind of altered version of what was originally in Senator Hickman's amendment. And this is the process by which the discontinuation of services or the establishment of a new home must be followed to be authorized. So one of the key points here is that the board may not establish a Maine Veterans Home location or discontinue services at a Maine Veterans Home location except as authorized in this section. So the first is that if the board proposes to authorize the establishment or discontinuation of services at a public home for veterans, they must provide notification to the presiding officers and this committee in their annual report. It lists what also must be included in the annual report supporting that proposal. So there's the financial and demographic data. The board has planned for care of the veterans receiving care or intended to receive care. And then if the services are proposed to be discontinued, the board's plan for the use or disposition of facilities after services are discontinued. It requires that there is a public meeting on this report in which the board presents that information to the committee, and that the committee shall accept public comment on the proposal during that meeting, and that the committee may report out legislation based on the information received at that meeting. And then this piece about legislative approval. So it states that the board may not authorize the discontinuation of services at a home unless the legislature enacts legislation authorizing the board to discontinue services at that home, and that the board may not authorize the establishment of a home unless the legislature enacts legislation to include the proposed location of that home in section 601 subsection 2. So basically, because the homes are now being listed in statute, this is to reinforce that, and also to state that if you're going to remove a home from statute, you're going to have to enact, if you're going to let them discontinue or close a home, you're going to have to remove that home from statute as well. And part of that is just, it's creating that new legislative approval, but it's also being consistent with listing the homes in section 601.
So Sam, this part of the amendment isn't exactly what we voted on. We pretty much stopped at the committee may report out legislation based upon the information received at the meeting.
Yeah.
And I certainly don't have a problem with the board authorizing the establishment of a home without the legislature enacting legislation, because the legislative history shows that that was always the case. But I do think that there is a situation where a home would have to involuntarily close for reasons that would be explained in the public meeting. And even if the legislature had to go back and pass legislation to remove a home from statute because it no longer exists, that we weren't actually going as far as to say the approval is required before a home can close. But that may be what happens when we report out a bill based upon the information received at the meeting. So that's a distinction with a difference, I think. And I believe someone from DHHS may be here to make a similar point or a different point about that, but the original bill required legislative approval to close, but we didn't actually keep that particular language in the amendment that we voted on. So we might just, I think we need to take out the first sentence of legislative approval required. Chair recognizes Senator Farron, and then Sam, you can respond to my gobbledygook there.
No, thank you, Senator Hickman. And that was really, that's the way I understood things as well. Because while, you know, we all know what we're at with this point here is getting that board established and having the legislate, basically we're taking, if we had to have that legislative approval, we're tying the hands of the board from that standpoint. So that was my understanding of what we voted out, was that we needed notification. And then if we didn't agree with what the board was recommending, the legislature could take further actions, but not have the approval up front. So I just wanted, that was my understanding. Just wanted to concur with you as well.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. So I just wanted to be clear, so I make sure that I get this right. So what it currently reads is that the board may not authorize the discontinuation of services at a home unless the legislature enacts legislation authorizing the board to discontinue services at that home. So that is, that covers closure, but it also covers the discontinuation of services while the home stays open. So let's say that the home were to discontinue, were to stay open, but discontinue like one specific set of services provided at the home. That would also, the way this is drafted is that would also require legislative approval. So if you don't want to require legislative approval for them to close, but you do want to require them to follow this process, I think probably the way that we would write this is that they may not authorize a discontinuation of services until 90 days after the adjournment of the legislative session in which the report was submitted. And that gives and that essentially is giving the legislature the time to submit legislation or enact legislation if you want to stop the closure. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, but and I think that someone from DHHS will mention their concerns about it. Their hand is raised. And so let's just promote that person to our work, have the person introduce themselves, and then we can go from there. Because the discontinuation of services is also required in the notification process that's laid out before we get to 3. And so to me, they're the same thing, that even if they need to discontinue a service, they still have to notify us. We listen. We may not have any argument with it because the evidence is so compelling that the legislature takes no action. They just discontinue the service. That's the point that we have to, I believe, keep open to the board, because otherwise we are taking that one step too far, I believe. And so with that, I will not try to pronounce your name, sir, but please introduce yourself to the committee and let us know if we're onto something here.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. My name's Bill Monteo. I'm the Director of the Division of Licensing within DHHS. And you are. The two areas that I kind of wanted to point out to the committee is in the event, and it's really a rare occurrence, but in the event that there's really jeopardy, significant quality of care concerns that come out as part of a survey or an investigation process, CMS has, as a last resort, a termination from the Medicare program. And the concern is if CMS takes that final action of terminating the Medicare program for the provider and the legislature is not in session, it ties the ability of the facility to follow the closure process and appropriately place residents in the closure at that point would only be because of really severe quality issues, which I don't anticipate ever happening, but I don't think the legislature should intend to tie the hands of the facility in that event. And the other thing that I would just kind of point out really quickly is that there is, it would be a rare occurrence as well, but should the main veterans home get legislative approval to add a new facility and that not be approved through the CON process, there would need to be some consideration as to how that would happen, how that would come back to, would that need to come back to legislative approval? Because now we have a statute telling them to expand and a certificate of need process that doesn't agree with the expansion of the program.
Thank you, sir, for both of those points. I think, and Sam, help me if I'm wrong, in 601, in the middle section, if you could put that back up on the screen, please, the language. And I think this may address the second concern Mr. Monteo raises. So, and maybe it doesn't, but I think it does. So it says that, I'm trying to find the language. Sam, help me out.
Are you looking for the municipal, the locations language?
No, I'm looking for applicable state and federal authorities. So there it is, under additional services. And we may have to put this sentence in another part of section 601, but it says that they may provide services, and then it says, if approved by appropriate state and federal authorities. And so I know that licensing and some of the things that are about certificate of need, that's one state, that's our authority to say this won't work. And then there's, of course, the licensing requirements or anything that comes down from Medicare that you've already mentioned. I think that may answer the second point, but maybe not. Mr. Monteo, do you have a response to that?
I think that would cover it. There is also federal, if they're expanding and adding another nursing home, that would require CMS federal approval through 855. So yes, I think that would.
Okay, great. So Sam?
Yes.
You can stop sharing your screen. Thank you.
I did have a comment, if I may.
Yes.
Okay. So I think I think what I'm hearing is that basically you want to give, this process is meant to give the legislature an opportunity to act, but not require the legislature act. So I think the way to go through the legislative action section, the legislative approval section, would be that establishment or the discontinuation of services may not happen until 90 days following the end of the legislative session during which they went through this process. And that would give the legislature an opportunity to pass legislation and also for it to meet the general effective date. So you wouldn't have to pass emergency legislation if you wanted to stop the discontinuation of services or approve a home. And then I guess what you could do is you could have them include in their annual report for the following year if services were discontinued or home were closed or established based on the process that happened the previous year. And then you could go in and add or remove any locations from statute in the following year that would be necessary. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and the legislature would just do that when it got around to it, because that's exactly what happened the last time around. I know all of the locations were moved in one fell swoop, but they also amended the statute prior to that to remove outdated language around something that had already been established. The Machias home was already established based upon a previous piece of legislation, and the language was written such that it seemed like it was forever going to be established. And so they just had to, the legislature removed that language from that part of statute. So we'll have to have one more clarifying look at making sure we've covered all the bases so that any involuntary closures are still allowed to happen without legislative approval, if they are required by anything outside of our control as a legislature. So we'll make sure that that is the case and run it by DHHS before we report the bill out later today, because we do want to get this on the calendar for Tuesday. And I think we'll be able to do that. If people could please all mute themselves, that would be great. I appreciate it very much. Sam.
So there were a couple more parts of the bill. Do you want me to walk through before we wrap up?
Yes, sir.
So moving forward, section 10 of the bill is the part that makes clear what must happen before Caribou and Machias may be closed. So you can see it reads that notwithstanding any decision of the Board of Trustees of Maine Veterans Homes prior to the effective date of this section, the Maine Veterans Homes located in Caribou and Machias may not be closed until the Board of Trustees, Maine Veterans Homes, submits a report and basically under section 612 that includes a proposal to close the homes, and the process required under section 12 has been followed. So it's just basically saying that they have to follow the process that's been set out in statute before they may close. And then this is the stakeholder group piece that was discussed at the work session. And the results of that stakeholder group, you'll see, are required to be included in the annual report to the committee next year, February 15th, 2023. Section 12 is the language provision that reflects the appropriations and allocations that were originally, I think, part of the change package. And then we have an appropriations and allocation section that reflects that language. Yeah, and then there's a summary. So that was it. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Thank you, Sam, very much for all of your work on this bill in particular. There was a lot of moving parts. Any questions from the committee? So seeing none, we will clarify the places where we have to clarify in the process and make sure that that is copacetic before we're putting the bill out expeditiously. With that, thank you, Sam. We are finished with our language reviews for now. It is 11:45, and again, we apologize for misscheduling our morning. Language reviews are very meticulous. The will of the committee would be to take a 5-minute break or to keep going. Anyone who needs a break, please say so. Chair recognizes Representative Topeka.
I'm supportive of a 5-minute break just to grab something to eat and then work through lunch, but I would defer to the will of the committee.
So why don't we keep going and members can individually take a break and then come back when they're ready. I don't know if the bill sponsor is here for LD 2001. And so Chairman Chiazzo, do you think we should then do that one later and go, or what shall we?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. No, I spoke with the bill sponsor earlier. She's tied up with some non-legislative related matters. So she said I can present that on her behalf. If it's okay with the committee, it should be pretty straightforward, I hope.
Okay, great. So with that, I will open the public hearing on LD 2031, an act to allow outdoor stadiums to sell spirits. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not Representative Dunphy from Old Town. I do not intend to try and replace her in any way, shape, or form, but I am here to present this bill on her behalf. This bill was brought to, I believe, her attention from a constituent of hers that has an outdoor stadium license. The bill is extremely straightforward in that currently the licensing allows the selling of beer and wine in outdoor events, and the request is just to add spirits to that license category. And I believe that Director Minio is here. I see him coming into the room. It seems very straightforward. I think we had attempted to do this last session in some way, shape, or form as a relief to COVID, I believe, and I'm not sure why it didn't take, or if we missed something in the translation somewhere, or we forgot to carry it forward. But that was the purpose of bringing this bill forward. The language is again very, very straightforward. And I think the department has a suggestion or an amendment they'd like to offer as well to clean it up. But having said that, I will try and answer any questions I can from the committee.
Thank you, Representative Piazza. I don't see any questions from the committee. And Director Minio, if you could just defer for 1 second. This is a public hearing. We take testimony from the public in favor of the bill, opposed to the bill, neither for nor against the bill. I've got 2 people signed up to speak in favor of the bill, and I'm actually going to go to the member of the public first, Mr. David McConnell. Please introduce yourself and present your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, members of the committee. My name is Dave McConnell. I'm a resident of Falmouth and a co-founder of 3 of Strong Spirits, which is a small distillery in Portland. I am here to speak in favor of LD 2031. I will paraphrase my written testimony because I know you've already had a long morning, which is almost afternoon. But essentially, I support this bill because I think it squares with what the science tells us about policy treatment of beverage alcohol. Essentially, ethanol is ethanol, whether it's in wine, beer, or spirits, and the standard drink unit for those different types of beverage alcohol works out to be the same amount of ethanol. And I think that sort of arbitrary distinctions between the types of beverage alcohol picks winners and losers in a way that, again, I don't think makes sense. And also, I think sends a message that some types of alcohol are safer than others when that's really not the case. So thank you, as always, for all the hard work that you do. And I am available to answer any questions that committee members may have.
Thank you, Mr. McConnell. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, good to see you. Thank you for being here and weighing in on this.
Thank you.
Director Minio, the Zoom is yours.
Yes, good morning. Still morning. Morning, everybody.
Yes, it is.
I'll read testimony. It's not long. Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Greg Minio, and I'm the director of the Bureau of Alcoholic Beverages and Lottery Operations, and I am providing the following testimony in support of LD 2031. The Bureau supports this modification of law to include the sale and service of spirits as a type of alcoholic beverage that can be sold at outdoor stadiums. These licensees must already follow certain statutory health and safety protocols for the sale and service of malt liquor and wine, and these protocols are no less different for spirits. In our analysis of the bill, we found that 2 other sections of law must be amended to allow the Bureau to issue licenses for the sale of spirits to these licensees. And you see the 2 right there. I'll just paraphrase. Section 1001 is for malt liquor, wine, and spirits, and Section 1003 is for just spirits. So those 2 would have to be addressed. Additionally, we were asked to review other types of licenses that may be similar, that is restricted to the sale of malt liquor and wine only. The other type of license is a pool hall license. And the committee may want to consider also amending sections 1063B, 1001, and 1003 to include pool halls in this bill. Thank you for allowing me to testify before the committee today. I'm happy to respond to questions, and of course.
Thank you, Director. Are there any questions from the committee for Director Minio at this time on this straightforward equalizing bill? Seeing none, thank you for being here. You don't have to really go anywhere if you don't want to. I am going to entertain a motion from the committee to move directly into work session as is on our schedule. Chair recognizes Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adjourn the public hearing and immediately go into work session on LD 2031.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to go directly into work session. The chair will close the public hearing on LD 2031. Darlene, please call the roll.
Senator Hickman,
Yay.
Senator Marmot,
Yay.
Senator Barron,
Yay.
Representative Chiazzo,
Yes.
Representative McCray,
Yes.
Representative Riley,
Yes.
Representative Supika,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Kinney,
Yes.
Representative Harrington is absent, Representative Corey, absent, and Representative Dolph. She's on the screen, but.
Not 9 members having voted in the affirmative, none in the negative. The motion prevails. I will open the work session on LD 2031 and act to allow outdoor stadiums to sell spirits, and welcome Danielle Fox from OPLA, long-term analyst for this committee, to do a brief bill analysis before we entertain a motion. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Hickman and Representative Chiazzo and members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. It's been a while since I've been before this committee, but as Senator Hickman noted, it was a place that I called home for almost 20 years as the analyst before I moved on to different things. Earlier this morning, there was a scheduling conflict, so I agreed to step in where Janet couldn't be available. I think she's now available, but I've done the work on this bill, so if you don't mind, I'll do the analysis. And is it okay if I share my screen?
It is okay.
All right. Can we all see that?
Yes.
Okay. So LD 2031 is an act to allow outdoor stadiums to sell spirits. The bill proposes to make outdoor stadiums eligible for a license to sell spirits at the stadium for on-premises consumption, in addition to their authority to already sell malt liquor and wine if licensed to do so. I did want to give you just a little bit of background. Under current law, an outdoor stadium is eligible for a license to sell malt liquor or wine for on-premises consumption, or both. And I've shown you the types of licenses that would give them that authority here. It's a Class 3 and a Class 4 license. Each have an annual fee of $220. There are specific requirements for when an outdoor stadium does sell beer or wine. That's an existing law, and the bill does nothing to propose changes to these restrictions or requirements. And these are that an outdoor stadium sales are not permitted when there is an event there that is primarily for young children, so primary or secondary age, school age children. Sales are not permitted in the stands, so they would be in some other area where the beverages would be served. You wouldn't have someone walking through the stands and selling beverages that way. And they are required to be sold by the glass, which is the term used in statute, but essentially like a single serving. And those servings have to be in a paper or a plastic cup. So those are the current requirements for serving beer or wine at an outdoor stadium, and those are not changed by the bill. And paraphrasing what an outdoor stadium is, you can see the definition if you're looking at the actual bill, but it's a commercially operated venue with 3,000 or more fixed seats. And the stadium is designed for playing a sporting event that is open to the public to watch for a fee. So that's a general definition of an outdoor stadium. I think, as Director Minio pointed out, there would need to be some changes if you were to move forward with this, because as drafted, Title 28A does provide for various license types, and then under each license type, list the premises that would be eligible to apply for one of those licenses. And that's something that would need to happen here if you were to move forward with the bill. And I also just wanted to provide you with some information about what those licenses would be. So if you were to authorize an outdoor stadium to get a Class 1 license, which would allow for all three types of alcoholic beverage, malt liquor, wine, and spirits, it would be a Class 1 license with an annual fee of $900. A spirits only license would be a Class 2 license, and that would be a $550 annual fee. I did want to give you, just for reference, a list of the premises that are eligible for a Class 1 license. So that's all three types of alcoholic beverages. And then the licenses for just beer or just wine. So as you can see, outdoor stadiums is here in green. They're eligible. I can make this a little bit smaller so you can see the whole chart. There we go. Outdoor stadiums are eligible for a wine license and a beer license. They are not listed in the category for all three. I also wanted to highlight others that are in the beer or wine category, but not in the Class 1. I think that Director Minio did refer to pool halls. There are others that come under that category as well. And then taverns right down here is a bit of an outlier, and they're only authorized to get a license to serve malt liquor for on-premises consumption. So I can leave that there for a second if people want to just take a look at that. I don't know if you want me to take questions now, Senator Hickman, or wait until I'm through.
I think, does anyone have any questions so far about the bill analysis? Seeing none, please continue. Thank you, Daniel.
So just in terms of issues for the committee's consideration, there are just a few. One I've already mentioned, which is the cross-referencing of the license types that you want outdoor stadiums to be eligible for if you decide to move forward with the bill. There will be some technical conflict with your errors bill, LD 1643. I don't think it would have a substantive impact, but if you were to move forward, that you'd give me permission to work with Janet to make sure that those things aligned and didn't create a conflict. And then I just wanted to point out that the bill is proposed as an emergency. And that's it.
Thank you, Danielle. Are there any questions from the committee about the bill? Seeing none, please stop sharing your screen. The chair recognizes Representative Piazza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Fox, for that very thorough explanation. I know where the OPLA analysts get it from now. And as much as we appreciate you being here, we're going to keep Janet if that's okay, because we.
It's okay.
Okay.
I just want to visit. That's all.
Okay. Perfect. Perfect. That being said, Mr. Chairman, I would move ought to pass as amended, and I will delay or defer unless Director Minio has something he'd like to add.
Chair recognizes Director Minio.
Thank you. Thank you. I was just trying to jump in there. Sorry, Representative. Thank you, Danielle. It's great to see you. And I'll just say this on record that Danielle was such a big help to me 8 years ago, 7, 8 years ago. I learned so much from her. So thank you. Great to see you again. The one thing is, again, Danielle did pick up on this as I expected she would. We did not consider bed and breakfast. We kind of forgot about that one, addition to pool halls. But I did get a memo, a quick text here from my team. Danielle, maybe you want to check this. I had a note that says that the restaurant class cannot add spirits as it makes it a CAR, we call it a Class A restaurant, because it has what's a much higher food requirement. I didn't know if you consider that, if that's something we wanted to clarify.
Yeah, so I wasn't saying that these should be equal. I just wanted to point out the differences in terms of eligibility in case people wanted to compare the types and see where outdoor stadiums fit in terms of the general types. I understand that. And had someone asked me about the Class A restaurant, I would have said, that's why they're there and restaurants are in the other two. Because they're both restaurants in essence, but they have different food requirements, right?
Thank you. Thank you both for being thorough. The chair recognizes Representative Piazza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In light of that new information, I would like to propose we move to pass as amended with moving pool halls in per the department's recommendation, and with aligning LD 1643, I believe it was, for the corrections, for the errors and corrections.
And does your amendment include amending other relevant parts of statute to make sure that this all works together?
It does, of course, yes. Yes, it does. Yes.
It's been moved by Representative Piazza. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Riley. Are there any discussion of committee members on the motion? The chair recognizes Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like everything else, this started so simple. I'm not sure why we're adding pool halls. And in fact, I had occasion to be in a pool hall where liquor was served. Maybe they weren't supposed to, but I'm just wondering why we're wanting to add that. And should we? And why shouldn't we?
I will, the chair recognizes Senator Farron.
If you don't mind, Mr. Chair, I'd rather have someone answer that question about pool halls first, and then I'll follow up if you don't mind.
Well, it's a policy question that a committee member has asked the committee. So does anyone want to offer an answer? The chair recognizes Representative Piazza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an amendment from the department, so I would like to hear from the director to understand why they chose specifically that category and not others to include in.
Director Minnie?
Yeah, thank you. Well, and when we were just talking to the commissioner's office about this the other day, we always try and think, are there other similar license types that would be applicable to this? And the only one we thought of was pool hall. We missed the bed and breakfast. I understand there's only one pool hall that's licensed for beer and wine currently right now in the state. It was just a suggestion for the committee. We're not necessarily promoting that, but we wanted to make sure that the committee, as always, has everything to consider.
Thank you, Director. I mean, if we look at the other piece of testimony in favor of the bill, if that is compelling, if Mr. McConnell's testimony compels the committee, it would seem if we're going to equalize it, we should equalize it to the extent that we can without messing with the Class A restaurant requirements, because those are different, and that is why they're in those three different categories. So, Chairman Chiazzo?
Yeah, I mean, I would concur, but if Representative, it was an afterthought, right? So if Representative McCray is concerned, I'm happy to remove that from the bill and limit it just to stadiums, if that would help her move this forward with a yes vote.
Chair recognizes Representative McCray.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I'm not. I mean, I did find the testimony compelling to remove Prohibition era constraints. So I'm not opposing it. I'm just, we'd need to change the title, right? not the biggest consideration, but I think Ms. Fox has a comment too, if that's okay.
I did want to just offer what the definition of pool hall is in statute. So a pool hall is a premises that has at least 6 regulation style pool tables and generates 50% or more of its revenue from sales to play pool. So I'm not sure what the department's input would be in terms of how that might relate to the distinctions also between restaurants and Class A restaurants, because the difference between those is how much of their sales is generated by food. And this is there's a similar criteria in terms of how much of their income is generated from the sale of playing pool. So charges or fees for someone to play pool. So I don't know how that factors into your policy consideration, but I thought it might be helpful since Director Minio did raise the issue of the differences between a Class A restaurant and a restaurant.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Does that raise any issues or concerns for members of the committee around the policy? And does the committee want to equalize everything outside of restaurants by adding bed and breakfast or not? Chair recognizes Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we just check with Director Minio about the question just raised
Absolutely.
about
Director.
restaurants.
Thank you. Yeah, we have no concerns with that at all. That's fine as is. Thank you. Again, it was just a suggestion.
Mhm.
Pool halls, and there's only one, but it doesn't mean there might be a few more down the road.
Thank you, Director. So the motion before us is to include pool halls, but not bed and breakfast. Is that the will of the committee, or are we going to include bed and breakfast as well? I'm seeing leave that alone for now. Chair recognizes Senator Farren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, especially this late working through the way that we are, just kind of some of those unintended consequences sometimes, and I get that. I'd just as soon keep this on track where we are and make sure that we don't open up things beyond where we're all good right now. And so I'd just assume support where we're at right now. And I'd be remiss if I did not say hello to Ms. Fox. And she has taught us all so much over the years, and great to see back. And I know you are nonpartisan staff, but we know we're your favorite committee. You don't have to acknowledge, just say, it's all right. So thank you for being here today.
Chair recognizes Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to concur with Senator Farren. I think I think the pool hall was again the department's suggestion, which I think was an afterthought. It's fine. I think there are obviously a lot more bed and breakfasts out there that this would apply to that would take a little bit more thought and consideration. Doesn't mean we can't do it later. I just think to Senator Farren's point, this initially came before us as an outdoor stadium bill, nothing else, and I think we try and stick to that as best we can.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the committee? Discussion on the motion ought to pass as amended, made by Representative Chiazzo, seconded by Representative Riley. Committee ready for the question? Darlene, please call the roll.
Senator Hickman,
Yay.
Senator Merrimont,
Yay. Yay.
got it. Senator Farren,
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo,
Yes.
Representative McCray,
Yes.
Representative Riley,
Yes.
Representative Supika,
Yes.
Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Kinney. You're on mute.
Yes, yes, I know. I was trying to get to it. Yes, please.
Representative Dolph
Yes.
and Representative Harrington is absent. Representative Corey is absent. So
10 members voting in the affirmative, none in the negative, 2 members absent. The motion prevails. We will have language review when the amendment is ready, and we will report the bill out at that time. Members who are absent have until Monday at noon to cast a vote if they would like to. I will close the work session on LD 2031. Before we move into our final public hearing for the day, we will take a 10-minute break so that folks can get their eyes rested. I don't know if anyone wanted to caucus before we have the public hearing. If you do want that 10-minute time to check in, our caucus link will be open momentarily. But with that, the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs will be at ease until 12:25. 12:25. Thank you all for your patience. We will return. Good afternoon now. It is 12:30. Welcome back to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. We have done committee introductions already. We won't repeat them, but I will also say we now have Janet Stucco, our analyst, with us to help us hear testimony and take notes as required. So again, my name is Craig Hickman. I'm the senator from Senate District 14, 11 towns in Southern Kennebec County, and I will be chairing this public hearing on LD 2029. Before we open up the public hearing, everyone knows that the subject matter is sensitive. And before we begin, I just want to set a couple of ground rules to ensure as much comfort as can be possible for those who will testify on this issue. This is being recorded on our streaming service. It will be heard live. The audio archive will be available forever. The YouTube video streaming, which will be online after we are completed, will be available forever. And I just want to say that the question was asked of me earlier. I did not have the answer to that, but there is no ability to remove any of this from the public record because this is a public hearing. There was a bit of concern in the guidance before today around that. The word anonymous was used in a way to testify in a public hearing. Technically, one cannot testify in a public hearing anonymously, but it is perfectly fine for someone to testify on behalf of someone else, so long as the person who is testifying is not anonymous and will use their name. No one is required to have their camera on when they testify. People are required to state their name, a name into the record if they're going to provide public testimony. The way committee members on this subject can get anonymous testimony would simply be off the record, which means that it would be information directed to each individual committee member in any means that anyone felt comfortable submitting their story or their victim impact statement to us. And that just wouldn't be part of the public record and therefore wouldn't be a part of what is in the public hearings archive when that becomes a part of history. We're going to take testimony today in groups, for lack of a better word. We're going to begin with the survivors who have signed up to testify. We will move to the lawmakers who are here to testify. Then we will move to the department who is here to testify. And then we will open it up again to members of the general public who are here to testify on the bill. For the first group, the group that I'm calling survivors, because that is who they are, we all will in advance applaud their bravery and courage for being here today to help us with this issue that we know we need to address. And so in the first group, I will ask lawmakers who have questions of any of the witnesses to send me a direct chat with your question. I will not censor anyone, but I just want to make sure that only one person is asking the question as a safety valve for comfort. If anyone objects to that, you may overrule me with a vote. Beyond that, the committee will run as any other public hearing will run. The one thing we will not do today, however, is keep a clock. I don't want to do that today. I will ask everyone to keep their comments to a reasonable amount of time, but we're not here to cut anyone off today on matters of this import. Again, this is to take public comment, and we know that we may have to take breaks throughout the public hearing if required. So I also want people to be aware of that and ready for it, and that will be at my discretion. And so I just want to make sure that everyone knows we may not run through this public hearing exactly as we do all other public hearings, and that will be the case. So unless any committee members don't have any questions about how we will proceed, I will open the public hearing on LD 2029, an act to enhance the prevention of and response to sexual assault and sexual harassment in the Maine National Guard, which is a committee bill not presented by a bill sponsor. And the first thing that I will do, I know people have been waiting patiently, I will ask in the attendee room, any survivor who is wishing to testify to please raise your hand. And I will begin, and this way I will not call upon you unless your hand is raised, because I respect the fact that at any point in time, even if you signed up, you may change your mind. So I will not call on anyone unless their hand is raised, and it will be in no particular order. So when everyone who wishes to testify in the survivor portion of the testimony this morning has their hands raised, I will promote you and we will begin the day. There will be a delay when I promote you to the committee meeting panel. You will have to accept the invitation. Sometimes it takes more than once to accept the invitation. And I'm trying to promote the first person to see if we'll have an easy flow here. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. Thank you very much for being here today. I will not say anyone's name because I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves. You may turn on your camera if you like, but whenever you are willing to begin your testimony, please.
Am I starting first?
Yes, you are.
That's a big deal. I'm gonna try not to get upset, but my name is Allie Safern, and I served in the Maine Army National Guard from 2009 until 2022. I've been medically retired in January for PTSD having to do with my assault. I joined the Guard in 2009. I was a student at the University of Maine, and I was enrolled in ROTC. I had big plans to be an officer and to serve my country dutifully and proudly. Also, a little bit about myself is I was a homeless youth. And so getting to college and joining the Army was a big dream that seemed unattainable. And I was able to reach that. So I was really, really proud of myself and really successful in training. When I got to my first unit, I was just young and bright and ready to learn to be a good soldier and to do my job. Immediately, I received unwanted attention by an NCO, and the Army teaches you to handle situations at the ground up. And so, as a very brave young woman, I approached this NCO. And I said, hey, your comments are making me really uncomfortable. He would say really vulgar things about my sex life and wanting to know how warm parts of my body were. And so I said, you're making me really uncomfortable, and I respect you and I want to work professionally with you. And that angered him, and his behavior towards me got more aggressive. To include, he started stalking me. So I would see his car outside of my apartment and at the University of Maine. And I tried reporting it up my chain of command, and I would get responses like, oh, that's just how he is, just ignore him. Or, well, it's because you're pretty. Or it seemed to always be my fault. It was my fault that I was receiving this attention that I didn't want. And then soon, when my reports were not taken seriously, I began to kind of start to unravel. So I started to fall apart. I was not as efficient in my job. I started failing things like PT tests, and I started becoming not the greatest performer, and I've gained a lot of weight. And so ultimately, what happened is I did meet with the equal opportunity officer at the time, because this was a harassment. And when I had that meeting with her, the kind of questions that were asked are you sure you want to report? Your report will ruin someone's career. This person that you're reporting may have a wife and children. And so I immediately felt like I couldn't make a report. Like, I don't want to ruin anybody's life. I just want to be able to serve. And so I walked out of that meeting feeling really deflated and unheard, and just outcasted. Because my performance started to slip, I had other leaders starting to make comments about me being a dirtbag and an EO queen and a slut. If I wasn't a slut, I wouldn't get this kind of attention. And so I became even more isolated and more confused because I was really hardworking, and I had big dreams. And so I couldn't understand why this was happening. And, I wanted them to see that I was a good person and I was here to do a good job. And so ultimately, there was another NCO who I will not name, because I want to share my perspective and my wants and not have to think about that person. But there was a person who became my savior, and he was another leader, much higher ranking than me, older than me, and he was very helpful towards me, and ultimately ended up being the soldier that assaulted me. And at the time of my assault, it was like I really trusted this person. I looked up to them, I valued them, and then they were hurting me. And the day that the assault happened, I died. So I feel like that young girl never came back. And so who I am today is someone who has worked really hard to help that young person. And I'm also here today so that we can work together to make things better, so that no other soldier has to feel the way that I have felt. My response to this trauma, gaining weight, failing PT, struggling in other areas in the Army, caused for me to also lose benefits. So failing classes, I got tuition assistance recouped from me. Failing PT tests, I got bonuses recouped from me. So much money was recouped from me that there were times when I was drilling or going to AT without receiving my paycheck. So I say that because I was so dedicated to this organization and I wanted so badly to be successful that I showed up at the right time in the right uniform without my benefits. And I continued to want to be a good leader and to support others. I want to testify in support of this bill, and with the intent that I believe that if we can truly take a look into the organization and understand all the limitations along the way, that we can band together to help eliminate those barriers. So if a leader says, I can't support this victim because this such and such Army regulation, how do we challenge that regulation? How do we say this is not working right now, and we need to challenge that because we have soldiers who are not performing to their potential. I went to officer school and failed. It was shortly after I was assaulted, and I think like the state of Maine missed out. I think I would have been an excellent officer or leader. I think that I had a lot to give the organization, and when I was not supported, at one point, instead of reporting assault, I tried just requesting counseling services, and I was not referred anywhere. I have been in psychotherapy for more than 6 years to deal with this trauma, and I have self-paid for most of that. And I continue to work on my mental health. And I just think that we need to properly support our victims. We need to look into what really is happening, why these things aren't taken seriously. I do believe there is a cultural issue. There are excellent soldiers in the Guard. I don't want to take away from those who are, but there's a real issue where we are kind of making fun or taking this topic lightly, and we can't do that anymore. Because it's costing us our potential. Our missions are not successful when we have soldiers hurting each other and soldiers dealing with that pain. So I want to be a part of whatever we can do to help the organization. I still believe in the organization. I want to see it thrive. I want to see it be successful. I think that the organization deserves that. We all deserve for it to be successful and thrive. And it's going to be making these programs better. So thank you for your time. I will try to answer questions to the best of my ability. And I want to support change.
Thank you very much for your testimony before us today. If committee members have questions, Senator Miramont, can you please type your question into a direct message for me, sir? Thank you. If any other members have any questions, just please type them into a direct message to me. And I will say that there are some time constraints for a few members of the public who are survivors. And so we will hear from a retired staff sergeant next, and then from Representative Hymanson, who is here to present some testimony on behalf of some people who are survivors. So that's the order that will go in next. And I don't see my chat box with any questions, so it doesn't look like there are. Here we are. So from Senator Miramont, Ali, the question is, where were you stationed? And was it any worse there than anywhere else?
So that's a great, and I can speak to the culture. I was stationed in Bangor, first with a transportation company. I did not enjoy working for the transportation company. At the time in 2009, I felt the culture was really toxic, where if anyone voiced a concern about sexual harassment, it was kind of like brushed off, not important. Responses were like, don't be a slut, or females were ranked on like you were a successful female based on how attractive you were. Really inappropriate. I have not worked with the 1136 since 2011, so I can't speak to the culture now. And I can say that I later on served with several aviation units where I really, really loved working in aviation personally. I felt really connected to and bonded with soldiers there. However, at some point when I decided to report my assault, which was years later, and there's a culminating bunch of reasons why I decided to finally pursue my report, and regardless of how I was treated, stick with it. I felt that due to lack of transparency, those units that I loved, soldiers didn't know what was going on with me. They saw me kind of disappear, and there was a lot of animosity. Rumors about me recircled. Things like I was fat, I was lazy, I was making false claims, were things that I was hearing, and it broke my heart because I loved them. I loved all of them and would do anything for them. And what I asked leadership to let me do is to tell my unit my story. Let them hear from me. Let them hear my truth so that I can share with them that I'm not lazy and I'm not stupid and I'm not here because I don't care about them and that I don't want to work. I'm not here because I don't feel safe. And I think there needs to be more transparency with this stuff, because I think it would have, for me to stand before those units and share with them my information, I don't have to name my predator. I can just share how this impacted me and how we can all work together to move on successfully, I think would have done wonders for the unit. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from the committee? If so, please put them in the chat. I am going to promote another survivor to tell their story before they have to return to an important part of their day. And so, Ms. Safard, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Whenever you are ready, you may begin your story and your testimony. Retired.
Thank you.
Yes. Go ahead.
My name is Brittany Smith. I served in the Maine Army National Guard from 2009 into 2021. I was and have been a dedicated and respected non-commissioned officer of the Maine Army National Guard. I served honorably in 2012 to 2013 in the support of Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan. I've been certified in 3 jobs within the organization: military police, aviation operations, and human resources. I've continued to expand my knowledge with the organization with many other certifications, to include but not limited to being certified as a victim advocate, suicide prevention, unit prevention leader. And additionally, I've taken a civilian training in family violence prevention education facilitators as a corrections officer, a probation officer assistant, and I've been a strong advocate for the safety and well-being of every member of this organization. And I say that in regards to it shouldn't matter, but it does. It does to everybody that asks or talks about my situation. Oh, well, she must have gotten in trouble and she's trying to get away with it. Or she probably failed PT, or she's probably overweight or underweight or sleeping with her commander or whatever, but it doesn't matter. I had a great career and I did really amazing things for this country and this organization. And I gave up my entire youth from 18 to 31 to this organization. I celebrations of life and huge milestones in my family and friends' lives, and sacrificed some of my own progression within my adult life by putting it on hold to go to Afghanistan to fight for this country, to go to training, to go to schools. I left my husband, my family, everybody behind while I furthered my education to help this organization. And still I was repaid with being sexually assaulted and not being taken seriously or supported through the process. In 2019, I came forward with an unrestricted sexual assault case, to which some of the first statements made to me were, he's an asset to this organization and his career mattered more than mine because I was a non-commissioned officer and he was an officer. He was an educator pilot, so they needed him to continue to do his job, whereas as a human resources NCO, I guess my job didn't matter that much. I was mocked throughout the entire investigation and ostracized, treated, outcasted, wasn't even giving leaders the greeting of the day. I didn't get it in return. I was almost invisible to everyone around me. It took over 400 days from the time I came forward to the time I got back the substantiated claims, to which I was proven to be telling the truth. There were several substantiated sexual assault incidents and sexual harassment. My offender was allowed to voluntarily resign from the organization and received no discipline whatsoever in regards to the investigation and substantiated claims. I was told that it was too hard for the guard to go through the process of having a administrative board on this individual, instead of allowing me to either, like, they didn't give me any option. They didn't want to do the paperwork. They're too lazy. The chief of staff then took it upon himself to investigate me, and because he didn't like the fact that I was ill. I was sick from PTSD from the assault and how the organization treated me throughout the reporting process and investigation process. And he was upset that I was in treatment to get better. I was diagnosed in September of 2019 with PTSD, panic disorder, anxiety, and major depressive disorder, along with stress-induced anorexia. So not only was I mentally sick, I was physically becoming ill because I had like a physical reaction to my PTSD. I was nauseous, I couldn't eat, like I felt sick all of the time. And instead of supporting me, he mocked me in open meetings, to where he said if that's all he has to do is claim PTSD to stay home and drink brandy in his coffee, that he was going to make the same accusations or the same claims, when in reality, they weren't claims, it was real life for me. I was currently and very actively participating in 2 forms of two forms of, or two modalities of counseling, along with I saw a psychiatrist, my PCP, and a few other like physical health doctors. So I was in treatment 5 days a week, sometimes twice a day, trying to get myself back in uniform when I was getting all of this negative comments from my leadership. To include, I had the state physician's assistant, when we were discussing my work status, say he didn't know what happened to me. I used to be a rock star. The only thing that changed from the time that I used to be a rock star was the fact that I was sick and I was trying to get better. My job never was affected by my PTSD, other than when I was really sick, I had to take a leave of absence from work. I was told that it wasn't financially responsible of the organization to continue to have me take these leaves of absences paid, because I wasn't producing product for the organization. They had no regard for my physical or mental well-being whatsoever. They were more worried about the product that I could produce for the organization. And I want to talk about the culture. I gave Mr. Hickman my report because it speaks highly of the culture in this organization, and how during my assault, everybody around me knew what was going on and chose to do nothing. They put it back on me. Oh, she's strong enough. Oh, she was a correctional officer, so she can fight if she needs to protect herself. Oh, if she wanted to stop, she'd make it stop. I was mocked and told I was crazy when I had negative responses to the groping and the sexual advances in an open forum in front of other leaders. The culture in this organization is awful in regards to physical safety and the well-being of their individuals. They care more about what they look like politically than they do about the safety of their soldiers. But without their soldiers, these people don't have jobs. Just because somebody is in a position of significant trust and authority does not mean that they tell the truth. They're going to tell you what you want to hear. Just like in these meetings that we have with the National Guard and the National Guard Bureau, when they're not providing numbers or statistics or can show proof of X, Y, or Z, it's because they're telling you what they think you want to hear, with all of these solutions that they claim to be having, but they've actually done nothing to do any of that, because that's why they don't have the numbers to give you. They physically do not have them because they don't care enough to have them. If we really need to focus on the safety and well-being of our troops, because we ask a lot of them. I'll never get justice for what happened to me, so this is my form of justice in changing the process in which we hold people accountable. Without accountability, we have nothing. We can't trust these people to go to war and fight for our country and carry weapons with live ammo when we can't even be safe in our own backyard. We ask a lot of these troops, a lot of sacrifice, and we can't give them the simple courtesy of human rights. We're violating human rights when we're allowing these assailants to run around and assault people without consequence. We're violating human rights when we're not giving people equal employment or equal opportunity. I would say more than 50% of victims that come forward with sexual assault end up out of the organization. I was a lifer. This was my whole life. I loved it more than anything. And my career was cut short because I came forward and tried to hold somebody accountable for what they did. And that's not fair. That's not fair that my career was over because I came forward and told the truth. I really hope that we can come to some resolution and start holding people accountable for what they're doing, leaders and predators, because the leaders in this organization are just as guilty by allowing it to happen and doing nothing. We have leaders walking around saying they wouldn't allow their children to be a part of this organization because it's not safe enough. But the people in it are supposed to feel safe. And that's all I have to say.
Retired Staff Sergeant Smith, for your testimony today. I have a question on behalf of Senator Miramont. Is there any way you could feel safe if you were deployed after raising this issue? Do you believe the other soldiers would have your back when your life is on the line if they would do this regarding sexual harassment?
If the organization had supported me, I would have felt safe going downrange with them. But the way they handled it and the way that the lack of support that I had really made it so that I was terrified to go downrange with them. And I think it changed a lot of perspective for a lot of people in that regards. And because it's very public when these things happen. So I think it changed a lot of that feeling of safety and security for a lot of people. If they had stepped in and had my back from the beginning, I would have felt safe, but they allowed this behavior to continue. So what would they have allowed to happen when we had live ammo in our hands and we were downrange and we had all of these weapons and isolation? What would have happened then?
Thank you again for being here. Thank you for sharing what you did share with me, and I can share it with committee members if I have your permission, but I do have it.
You have my permission to share it with whoever you need to, sir.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Again, we appreciate your courage and your bravery and knowing that you still want to make the organization better. With that, I will call upon Representative Hymanson, who is here to present testimony on behalf of others. At this time. Good afternoon, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you to the committee, and thank you for having me come in. Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, honorable members of the Committee on Veteran and Legal Affairs. I'm Patty Hymanson, representing House District 4, parts of York, Wells, Sanford, all of Ogunquit, testifying in support of the premise of LD 2029 and offering information and suggestions. Thank you to the committee for reporting out this important bill. As a physician who trained and worked in a hierarchical system over 40 years, experiencing how a culture that tolerates sexual harassment can change over time for the better, I applaud the bravery of the women of the Maine National Guard for standing up and telling their stories. Since I testified to this committee after Major General Farnham gave his report to this committee on March 11th, I have heard from women of the Maine National Guard. Some you will hear from today, others were unwilling to expose themselves, and that is understandable. I'm going to speak about sexual harassment, separate from sexual violence. General themes were that sexual harassment was common and appeared from high command down to all levels. Power games, intimidation, and forced body closeness occur, and if a woman files a complaint, their mental health fails. You shouldn't have to put up with that to serve in the Maine National Guard, one woman told me. One woman expressed that sexual harassment is embedded in the system, top to bottom. Here are quotes from conversations. I have many more. My body was often randomly commented on. I found myself covering as much as myself up as possible, minimalizing the ability for any comments. It never worked because there was always be suggestions made about what I should wear. You have such a nice ass that you should wear jeans. One day I walked in a room that had a sign, call for a good time, and my number was posted on it. I was quiet, compliant, and simply wanted to serve. Another, I walked out of the shower and noticed a guy staring down from above the curtain. He had a direct line of sight into the makeshift shower. He smiled at me as I walked by him. I wanted to vomit and felt incredibly violated, but just looked down and walked on. Another, in 2008, my commander made it clear that my job and mission was to raise children and be a wife. He also made it clear that harassment or assault did not happen in the service. Fast forward to now, the same person repeated these exact words to a notable female service member. He made further derogatory comments regarding her decision to be in the unit and that she only got the command position because the guard wanted to look good, that she was their token female commander. Nothing much has changed in almost 15 years. It's the same leadership. Another, he just reached over and grabbed my breast. We were just riding together. He felt he had to grab my chest. Another, they just investigate you if you come forward in order to discredit you. They will find something wrong with you in order to discredit and cause you harm. Another, I had reached a point where I could no longer just deflect and drive on. I explained that I couldn't walk in the armory without my body or behavior being turned into something sexual. I would find love letters in my uniform pocket that someone slipped in the locker room. I was grabbed and groped in multiple different ways. I explained that everything I did had sexual tone or gender criticism to it. If my face was dirty from carpenter work, it was not feminine enough. If I drove heavy equipment different, it was my gender, not the lack of training. If I bent over or had a tool in my hand, it was sexual. Another, I had been the same rank far longer than any guys, yet I had done everything right to be promoted. I passed the necessary tests, volunteered for deployments, had a college degree, but was still passed over for promotion. Another, he told me he wouldn't give me a position because he thought I was hot and wanted to date me. Another, they will make your life miserable if you try to stand up. The IG even said they can't do anything to help victims because she is afraid herself. She is a victim of sexual assault and is afraid of reporting, and she is the IG. What hope is there for the rest of us? Another, I sat there on my phone and zoned out for hours. I thought I was crazy for reporting it. They made me think I was crazy and alone. I used to love working, but I began to think about suicide. I started to see a therapist, but have lost teeth from all the anxiety. They hate women who speak out. Another, they threatened me and told me not to say anything. They said I would be investigated if I did. Another, I don't believe her. This is what the chief of staff said about a sexual assault case that was pending. He said this in front of a group. I have to say myself very clearly, these women I heard from are proud to serve and want to make the Maine National Guard all it can be. Clearly spoken was the absolute hope that Maine could be like other states that seem to have navigated this. They spoke of women moving to other states where this harassment was not such an obstacle and where they could serve and thrive. As you review this bill, please consider how to change culture by engaging an independent agency experienced in evaluating military sexual harassment and culture change. In addition, support ways to engage and advertise an external option for women to report harassment and be supported after harassment. Most importantly, please listen to these brave women. Thank you for your attention to these voices, and thank you to the women of the Maine National Guard for serving our country and our state.
Thank you, Representative Hymanson. Are there any questions for Representative Hymanson from the committee? You may, of course, ask them directly to the representative. Seeing none, we appreciate all that you have done as well to help bring this testimony to us, Representative. We can't do our work without hearing it. So thank you.
Thank you.
I am promoting the next survivor whose hand is raised. Welcome to the committee. You may state your name and begin your testimony whenever you are ready.
Hi, my name is Caitlin.
It's okay. It's okay.
I want to start by saying thank you to the members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee for listening to my testimony today. My views do not represent the Maine Army National Guard. My first experience going to a unit was nothing like I expected. As a 19-year-old private first class, I was appalled when my platoon sergeant's first words of advice to me were to never sleep with anyone in the main Army National Guard, but if I do, it should be him. He would make comments saying that I looked 12 years old and use that as a way to introduce a conversation about having sex with me, to show someone that's not even a teenager yet how to do it right. He felt at ease saying that in front of a group of people, none of which stood up for how wrong it was. That was followed by a few drills of not just him, but other guys making comments about my appearance and being what I thought was too comfortable with making unwanted advances, especially for married men. They were insistent that my uniform was too big, their solution being to try to stick their hands down my blouse or bottoms to show how baggy it was. I remember being taught when I was younger to keep my hands to myself. It seemed as though they never got that memo. That was until I volunteered for the Southwest Border Mission, part of me hoping I could get away from that unit and the behavior they were allowing. Unfortunately, these comments followed me to my new unit, as guys would persistently beg me for nudes or say to my face how I have a banging body that anybody would be lucky to smash. Comments like these were coming from sergeants, people in leadership positions that I should be able to look up to. I remember being advised about the potential scenarios that we could face before leaving for Arizona. I never thought I'd have to be cautious of someone I went down there with, until I was left alone in a situation where I ended up being sexually assaulted. When we wear this uniform, we should be able to trust our fellow soldiers to the left and right. However, that changed for me. That was hardly the worst part. When I tried to report the assault, I was originally told it didn't happen on Army property, so they wouldn't do anything about it. Instead, I was told to contact the police. I was pushed into doing an unrestricted report, even though I made it clear I wanted to do a restricted report. Sorry, I said that wrong. I was pushed into doing a restricted report, even though I made it clear I wanted to do an unrestricted report. People refer to me as the shiny new toy anywhere I went. I was the young new female they were hoping they could groom. They would try to use my kindness against me. Everyone would always tell me not to report anything and how it's totally fine. They said their actions weren't worth reporting, or that I was being too sensitive, that I shouldn't ruin someone's career. Many guys are very dismissive and quick to assume they're just harmless jokes, when in reality, they lead to much more. I was shocked that I wasn't even warned about this type of behavior. Everyone else acted as though it was as normal as a conversation about the weather. It seemed as though they thought that no meant yes, and any type of behavior would fly. There are good people in the National Guard who care. It's just a matter of handling these situations the right way and not being afraid of them. Originally, I was hesitant to speak today, but then I started to think about all the soldiers that never had the chance. I wanted to have the strength and courage to do what they weren't able to do. Today, I stand before all of you, not only to speak for myself, but for everyone who has been through a similar situation. I encourage others who have dealt with any form of sexual abuse, sexual assault, or sexual harassment to report it. This behavior does not belong in the Army, nor does it belong anywhere else. Thank you all for your time.
And thank you for your strength and courage, Caitlin. Before you depart, are there any questions from the committee? If so, please direct them to me. I'll give you a few minutes just in case. It doesn't seem as though there are any questions for you. Representative Wood is going to send me a question momentarily, and I will ask it. So hold on one second, Caitlin. Thank you very much again for your patience. Representative Wood would like for you please to tell us what the difference between a restricted and unrestricted report are.
A restricted report is pretty much when no one knows about what happened, or like that you were necessarily the victim, but you can still get counseling if you need it. Whereas an unrestricted report, there can be an investigation into it and what happened.
Thank you. I see that Representative Wood is nodding her head, and so thank you for that clarity on the different ways in which survivors can report their assault or harassment. So again, with that, we appreciate you being here today. Your strength and courage are certainly seen and felt and heard. You're an inspiration. Thank you for serving our country in the Maine National Guard. Next, I have brought into the panel to testify Rebecca. Whenever you are ready to begin your testimony, Rebecca, you may do so. If you can hear me. Some people's internet may be a little unstable, so I will give Rebecca another minute or so. And if that doesn't work, I will leave Rebecca with us and invite someone else in to testify to make sure that we can hear from everyone. It looks like Rebecca may have a little trouble. So again, I'll just allow Rebecca to remain, and we'll move instead to Amy. Welcome to the committee. Amy, you may begin your testimony whenever you are comfortable. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. All right, deep breaths. I am appearing before you here today to share my experience as a former soldier in the Maine Army National Guard. I wrote this with much hesitation as I have left this chapter behind me. I'm still afraid of repercussions from this organization. I served from August 2003 until June 2016, enlisting at age 19 into the Maine Army National Guard while I was in college because I was finding it hard to pay for schooling. It sounded like a great deal on the radio ads, so I visited a National Guard recruiter in Calais, Maine, to find out more. I joined in August of 2003 and ultimately ended up dropping out of college in April of 2004 so that I could attend basic training at Fort Jackson, South Carolina. Upon my return from basic, I was placed at the 286 Petroleum Supply Battalion in Bangor, Maine around September. I was a 92 Yankee unit supply specialist assigned to the 286 supply room, working with a Staff Sergeant Paul Hooper. My duties were cleaning the supply room and ensuring that soldiers signed their clothing records and other odd tasks. I was very motivated and thrived in the environment, and I also volunteered for extra duties. I also got along well with my leadership, and I was happy to be a part of the organization. In the spring of 2005, our unit was ramping up to go to Rapid City, South Dakota for our annual training. For those of you that don't know, it's our 2 weeks a year commitment. I was asked if I wanted to be placed on the ADVON or advanced party to help prepare before the main body of troops came in the week after. I agreed, and I was put on orders in the weeks before AT to help prepare for the movement. Prior to the departure, one morning when I came into the supply room, Staff Sergeant Hooper was sitting at his desk with 2 open laptops. One was the government issued one, and the other one was his personal one. He asked if I would read something on his personal one and motioned me to sit in his seat. I sat down, and he promptly left the supply room. What I read was a typed letter to me, which professed his affection for me, the desire to become intimate with me, and the letter also stated that my positive demeanor and youthfulness made him feel alive and that he wanted to become more than just friends. Having grown up in a home where I was actually molested regularly by a family member, sadly, I was used to this type of advance. I had kind of learned the hard way as a child that when I came forward about the abuse to my mother, she had threatened me with being taken away by DHS, and she treated me pretty badly for a very long time after. So from that point, I had learned keeping my mouth shut was the best outcome for survival at a young age. I decided to address the letter myself and typed a response back to him explaining that I was not interested in him And while I appreciated him feeling enlightened by my presence, I was not going to have any sort of relationship aside from a professional one. When he returned, he read it, he agreed. Things seemed to be okay after that. The day of the departure, Staff Sergeant Hooper gave me a brand new set of Wiley X sunglasses, which were kind of coveted. They were fairly new. They were pretty cool sunglasses, but he gave them to me as a sign of goodwill. I was one of the only soldiers who was gifted this type of sunglasses at the time. I accepted them and we went to Rapid City, South Dakota. I was asked to run errands and set up training lanes and staged vehicles before the troops came in. When the main body got there, we were in the field in the Black Hills. We set up tents and used generators and dug trenches around the area where the rain was an issue. I was housed in the supply tent with 3 people, one being Staff Sergeant Hooper. I did not feel uncomfortable at the time because I basically just slept there, never changing clothing or getting ready there, as there was a separate female bathroom tent for those things. I felt that things were going very well after my letter and our understanding. I was expected to stay in the tent in the morning hours and watch the weapons while Staff Sergeant Hooper and the other ones went out and got food for the troops and did morning routines. Within a few days, one of my female soldier friends fell very ill, and she had to be transported to the hospital because she ended up having an emergency surgery. I was her battle buddy and accompanied her there and waited until late in the night. A captain from our unit eventually showed up and said that I wasn't going to be staying with her for the remainder of her stay and that I was needed back at camp by Staff Sergeant Hooper for a mission that was going to be held the next day. Our mission was to travel 2 hours from our camp to pick up light sets from the South Dakota Guard unit. I was sent back to camp around 5:30 a.m. and we got ready to travel to get the light sets. It was a long drive and we took a Humvee, which made the journey even longer because they're not very fast. While on the trip, Staff Sergeant Hooper made comments about my body and telling me things that what he would do to me if only he was younger. He told me about the fact that he was miserable in his married life and how attracted he thought I was. He said that I make things hard for him. I immediately felt sick to my stomach and started distancing myself when we got to the site to get the sets. I was questioned on the way back about why I was so quiet, and I lied to him and told him that I was tired to avoid any issues. After this trip, I became increasingly uneasy, but tried to maintain a sense of control. I began volunteering for random legs of guard duty, digging more trenches at camp to keep out the rain and running errands for the TOC. Staff Sergeant Hooper noticed my absence and sought me out to confront me, asking if I was avoiding him. I lied and said since it was my first AT, I wanted to experience more than just sitting in a tent. He told me that he was depressed and that mother had been talking to him. The problem with that statement was that his mother had been dead for many years at that point. I was now incredibly alarmed and kept my distance, often wasting time in the operations tent that I didn't belong in. I only came back to the supply tent to sleep when other people were there and didn't want to find myself alone with him again. One evening, I got up really late at night to use the latrine, which was really far across the field. He followed me across this field in the dark and cornered me. An altercation ensued, and excuse my language, but he shouted, "What the fuck do you want from me?" At this point, I was scared. I had had enough, and I raised my voice back and yelled that I wanted him to be more professional. This made him even more irate, and he got in my face, nose to nose, yelled at me, and his breath and spit covered my face. "More professional, fuck you, specialist." At this point, I felt scared, not knowing if he was going to harm me, and I clamped my hand on his throat to push him away from my face. I was only stopped when someone else heard the exchange and intervened. I was brought in front of the leadership and questioned as to why I would put my hands on a staff sergeant. I told them that I was alone in the dark with a volatile man who had made a sexual advance at me, and I was scared for my safety. Later the same morning, I was called in front of the colonel and the sergeant major of the unit, and they took me aside and questioned me more. I gave my account and then moved my things out of the tent into another tent. I was told that I'd probably have to be moved to another unit, and I was devastated. I loved that unit and most of the people in it, and I didn't understand why they thought I was the problem if this man couldn't accept no as an answer. Meanwhile, Staff Sergeant Hooper was reprimanded lightly and he broke down in tears, offering to resign. The leadership that said that was too drastic and encouraged him to keep his job. I, on the other hand, was labeled as a sexual harassment flag and then treated much differently by the staff and other soldiers, often with comments being made about not wanting to be alone or anywhere near me. Shortly after returning home from AT, I started applying for other assignments. I had begun looking for jobs within the organization. I interviewed for an entry-level tool room supply attendant position at CSMS, which is the local shop in Augusta. As I felt that I was more than qualified for it due to my MOS, which was supply, and my working experience. The interviewers were Captain Michael Steinbushel and a CW5 Cliff Small. I was notified that I wasn't selected, but I kept applying at different places. And eventually I was selected for a global war on terrorism recruiting job in the Main Guard's Recruiting and Retention Belfast office. When I was attending recruiting school at Peck in Little Rock, Arkansas, I was walking into the lodging building when I heard someone call out my name. I saw Staff Sergeant Stephen Ingstrom, who is the neighboring supply sergeant for the 1136 Transportation Company, located adjacent to the 286 supply room. I knew Staff Sergeant Ingstrom and I had worked around him occasionally. He called me over to where he was sitting and he sternly directed me to stay away from Paul. I took a step back and I asked who was Paul, and he said that he and Staff Sergeant Hooper were down there for school and I needed to stay away from him. He told me that he was command directed to tell me that I was to stay away from him. I was embarrassed and humiliated, and after the altercation, I called my previous sergeant major of the 286 while in tears and asked if it was true. It was not true. Staff Sergeant Ingstrom took it upon himself to make me feel uncomfortable and to try to humiliate me. I had run-ins with Ingstrom prior to that last encounter during my career where he would speak of explicit sex with other women and talk about their bodies. He would ask me about my own sex life, and I would usually just try to laugh it off and change the subject. He was finally fired years later for trying to seduce another young female soldier while they were on TDY. Towards the end of my schooling, a few soldiers and I were going out to a local place, and I ran into Captain Steinbushel, who was also attending an unrelated class at Peck. We invited him to go with all of us and went out. As the evening wore on, he pulled me aside and he confessed to me that he was told not to hire me for the CSMS job because CW5 Small told him that I was a walking sexual harassment case waiting to happen. It broke my heart. And Captain Steinbushel apologized to me for this, and I thanked him for his honesty because it was refreshing. It stuck with me and it became a harsh reminder from then on. So after recruiting school, I was sent to the Belfast office to work with Staff Sergeant Bruce Roscoe. My experience with Roscoe was not a great one. He would continuously talk about how women were for breeding purposes on more than one occasion, like they were farm animals, how their place was meant at home and not serving in uniform. It was an uncomfortable environment and I didn't last long as a recruiter and I could not find my way out fast enough. I got counseled weekly by the Sergeant Major of Recruiting and Retention, and she accused me of just not liking my office partner. The fact was that the atmosphere was toxic and I dreaded work on a daily basis. Over the next few years, I found myself at various technician jobs and eventually landed an AGR assignment as a supply sergeant, first at the 120th RSG and then ending up at the 133rd preparing for a deployment. While serving at the 133rd, a male sergeant came into my office with the black component of his sleep system. It had been cut in multiple places and he was requesting a new one. I asked him how it happened and he didn't immediately respond, but I had to say, unless you tell me why your government issued property is defaced, I cannot do anything but charge you for your negligence. He told me that he was part of an investigation of a gang rape that he had been in Belfast, he was involved in, and they took sperm samples from his sleeping bag for analysis. I was shocked to realize that the guard just simply moved this person from one unit where one terrible crime was committed to our headquarters because he and the leadership were friends. He simply just took a bust in rank and he was allowed to serve just the same. And I believe he just retired recently. After my time at the engineers, I ended up at my last duty station, which was Joint Forces Headquarters on Camp Keys in Augusta. I was fairly new there and the unit seemed to be a good fit for me. I took immense pride in my work and even applied to compete in a prestigious Supply Excellence Award, which was a national competition. I was also into bodybuilding and health and prepping for a bodybuilding show to be held in April of 2014. When one of our soldiers was set to retire, the whole unit was invited to the NCO club on post. My friend, Staff Sergeant Sassman, who's a female, and I were in attendance. We had big plans afterward to go to my house and eat Chinese food, which was a treat because I was eating very clean for my bodybuilding show and not drinking any alcohol regularly. While at the club, I was sitting at the bar with one Bud Light and talking on my left with many other people in attendance. On my right was Master Sergeant Harry Dumont, who worked in another office. Everyone was chatting and having a good time, and I casually sipped my beer and kept talking to fellow soldiers, and the Master Sergeant kept replacing my beer with a new one, and I didn't catch on, but I began to feel extremely intoxicated. I thought that it was because of my low tolerance from abstaining from alcohol and being into fitness. I had thought my beer was at the same level the whole time, but later found out from someone in attendance that he was actually replacing it and thinking it was funny. Master Sergeant Dumont leaned in to grab my attention, and he asked if I wanted to be his friend. And I retorted that I'm a supply sergeant and everybody wants to be my friend. He then asked how married I was. My defense in a situation is to use humor. And I responded with, well, I haven't been married for a year yet, so it's too soon to be miserable. Haha. And he asked again, no, really, how married are you? And then I looked at him and I said firmly, I'm very married. He then propositioned me to go back to his hotel room with him, the one that I had secured for him for drill weekend, so that he didn't have to drive home. My friend Staff Sergeant Sassman intervened and drove me home, and I cried hysterically the whole way over the encounter. Over the next few weeks, Master Sergeant Dumont would email me, usually saying simply, hi, or some greeting of the day. I drafted an email and I told him that I would be devastated if my own husband were doing the things that he was doing, like propositioning other women, emailing them for ulterior motives. He stopped correspondence after that, but the damage was done. On drill weekend, I had to stand in formation and watch this man get promoted to Sergeant Major after I was told he was busted down years before for some misconduct. And this is all while his wife stood by his side and everyone clapped and cheered for him. It was then that something broke loose. Everything was raw and I became enraged and started experiencing severe mental distress. I reported all of this to the unit EO rep the same day and was brought directly into the SARC office, which is our sexual assault response coordinator. I was put in queue for trying to see a counselor for MST at the VA. Since I was an AGR, it wasn't as cut and dry. I had to get permission. There was a loophole for me to be seen at the VA. The SARC encouraged me to file a restricted report so I would be able to get the help that I needed privately without everyone knowing. As stated, a restricted report is basically like it didn't happen, but the victim can get help. Nobody is supposed to know after one of these reports is filed and there's no investigation so that the victim doesn't have to be traumatized further. I felt that this was the best way to approach it and still be able to go on with my life. Unfortunately, my life had begun falling apart. I started having severe panic attacks. I had no idea what a panic attack was. I was having uncontrollable crying spells that would last all day. I had disturbing anger issues, resulting in some pretty dangerous scenarios. I didn't understand why my body was doing this at the time because I thought I was in control, and I didn't know what these panic attacks were. I just knew that I would be sitting there and all of a sudden the bottom would drop out from under me and I couldn't rationalize or stop it. It felt like I was going to die right then and there. My heart rate would skyrocket, I would be in severe pain, and I would be hysterical. After these attacks, I would regain my wits and I would excuse myself for the day and drive home to sleep because I was exhausted. I became interested in suicide. I imagined myself drifting into oncoming traffic multiple times. I had many suicidal ideations and wished that I would just go to sleep and never wake up. After one incredibly terrifying panic attack in the parking lot at work, I reached out to the Maine Guard's mental health office for an appointment to understand why I was having these episodes and what they were. Captain Edith Gagnon was the person I was put into touch with. I sat down with her and explained what happened to me starting in basic training when my 15-year-old brother committed suicide on June 7th, 2004, and on the very same night, my drill sergeant sexually assaulted me in the same office while I was searching for a plane ticket home. And I told Captain Gagnon about the incidents in the Guard that I had experienced, which led me there. I was met with coldness and judgment. She asked me why I would keep that inside and that it was suspicious that I'd have a problem almost 10 years later. She told me that I was just trying to get out of work and that it wasn't as big of a problem as I was making it out to be. She then proceeded to flag me in the personnel system for mental health disorder. I wasn't allowed to deploy, advance my career, or carry a weapon, which, as we all know, is a prerequisite for being in the Guard. I didn't know this until my boss came in a few days after asking why I was flagged. I was stuck between divulging that I had been a victim of sexual assault and harassment or being reprimanded and potentially losing my job. I felt hopeless and helpless, and I was numb. I don't remember much of anything as far as daily life goes. After another panic attack, I called upstairs to another provider who I only knew in passing. He was a civilian, and his name was Hannah Patterson, and he was the director of the psychological health at Camp Keys. I garnered up the courage and asked if I could speak with him. When I had divulged that I had filed a restricted report and just needed help with my mental state, he looked at me wide-eyed and told me what Captain Gagnon did was illegal. What I didn't know was that since it was restricted report that I filed, I was asking for help. There shouldn't have been any record of a flag or the meeting. The reality was that this flag was visible all the way up to the National Guard Bureau. The Guard leadership wanted to pursue legal action against this indiscretion through our JAG, Major Heineman. But when I went to speak with him, he let on that he knew what was happening, but he said he didn't know about my situation because my report was restricted. I'd have to file an unrestricted report in order to pursue legal action. What I also didn't realize is that when you file an unrestricted report, the victim is no longer invisible. The nearest law enforcement unit is notified. And since I was an AGR, that meant the U.S. Army's Criminal Investigation Division, or CID, was to be notified. A week later, I was told that I was to interview with the CID agent. I felt railroaded and blindsided, and it was all happening very fast. I met with the agent in a conference room at the VA where I had been receiving counseling for MST. I was heavily questioned about everything that had happened, all while being recorded on camera. I was embarrassed and I was scared, and I did not anticipate any of this. Shortly after, the Maine Guard contacted me to come in for a meeting because I had been out of work for a few months at this point getting treatment. Captain Joel Dunn told me that I needed to vacate my position or come back to work. He then presented me with a third option of being sent to the WTU in Fort Drum, New York. For those of you who aren't familiar with the WTU, it's a warrior transition unit where people who get TBIs from deployments and all of that, they get sent there for treatment. It's basically like a warrior hospital. So he described the WTU in Fort Drum as community care. He told me that I would be sent there for a few weeks in process and then be sent home to continue my treatment with my already established and trusted MST counselor at the VA back in Maine. I agreed to this, and on January 19th, 2015, I was sent to the WTU. I realized when I got there that it was not like anything what he had described. They told me that I was to be held there until I could be med boarded, which could be years. I was alone with no family, no friends, and the WTU did not have an established MST professional or a designated women's clinic anywhere on post. It was an infantry base with little to no resources to help somebody like me. My first few days were extremely taxing on my mental state. I met my WTU leadership and discussed the fact that I think that there was a mistake. They assured me that I'm in the right spot. I ended up speaking with a master sergeant in charge of my platoon, and she divulged sensitive information on another WTU member that had been sexually assaulted at the very same WTU on post by another WTU soldier. She divulged sensitive details like the assaulted soldier's name and her phone number, and told me that we might be able to talk and bond because we have these things in common. I was mortified. I went back to my room and immediately called Staff Sergeant Tracy King at MedCom and told her that this whole thing was a mistake, and she simply told me that that's where I belonged. JFHQ command had filled my supply position back home, and I was to remain at Fort Drum for the entirety of the med board process. Most of my days were spent in my room because there was no treatment appointments for me there, aside from the behavioral health clinic where they doled out drugs. The provider wanted me to take pills for sleep, depression, and anxiety, which I refused because I wanted to have my wits about me while in this foreign place. I was on guard and rarely left my room. I gained probably close to 60 pounds. I was almost 200 pounds, and I had always been fairly thin. I didn't have a qualified MST counselor, but they sent me to an intern with absolutely no MST experience. I ended up having to contact Representative Shelley Pingree's office to advocate for being able to return home for care. I tirelessly advocated for my return home because I was severely depressed and withdrawn. I almost lost my marriage, and I had a young son at home who needed me. After speaking with someone at Fort Belvoir's Virginia's WTU intake, I was able to ascertain that I would not be a danger to myself or others if allowed the possibility of returning home to get the proper treatment. At the beginning of April, I was sent to the Fort Belvoir WTU unit and returned home under the conditions that I go to school or go back to work. I chose school. I struggled with mental health heavily. I cried both to and from school every day. I had panic attacks. I hid in the bathroom to calm myself down. I was also forced to park blocks away from school because they did not have parking in the city, and I had to walk in the dark to my car almost every night through dimly lit parking garages where drifters were known to camp. I was exhausted. I finally received a date for a hearing in December 2015, which would be the deciding factor for the guard retaining me, retiring me, or discharging me. I was made to travel to Virginia for a 45-minute meeting with a JAG lawyer. He told me that it was looking like they were going to retain me, or I could relinquish everything and return to work or quit, which means that I would be out on my own with no pay, no benefits, or anything. I gave him my statement, and it came from a place that I had never had to delve into. I told him that if they send me back into work, I was being forced to work around men like the sergeant major and the sergeant first class Hooper, often in the same areas. The messed up part was that I had to help Sergeant Hooper do his job, ordering things for troop, and had to work with him at times, and he outranked me. Being forced to lose everything wasn't fair, and being forced to work with predatory men wasn't fair, but time and time again, I have witnessed the guard protect these people. They shun the victims and protect the abusers. Why is this still happening to people who just wanted to serve their country and have a fulfilling career? I made it 13 years before hitting rock bottom and had to step away to save my life and my mental health. These men and many more have achieved high-ranking positions, were in charge of junior troops who look to them as examples of leadership, and often allowed to retire at the end of their long career. My main takeaway from this is, why are these people honored and revered when they hurt people and cause repercussions for someone's well-being? Victims of sexual assault and harassment are often chastised and made the butt of jokes in front of other service members, being re-victimized and left wanting. I am apprehensive of telling my truth here today because I have been treated with disdain for speaking out about what had happened to me. Please help stop this egregious cycle for other future patriots who just want to serve their state and country and be seen as a human with real contributions to be made, and not as someone's conquest and the butt of an organization's joke.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee at this time? I will give committee members a brief moment if they have any to type them in directly so I can ask you on their behalf. And while I wait a few minutes for that. I'm going to ask Rebecca if she is now able to testify. I also would like to say something I didn't say at the beginning, which was the chat function generally is for technical questions, questions about schedules or timing, but not to put any testimony into it because it is not actually a part of the public record when we finish this public hearing. So seeing no questions, thank you very much again, Amy, for your story, and thank you for your service.
Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you for your courage in being here today. Rebecca, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Then you may begin your testimony whenever you are ready.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Hickman and members of the VLA committee. My name is Rebecca Cornell DeHue, and I'm the current executive director of the Sisters in Arms Center, which is a nonprofit that provides support to many current and former women and transitioning service members. First, I want to say thank you to Senator Hickman, Representative Riley, and Representative McCray, and other committee members who have listened to the stories of survivors of sexual assault and harassment while in the Maine Army National Guard these past several days. It takes a tremendous amount of courage to come forward, and without your support through allowing our fears to be heard, many would not have felt comfortable to be heard today. So thank you. Most of all, thank you to my fellow survivors for sharing your voice today, many for the first time. I also just want to make it clear that although I am currently in the Maine Army National Guard and also work for the Veterans Administration, none of my testimony is representative of either the Maine Guard or the VA in any way whatsoever. Again, my name is Rebecca Cornell DeHue, and I have been in the Maine Guard for close to 2 decades. Mostly as lower enlisted, but recently I commissioned 3 years ago as a lieutenant, as a commissioned officer. I also have a master's in social work, and I work at the Veterans Administration as a licensed clinical social worker in the mental health department. Most importantly, I run a recently founded small volunteer nonprofit named the Sisters in Arms Center right here in Augusta. The Sisters in Arms Center has been a safe haven home for women veterans and their children who are going through a difficult time. Many who had been homeless, but now have the option to leave an unhealthy or abusive relationships and live with an incredibly supportive network of survivors. We have a wide range of service members stay with us, both currently serving in the National Guard as well as veterans who enlisted during the Vietnam era. Despite the wide range of years and experiences between the service women, the one commonality is the trauma endured from either continuous ongoing harassment or forceful sexual assaults while serving our country. We provide a comfortable environment with free individual and group therapy where survivors can come together and know that they are not alone, and most importantly, know that we believe them. We also have an entire committee on our board of directors who are survivors of sexual assault or harassment in the Maine Army National Guard. They are dedicated to ensuring survivors continue to be supported as they deserve. Alex Safern, as you've heard today, is currently our board president as well, and she has helped make sure our doors are wide open to any National Guard soldiers who have experienced sexual trauma or harassment of any type while serving. It is unfortunate that in a way it was left up to us to be able to come up with some type of solution for this issue. Recently, we have supported a young servicewoman to prepare her to face her perpetrator in court. We met with her on the days leading up to her court hearing to help her read her victim impact statement. After practicing her statement several times and going through our donations of clothes, we piled into the car, and her sisters and brothers service members went to a local clothing store department where the Sisters in Arms helped purchase her professional clothes to wear at court. After we all helped her choose a couple of outfits out, we went back to the house to enjoy an evening meal together. This is the type of unconditional and non-judgmental support the survivors need and deserve in order to continue fulfilling their dreams of serving our country for years to come. She will be an incredible leader and asset to the future of the Maine Army National Guard because we will always be there to support her. Unfortunately, this support has come far too late for far too many survivors, who have had tremendous leadership potential and ended up leaving the organization far too prematurely. I have volunteered countless hours to ensure the Sisters in Arms doors are open for decades to come as well, because I can fully empathize and understand what our National Guard survivors have endured and are still enduring to this day. Knowing the struggle survivors have had is what drives me every day in everything I do, from working at the VA, running the Sisters in Arms Center, and remaining in the National Guard. I hope in the future the burden survivors carry will no longer exist on top of the regular stressors of serving our country. Thank you for hearing myself and other survivors out, and thank you for your support.
Thank you, Rebecca. I will pause here to say, in full transparency, that there has been a complaint about the way in which we have so far questioned survivors. So if any committee member would like to recall any survivor, if they are still present, and it looks like all of them are, to ask a direct question that you did not submit to me during a chat, you may do so. At the beginning of the day, I made clear, in order to try to help with the anxiety of the testimony, that only one person would be asking questions of survivors. No one objected, and so that is how we went. Unfortunately, or fortunately, there has been a complaint from someone watching, so I'm transparently putting that into the record. I have one more person with their hand raised. So from this point going forward, if committee members have questions that they would like to ask of the survivors, we will do it directly, unless you object. But according to the President of the Senate, the rule is we must be able to have committee members ask their questions directly of the survivors. And so I will honor that going forward. That is now the rule of the committee. The chair recognizes Senator Mearmont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And because of that change, and because of these folks stepping forward and what they were told to begin with, I'd like to be clear, and like you to be clear, that they have the absolute right to not answer the direct questions. We have to honor the process because the president has pointed that out. However, they should do whatever they want to in this. We respect them and honor them completely in their experience today with us. And I just want that clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mearmont. The chair recognizes Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Rebecca. I don't really expect you can answer this today, but I've heard over and over how much pain the abuse causes and how much additional pain the ongoing harassment causes. Sort of two questions. I'm very concerned about the retribution for somebody who speaks out and what we can do about that, and just what else needs to be done so that someone reporting is safe. And again, big questions, maybe not for today, but that's certainly what I keep hearing in the testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McCray. So the retribution or retaliation is very, very, very real. And I think the unfortunate reality is like the survivor is the one who is made to feel as if they are alone. And so what we've tried to do, and it is a huge question, but at the same time, what we've tried to do is provide an environment where no survivor feels like they're left alone in this, that they have a group of survivors there to support them, to advocate, to do whatever it is that they need in order to continue staying in the Guard. particularly, but also just in general for their well-being. I do think that it's incredibly important. Again, this isn't the National Guard speaking. If we have a anonymous way of reporting incidences, and I would, love to have, my number and information, our number and information out there, so that even if it's just, even if they feel like it's not to the level of harassment, or if it's bullying, whatever it is, like, to prevent anything from going further, and just have that support there. We have, on our board, our committee, Megan Maloney, who is also educated a lot of women about, or survivors, about what entails like a crime, because that's not necessarily part of, the system doesn't necessarily educate survivors about how to, what their rights are in general. And so I'm not sure if that, it's a huge, my only hope is other organizations have been able to make this work, have been able to provide a safe environment for survivors, or, for women and others, survivors to serve, where they feel comfortable, where they don't have to have that extra, tremendous burden on them. But I do think, part of it is the anonymous reporting. The other thing is the external investigation. I do think that that's, again, my own opinion. I do think that that's important, because I think it is a small system. I think we have like 1,700 to 2,000 National Guard soldiers. And so everybody knows everybody. And the higher ranking you are, the more people you know and the more power you have. So if you commit assault or just are a toxic leader, you have, there's a less ability for any survivor to speak out in that circumstance, So I do think, an external investigation would be incredibly helpful. And then also, forming some type of like advisory committee, so we can continue to make sure that we're supporting survivors. I'm not sure if that answered everything, or.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think those are really helpful thoughts. And your comment about making sure no one feels alone, because that's what I kept hearing in the testimony. I was all alone. Nobody believed me. So yes, that's really helpful. And I want to thank you for being here and for supporting so many people who are going through this. The other thing I just wanted to add was I heard loud and clear was how much people love the Guard and want to serve. And this has frustrated their ability to serve as they were hoping to do. So thank you.
Yes, thank you, Representative. The survivors that I've met are just incredibly amazing. I know most women, but I know there's also, of course, men who are survivors. But the Guard has absolutely missed out on incredible leadership, and I love serving. I want to be able to stay in for as long as I possibly can. And I know that, other survivors that we've supported have said the same thing. And so, so thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Rebecca, for providing testimony. And thank you for all the survivors who've provided testimony today. It sounds like something that we've been hearing, it sounds like there's not adequate mental health support for survivors. Do you have any, or anyone listening who's spoken or who plans to speak, have any suggestions on how to fix this? And do you think that there should be like a fund that's maybe set up for survivors?
Thank you, Representative Riley. I think that is a huge, significant component to it, is that mental health support. And it's not that there's just, because you're in, in the National Guard, there are specific things that you have to have, like either some type of insurance, like, that will pay for therapy. So I guess there's a lot of women or survivors who don't have that support. And that's just an integral part of being able to be resilient and stay in the service if that's what they want, if that's what they choose, which most of them do. So I've been offering essentially like free therapy to any survivors that have contacted the Sisters in Arms Center. And I will do that for as long as I, exist. And the thing is though, in order to make it sustainable, we're going to have to figure out some way to, I guess, build that is in a way. So the benefit of us as well is that it's, you can get into us quick. A lot of other places, particularly like if you don't have insurance, are really difficult to, especially right now, but in general are difficult to get in for therapy services. And it's also, there's also power in sharing stories, like in a group setting, and knowing that you're not alone in all of this. So even throughout, like talking to other survivors recently, for myself, it's very validating to know that there's, it's like, holy cow, okay, yes, that happened to you as well, to each other. So it would be good if there was some way of being able to get that, have a fund so that we can get that, support to them sooner. Yes. Sorry.
So no, I was just raising my hand for Senator Hickman because I'll have a follow-up question. I was not meaning to cut you off or anything.
Okay, I think I think it would just be incredibly helpful to have some type of fund to be able to provide to survivors to use, particularly for mental health support, in order to support the sustainability of their futures and their current well-being. There is a huge correlation between sexual assault and harassment and suicide and homelessness. So, I have hope that now is a good time to be able to make sure that we literally are saving the lives of survivors. Thank you.
Representative Riley, did you have another question?
Yeah, I mean, one thing that caught my attention earlier was I see that she has her hand up, and I apologize if I got the name wrong. I think Allie might have said it, but she had her benefits recouped, and that was stemmed from her experiences and stuff. I mean, I think that's unfair. She should definitely receive those benefits back that had been taken away from her. Do you think that would also could go in with kind of what I had mentioned previously in my first question?
Right, exactly. Because, it's pretty shocking that somebody can lose their, benefits if they're getting out because of military sexual trauma. But at the same time, we can still support somebody who was a perpetrator and is still getting paid by our, tax dollars money. And will potentially retire with their benefits, or, even if they, which I don't believe happens often, but even if they get dishonorable discharge, there's a way to make that a general discharge so they get all their benefits still. And well, at the same time, you have somebody who was assaulted and is managing the trauma of that. And then on top of it, they have to pay back potentially pay back their bonus, and then pay back potentially other type of like their tuition or whatever other debt that they have.
Are there any further questions for Rebecca at this time? Seeing none, Rebecca, thank you very much for your advocacy on behalf of so many survivors and providing the support you do in the work that you do in your nonprofit organization. We appreciate you for being here today very much.
Thank you, sir.
So I'm going to go to two people who have not yet testified, and then I will ask the committee if they would like to recall any witness to ask a direct question of, and just give me 1 second to invite into the panel. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I think, there we are. It takes a while sometimes for people to join us, so I'll say it again. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. Sarah, can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon. How are you, Senator?
I'm great. You may begin your testimony whenever you like.
Wonderful. Thank you. My name is Sergeant First Class Sarah Kaya. I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to share my experiences with you. This statement is my opinion and does not reflect the views of the Florida National Guard or any other National Guard entity. I've been serving in the Guard for almost 16 years. I recently left the Maine Army National Guard and transferred to the Florida Guard in March of 2021. This is the best thing that has happened to me. I was able to escape a toxic world the Maine Army National Guard has created. I'm able to continue serving my country and feel safe and respected while doing so. I had no idea until I left and saw another organization and got to see how others were treated professionally and not part of gossip, rumors. I did not realize just how bad the Maine Guard was until I was able to see something better. If I were in the Maine Army National Guard today, I most likely would not be making this statement, as I would fear repercussions, not only for myself, but those that I serve with. Retaliation is a real thing in the Maine Army National Guard. And I'm sorry, anyone that says otherwise, they're just lying about it, or they want to cover it up. The Maine Guard is so small, and there are so many friends of friends that it's impossible not to report something and have that eventually come back on you. I'm a good soldier. I'm a good NCO. I've received many awards throughout my career. I've been NCO of the Year at the battalion level. I was actually the Governor's Herald back in 2015 for the State of the State address. And I tell you guys these things not to brag about myself, but so you understand that I am a good soldier. And I've received many accolades throughout my career. I have numerous names and specific events over the last 10 years of incidents that were highly inappropriate, sexual harassment, and misconduct. I am truly fearful to divulge their names because they are key senior leaders in the AGR community. I know that beyond a shadow of a doubt, some that are still serving would face repercussions for my actions if I divulge their names. Here's a few things that have happened to me over the years. I've been asked if I was a hooker and how much I would charge them to have sex with them. This coming from the time a Master Sergeant E8 who has been promoted to E9 and still in the organization. A previous supervisor, he was a married officer, and he would show up at my home just to check on me. And this was deemed appropriate because it was considered a battle buddy, which is someone that checks up on you to make sure you're okay. This officer was a married man, and I don't care what the circumstances, no one should be showing up at my home like that, unannounced and alone. This same supervisor verbally counseled me when I separated from my boyfriend at the time, because he said it was his business to know when I wasn't with someone else. And then equally, again, the same supervisor, when I started seeing my now fiance, told me that he was bad for me, that he didn't approve of me being with my fiance, and again, verbally counseled me on that. I've sat in meetings as an AGR. I've sat in many meetings regarding some of the women that have actually spoke before you today, and I'm here to validate some of their stories. They're true and they're not embellished. When I was a recruiter, someone had already mentioned Bruce Roscoe and the things that he has said. Again, I'm here to tell you those are true. when I was in recruiting, I'd have to call units to get position numbers for potential soldiers to put into the military. And the unit reps would ask me, specifically with female reps, with female soldiers, if they were hot before they would give me a position number to put them in. And I got to tell you, that's one of the most disgusting feelings, because I have a parent trusting me with their young daughter, and here I am putting them in this toxic environment. And it was not a pleasant feeling, and it's still not. After all these incidents, I'm sure you're wondering why I never reported any of them. And honestly, I am ashamed to admit that I did nothing. The biggest reason is retaliation. The main guard is so small that you can't report anything, or you don't feel like you're comfortable reporting, because it will potentially ruin your career. And you ask how that's possible. You know, again, how is that possible? Well, I've sat in meetings when they want to remove an AGR, and they will reassign them from Southern Maine to Northern Maine in hopes of putting a potential hardship on that individual. And so then they're forced to resign. So when you look at weighing and reporting some of these issues, you have to balance out the needs of your career. And it's a really horrible situation to be in. Again, I'm one of the lucky ones. I've made it out. I'm now a member of the Florida Army National Guard, serving honorably there. I am an AGR down in this state, and I am happy to continue serving. I am sad that it didn't work out with the Maine Army Guard, and I hope that by making this statement and coming forward, that you guys, we can make change out of this. And I do want to close with one last thought, that if the Maine Army National Guard does not want an investigation into them, or if they don't want to look at third-party solutions to their problems, then there's probably a reason for that. And I beg you to wonder why that reason might be. If they're so against having someone come in and look into their current policies, why is that? So anyway, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Sarah, for being here today and making your statement to the committee. Are there any questions from members of the committee for Sarah? Seeing none, thank you for your service to our nation.
Thank you.
I see one hand up. And like I said, while Brian comes into the panel, if there are any people who have testified that you would like to ask a direct question of, we will do that. And I will also check to see if any of the numbers that are on my screen from telephone calls are people who would also like to testify in this portion of the public hearing. When we complete this portion of the public hearing, we will take a 10-minute break before moving into further testimony on the day. Welcome, Brian. You may begin your testimony whenever you are ready.
Thank you so much, Senator Hickman, and to this committee for hearing service members and veterans today. Can you hear me? I just make sure.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you so much. My name is Brian Kresge. I'm speaking today because of my former soldier who needs to remain anonymous since her cases plural, not case, are still pending with civilian law enforcement and the Army National Guard. I can also attest that I heard the disparaging rumors spread about Allie Suffren since we were in adjacent units. Everything that's happened to her and public judgments about her case by figures in leadership was subject to the public domain around the Guard, which is itself a really big problem. I served from 1994 to 1999 in the active duty Army as a paratrooper with breaks in service for college, grad school, and career. I served in the Pennsylvania Army National Guard from 1999 to 2016 before I made an interstate transfer to the Maine Army National Guard in 2017. I served from 2017 until I left the service in March of 2020 with two units that you've heard mentioned over and over today, the 286 CSSB and the 1136 Transportation Company out of the Bangor Armed Forces Reserve Center. At the time I left the Guard, I was a staff sergeant with infantry and transportation MOSs, and I had 3 years of overseas service and numerous domestic missions like Hurricane Katrina. I was sexually assaulted as a private in the 101st during a hazing ritual, something that in the 1990s came with enough humiliation without reporting it. And the mechanisms were nothing compared to today. though they still come with the same stigma. It's something I spent over 20 years pretending didn't happen, though it subconsciously influenced my leadership outlook while I was in. During my time in the Pennsylvania Guard, I had extra duties as an equal opportunity, sexual harassment, assault response, and prevention representative and unit prevention leader. I remain a designated religious group leader endorsed by Chabad Lubavitch's military outreach arm, and I work with veterans reentering the workforce from prison and recovering from substance abuse. I'm acutely familiar with what happens to the point where I will not allow my adult children to serve here. I think you've heard somebody say that today, should they even want to put themselves at that risk. And it's a shame. The main guard has so many awesome citizen soldiers. Don't get me wrong. I love my time here for so many reasons, especially being as accepted as I never was anywhere else as a Jewish American soldier. But to set the stage for my soldiers' experiences, I'd like to test that there is a climate of misogyny within the Guard that heavily contributes to our state's shocking amount of sexual harassment and assault. There are female soldiers in Maine who may not have ever had these experiences, but the potential is obviously there for all women. I saw personally many were subject to derogatory, often sexualized disparagement, both within and without their earshot. And it screams loudly that there's a large problem when there's such a high concentration of both victims and perpetrators in the 286 here in Bangor, a unit that has barely 60 soldiers showing up for a drill. On my second drill with the 286 CSSB in Bangor in 2017, a fellow member of the unit's support operations section dropped his 20-year retirement letter out of anger when he was counseled for having a questionable swimsuit calendar at his workstation. And that's the minimal issue. During staff briefings to 2 consecutive battalion commanders at the 286 across 2 years, I would observe a lack of courtesy extended to female non-commissioned officers, up to and including a female command sergeant major, who was often referred to as the unit care bear due to her gentle and sunny disposition. There would be sarcastic commentary, female soldiers who did not feel safe during overnights at armories or in field environments, female non-commissioned officers whose orders were blatantly disregarded by subordinates with absolutely no consequence, and disrespecting of pregnant soldiers and mockery of a female soldier who had breast reduction surgery publicly. A former chaplain's assistant from the 120th Regional Support Group, who is thankfully no longer in that position, disclosed to me details and names of cases he was privy to, his implication being that they had filed false complaints. This is someone ostensibly trained to be a safe report and advocate. Sharp briefings, sexual harassment, assault response prevention briefings at the unit level invited eye rolls and commentary from senior leaders with regards to rape that included victim blaming. She shouldn't have been there, or she shouldn't have been wearing this. This went unaddressed by both the sharp representatives and the chain of command. I surface all of this because to me, it's not much of a damn mystery why our state has alarmingly disproportionate numbers of sexual assault and harassment. The climate does not set female service members up for success unless they can work around systemic disregard, disrespect, and outright objectification. Many do succeed. Some of them even use their positive experiences to disqualify the numerous lived experiences of other service members, which is also a problem. Now, let me get to the violations. Sorry. The first one is a recurring problem, one that even many soldiers don't know is a violation of their rights. I didn't deploy with the 286 CSSB to Poland in 2019-2020 because I was getting out shortly before the deployment was over. But during their deployment, soldiers communicated back to me stories of 2 marginal female soldiers and their sexual escapades with adjacent guard units from other states in Poznan, Poland. This is significant for under the Army Command Policy, its AR Regulation 600-20. Spreading rumors is explicitly prohibited under its definition of harassment and assault, and is punishable under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So I let those soldiers know involved that this was going on, but no one was punished, no one was held accountable. And it's important to note, because this occurred on a Title 10 deployment, it was outside the purview of the state chain of command, but it was our unit, whomever had operational control. But to the crux of why I'm testifying, both myself and one of my subordinates, a young specialist with the same MOS, transferred to the 1136 Transportation Company since we weren't deploying. She was sent to the callous part of the unit, and I feel strongly that the 1136 had and has dysfunctional leadership for a variety of reasons, even though it did have good junior leadership and quality junior enlisted. Within weeks of joining this unit, my soldier, who is African-American, was subject to racial harassment by a junior leader in her section, using and defending the use of the word N-word in front of her presence. She, like many other female soldiers in that unit, expressed to me that they felt marginalized and denied opportunities enjoyed by their male peers, and in her case, sometimes racially, not just on the basis of gender. On the 8th of March in 2021, almost a full year since I left the Guard, she called me in a unit of like 100 people. I was out a year because she had been raped by a fellow soldier at the Calais Armory and wanted guidance about what to do. I advised her, as I would always advise Guard soldiers, to contact civilian law enforcement because the simple fact is there's no functional investigative capability on drill weekends. And she should think about whether or not she should file a restricted or unrestricted report with her chain of command. Bravely, she filled out an unrestricted report, and hopefully Specialist David Sear will be convicted of gross sexual assault for the rape of my soldier. Within months of her safety transfer back to the 286 CSSB in Bangor, my former soldier again contacted me because in the unit that was supposed to be a safe haven for her, after the unrestricted report in the 1136th, she was sexually harassed by a chief warrant officer on a drill weekend. You'd look good out of that uniform, or something to that extent, he said to her humiliatingly in front of other soldiers and a non-commissioned officer. This young woman, who I love like my own daughters, who I believe is bound for personal and professional greatness, is not a liar. She's not an opportunist. She's a hard worker who loves serving her state and her country, only to have that taken away by the disgusting acts of people who disregarded our Army values and an indifferent command climate that consistently, to my mind, tells female soldiers that they are lesser than. I urge you to strongly consider why she felt so isolated that she can only turn to someone who had been out of uniform for a year rather than any leader in the Guard. The state's forces have a serious problem, one I don't believe any lawmaker should be content with allowing the Guard to continue to police themselves. We have civilian oversight of our military for a variety of reasons, and we can't allow these units to insulate themselves from needed institutional change. I've watched too many soldiers suffer from this scourge of sexual assault. I've worked with too many veterans in Veterans Court suffering from the recognized condition of military sexual trauma. I'm asking this committee and the legislature to show our state's female service members that misogyny and the potential for sexual assault and harassment is not merely a feature of their patriotic service. You heard of current mechanisms that we have, our reporting mechanisms, and you've heard the Guards probably tell you that they have anonymous command climate surveys, and they're just not enough. Those are usually done at the end of a long drill weekend where no one takes them seriously, and sometimes soldiers are deliberately excluded from participating in them. And how are you going to know? They're anonymous, right? So I hope you can consider some additional recommendations I'd make. Stand up a civilian-run commission or advisory board that receives and reviews all SHARP reports on a quarterly basis from Joint Force Headquarters and track instances down to that unit level. And the findings of that board should be released to the legislature, the governor, and the public on a yearly basis so that the taxpayers and the government can track progress. I'd also like to note, for about 15 years of my military career on my NCO evaluation forms, there would be a bullet point that I maintained a safe, SHARP compliant environment. To my knowledge, even in units where frequent rape and harassment occur, like the 286 or the 1136, this hasn't been reflected in a single officer or non-commissioned officer rating. This needs to change. There should have been professional consequences for any leader in these units when they have more than one rape or sexual harassment instance occurring. And I tell you, if you want to make a change in this state, start making that a professional consequence. You're not going to get promoted if you don't start caring about the safety of your female soldiers. I bet it would change. Yeah. Some of these don't even require legislative action, just a leadership commitment on the part of the tag. Make it so. For God's sake, just make it so. There are soldiers and airmen in the main Army and Air Force National Guard who really want change, and they're often crowded out by the torpor of organizational inertia and reflexive wagon circling by good old boy networks. That's where veterans and service members really today are calling upon this committee to exercise bold and decisive leadership. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brian, for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee at this time? Chair recognizes Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for testifying and for your recommendations. That's incredibly helpful. One of the things I've been wanting to be careful about, and I hope you can help me, is we focus on women, but is it fair to say that it's not just women who are suffering from sexual abuse and harassment?
It is fair. They're trans soldiers now that they've been allowed to, and I say this as a father of a trans child, trans soldiers now that they're able to serve again are particularly at risk, not just sexually, but also, just the sometimes animus against their service. Male service members are certainly subject to sexual assault. Usually as part of hazing rituals. That's what happened to me when I was a young private. I don't believe that that happens quite as frequently in the Maine National Guard, but it could. And but it really seems to button hook the most with a culture that objectifies and disregards women in uniform in this state.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Riley.
Thank you, Brian, for sharing sharing that information, and also for sharing those recommendations as well. In like an independent investigation, like you agree that there should be that investigation should also include looking into the culture of the Guard and like the assessments of the Guard and putting in further recommendations on how we can address culture issues in the Guard.
I absolutely. I think that in every situation that I know of where a soldier was sexually assaulted or harassed, it was predicated by just general mistreatment based on their gender. It's hard to separate the two. I coming from Pennsylvania, where the Guard is 20,000 strong between the Air Force and the Army, and I served in a mixed gender unit before I left, and we had none of the instances that I've seen here. And that was because the command climate, women were promoted and commissioned with a greater degree of frequency than I've seen here. I would look at equal opportunity just as much as I would look at sexual assault and harassment in the Maine Guard.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I am going to promote again the name Rebecca. It seems as though there is someone who would also like to testify under that name as a survivor. And so that is what is going on at the moment. And it is generally the rule of public hearings in the committee that people who testify in the public hearing testify once and only once. The committee will still be able to take public comment from anyone who has testified up through the time that we report out the bill from the committee. And so unless a committee member requests someone to return because they want to ask a direct question, given the new rule or the real rule that has been reinstated that we made an exception to earlier, that is the only way that someone who has already testified will be invited back into the panel to give any further statement. So I do notice that some folks have their hands up who have already testified, but I just want to make it clear that unless you are someone else testifying with that person's name, which is also allowed, then you will not be returning to testify again. So if you could clarify that in the chat for the chair, we will go from there. With that, welcome. And you may begin your testimony whenever you are ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I'm coming up as Rebecca. My name is Megan Church. Senator, I have a statement to read as well from another survivor. I don't know if this is the time for that or if that needs to wait until a different time.
This would be the time for that.
Okay, I'd like to read that statement first before I read my own.
Thank you.
And I don't know if she gave her name openly, but I can say that she is a Sergeant First Class in the Maine Army National Guard. I enlisted into the Maine Army National Guard in 2003 at the age of 17. Since then, I have never not known anything but being sexually harassed. I've become numb to it. I was always seen as the, quote, easygoing female, one to never complain or say anything when comments were made. I never reported it because those that did were blacklisted or not given the option of career advancement. I simply bit my tongue and carried on. Those that were the harassers were higher enlisted males, ones that were seasoned in the organization. I've had unwanted sexual advances. I've had unwanted touching as well as non-consensual intercourse that went unreported because I didn't think anyone would believe me. I've become emotionally numb, which has affected me greatly in my personal relationship today. It wasn't until 2013 I admitted I have physically suffered mentally. This was when I was prescribed my first antidepressant, which I'm still on today. It allows me to just get through my days, though I wish I wasn't on it. I feel emotionally disconnected and very broken inside. I'm happily a mother and a wife now. It wasn't until this year I felt I could openly admit to my husband the trauma I've endured. He is my biggest supporter in sharing my story. I stripped all the bandages off and exposed my vulnerability to him. I am a two-time Afghanistan veteran with 19 years of service. You would have thought the biggest enemy was foreign. However, the biggest enemy is the men in the Maine Army National Guard. I'm committed to serving my 20 years and leaving immediately. There are two reasons why I've stayed as long as I have. One, my family and how proud they are of me. And two, the benefits my daughter will receive after I complete my 20 years. I will say the last 9 years have been better serving in Joint Force Headquarters. However, it does not replace the horrible 10 years prior. I feel respected and appreciated now in my current unit. They do have a zero tolerance to sexual harassment, which should have been the case all along in the organization. I'm not entirely sure I have any hope for the organization after I leave. I don't think until the existing leadership is gone that there will be change. I don't think an investigation will do much because those in fear of being exposed will retire long before an investigation is concluded. I can say wholeheartedly my daughter will not join the service, hence why I'm staying in for my retirement and the ability for her to go to college and do something besides military service. She will not go through the pain and trauma I have endured. No parent should have the concern of their child joining the military in fear of sexual harassment and assault. I don't share my experience with anyone. I've tried going to counseling with little success. Those around me that are close to me already know what I've endured. I do not feel the need to go to counseling to relive my experience. I have a VA disability claim for PTSD, which should be deployment related. However, it's primarily for the sexual trauma I have endured in the Maine Army National Guard. I am not confident a change will occur until there is a change in higher command. Words mean nothing, actions mean everything. I'm going to move on to my statement.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. My name is Megan Church. I'm a Sergeant First Class in the South Carolina Army National Guard. Before I begin, I'd like to state that everything I'm about to say is my own opinion and thoughts. They do not reflect those of the South Carolina Army National Guard or the South Carolina Military Department. I received incredible support from the South Carolina National Guard and have been treated with nothing but dignity and respect since I arrived 7 years ago. Mr. Hickman, I think you received a copy of my redacted investigation prior to today. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I want to make sure that way my statement makes sense. I can't say that I was born into the Maine Army National Guard. My dad was a Marine at the time, and I was born at Pease Air Force Base. But I was raised in the Maine Guard after he transferred back home and began working full time. I grew up in armories all over the state, but the one on Hay Street in Bangor holds a special place. My dad worked there for years. I'd sit in with the 195th Army Band during drill weekends or when they had rehearsals. And when the time came, it's where I enlisted. I had known my recruiter as long as I could remember, and I joined the band I grew up listening to while my dad worked. He retired less than 2 years before I enlisted in July of 2001. I spent 8 years in the 195th before I followed in Dad's footsteps and became an active Guard Reserve soldier, an AGR soldier, in 2009. My first full-time supervisor at 52nd Troop Command in Bangor was the same man who harassed me and tried to sabotage my career after my divorce in 2012. His brother was my recruiter. Throughout my divorce and in the aftermath, I poured myself into work with the 1136 Transportation Company. Between returning from deployment with them and the unraveling of my marriage, work was my safe place. where I could feel accomplished and excel in my career field. With that motivation and the encouragement from folks I'd met on deployment, I submitted a packet to become a warrant officer. Warrant officers are considered subject matter experts in their field, and the packets must be approved before you can compete for promotion, or for a position, excuse me. When I received my approval memorandum, my new supervisor told our sergeant major. His response, good. She can sit in the back and keep her mouth shut, just like Kartika Wright. Chief Warrant Officer 4 Kartika Wright recently retired as the Sexual Assault Response Coordinator for the Maine Army National Guard. A substantial portion of the harassment and retaliation I received came via work email. My new supervisor was CC'd on a message where my harasser said I must be too stupid to handle a simple request. It had been nearly 2 years since the harassment began, and I told my boss I couldn't take it anymore. A couple of days later, I decided I wanted to file a complaint, and he fully supported me. Little did I know that while all of this had been going on, he himself had raped a fellow soldier in our unit. A few months later, the sergeant major who said I could keep my mouth shut if I became a warrant officer pulled me into an office and asked me why I didn't feel comfortable coming to him and telling him what was going on. I was bewildered. Not only was it well known that my harasser and he were neighbors, friends, and hunting buddies, but after that comment, I didn't trust he had my best interest in mind. He went on to become the state command sergeant major. Just like women who come forward and report assault and harassment are called EO queens and are blacklisted, we have a name for the group of men who are well connected and protected. Some call them the good old boys, but in the Maine Guard, it's the Rod and Gun Club. When I heard that my harasser had shown up to Drew Weekend in Augusta, I took it upon myself to find out if that was the case. When I discovered that he was still a member of the Guard, I was threatened with state and federal prosecution for violating his privacy. I began having nightmares, panic attacks, and would cry on my way to work. I was referred to behavioral health by my staff sergeant, a woman who was out on maternity leave at the time. I broke down and asked the therapist why people didn't believe me when it was all on paper. My investigation had been substantiated, and the words were in black and white and an email. What he told me has stuck with me since that day. He said they do believe it happened. They just don't believe that it's as bad as you say it is. What I'm telling all of you today isn't for me. I've made peace with my past. I found a new life, a new job. I married an amazing, supportive, and gracious man. And I get to be a stepmom to 10 and 7-year-old boys. Excuse me. I'm here today for the soldiers within the organization who have to submit anonymous statements to this committee out of fear for retaliation for speaking up. I'm here for the officers who have been shunned and ignored when they tried to raise an alarm. To the leadership that sexual assault and sexual harassment are very real and serious problems plaguing this organization. I'm here for the countless soldiers who reached out to me after the Bangor Daily News published a 3-part investigation into the Guard's mishandling of cases. Women and men telling me they had been assaulted or harassed, but were afraid of the consequences of coming forward. The soldiers who didn't dare write sworn statements for their friends out of fear for their own careers. Those who suffer in silence and poured their stories out to me. When a soldier reports a rape, and the first reaction from leadership is to question if she's sure she's talking about the right person, the damage has been done, not only to that soldier, but to all the others. Survivors talk to one another, soldiers talk to one another. I am here so future members of the Maine National Guard will never be faced with the fear of doing the right thing. What I think is paramount for all of you to understand is how this predatory culture is perpetuated. Junior soldiers seeing how their platoon sergeants act. Platoon sergeants knowing the sergeant major, who hunt and fish together, who know that even if they're reported for any kind of sexual assault or EO violation, it's no sweat. Sergeant major will have my back. My commander will have my back. The chief of staff will have my back. And really, it's not that big of a deal. They just took it the wrong way. I'd like to read you a quote from Colin Powell that I've had saved on my phone since 2014, 7 months after my investigation was completed. Quote, leadership is solving problems. The day soldiers stop bringing you their problems is the day you have stopped leading them. They have either lost confidence that you can help or concluded that you do not care. Either case is a failure of leadership. I am here to speak on behalf of the soldiers within the organization who have lost faith in their leadership. The Guard will lose some of its best and brightest in the coming years because of the flat out denial that sexual assault and sexual harassment are problems within the ranks, and how turning a blind eye has created this toxic culture. I'm a Mainer. I know the fear of interference by from-aways. There's no shame in admitting failure if it means truly protecting the women and the men of the organization, of fellow Mainers. This committee, the legislature, and Governor Mills are being fed a diluted message of compliance and progress from Camp Chamberlain. There needs to be an independent investigation into the Maine Army National Guard's handling sexual assault and sexual harassment cases and punishment. The organization has proven that it's too small to police itself, and though it has had ample opportunity to right this ship, it has chosen to protect predators time and again. The rot runs deep. Accountability is the first step toward paving the way for real, substantial change in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan Church, for your courage and bravery and for your service. Are there any questions from the committee for Megan Church? Seeing none. It looks like there are 2 people who have testified who are also testifying for other people. We will hear their statement next, and then we will take a break for lunch. Welcome back, and please share the statement that you would like to share on behalf of another survivor.
Thank you. My statement is on behalf, or the statement is on behalf of Autumn London. Her statement reads as follows. Good morning. My name is Autumn London. I am currently a non-commissioned officer in the Maine National Guard. I have been in the organization since August 2016, and I apologize right off the bat if this is long-winded. I've been keeping this inside for years. I am not here to tear the organization apart and tell you why it is a bad organization and why no young woman should join. I am here for the opposite reason, to criticize the organization of which I am a part of, I am committed to, and want to see become better. I want to see a deep self-awareness of the issues that we inherently have, that from the self-awareness growth. I am speaking today for the betterment of the organization, which I am so proud to be a part of, and the country which I am proud to serve. This legislation that is on the table is a step in the right direction in order to see that the better future for all that serve. I'm going to tell my story today as evidence of why this legislation and more changes like it need to occur, so that the soldiers of the future do not have to experience what I and many others like me have experienced. I'm going to start with the education that I did not receive. Growing up, I was led to believe that sexual assault happened in dark alleys and sexual harassment was a cat call from a stranger. I was never educated on how either sexual assault or sexual harassment actually play out in the real world. Once I was in the military, I was led to believe that sexual assault happened when you got too drunk at a bar with your male counterparts, and that sexual harassment was a, hey, sexy, from a peer. Again, I was never educated to how either sexual assault or harassment actually play out in the real military world. I never knew that sexual harassment was the comments that people you knew and trusted made every day in order to belittle you. and to make themselves feel empowered. I never knew that the casual hair pull on the drill hall floor, or when I divorced my wife, I'm going for you from your E6 was sexual harassment. These were the guys that I were told were my battles, my buddies, my trusted leaders, peers, and teammates, people that I had to trust in order to make a team work. They aren't malicious, they're just being guys. And this is just a part of being a woman. If I had been educated about sexual harassment, I would know that these microaggressions are what make up the culture that leads to sexual assault within the Maine Army National Guard. If I had been educated, I would know that my squad leader was telling all of his buddies that he wanted to pull me into a threesome with his wife was sexual harassment, or that the E7 readiness NCO that was privy to all of those comments and didn't stop it was committing a failure of leadership. I thought that he was being a good leader by telling me, hey, stay away from your leader. He has some weird intentions, instead of correcting the issue with his subordinate directly. If I had been educated, I would have realized that this system was wrong. The system of, hey, if you're a chick, you need to button it up. Stay away from the guys, probably just don't talk to them. Stick together, travel in pairs, sleep with your blankets covering all parts of your body, and definitely be constantly on alert of predators within your ranks. It is on you to make sure that you don't get hurt. Meanwhile, we, as your leadership, are not going to directly address the issue. It's up to you to protect yourself by making yourself small and quiet and not a target. This is the system of good old boys. This is a system of, that's the way it's always been. And this is a system of cowards that do not want to accept their role in professionalism as leaders. This is a system that is years behind the times of modern society. It's archaic and it must change. It must change because it's not only affecting individuals within a team, but it is breaking the team down as a whole. When 17.9% of the team feels preyed upon, unprotected, and ostracized, there is no team. There is us and them. And tell me how we are supposed to defeat an enemy when 17.9% of us cannot trust our counterparts not to physically harm us or to even respect us at the very least. If I had been educated about sexual assault, I would have known that it is not the hooded figure in a dark alley that is going to be the constant threat in your life as a woman. It's going to be the leadership that you are told to trust without question. It's going to be the E8 First Sergeant that has been entrusted by the organization to protect you all from harm and always do the right thing by his soldiers. Sexual assault is not going to always be a brutal assault. It's going to be charismatic, manipulative, but equally as ugly. Sexual assault is going to be your first sergeant, gaining your trust by staying late to work out with you every day, asking about your family issues, asking about your personal number to send you Batman memes, and finally telling you that every one of your coworkers is out to get you and that he's the only one you can trust. It's your first sergeant telling you that you have no friends, no family, and that he is all that you have. And then one day when you're reaching for a paper towel, it's him grabbing you and kissing you. When you wrap up at your workout to get away from the situation, it is him following you into your office. When you say, aren't there cameras everywhere to diffuse the situation? He says, there are no cameras. And if there were, I would be in control of the tape. This is my building and I'm in control. When you back further and further into your office to get away from a man you are not attracted to, it is, I know that you don't want this. I know that you don't want me, but you can trust me and I would never hurt you. And him kissing you and groping you while you try to move away. That's what sexual assault is. Why would an empowered young female not tell her first sergeant not to screw off, do the right thing, and tell someone immediately? Because she was groomed, not only by her first sergeant, who assured her over the course of 6 months that she had no one to turn to, even if she wanted to, but by the culture as a whole. This is just what happens as a woman. This is the result of being groped by her very first boss at the age of 16, by being told that every first line leader so far how they wanted to sleep with her. No, she didn't like the attention like a lot of people might say, but she accepted it because it was her reality. My uneducated reality. The advances continued despite constant and obvious ways to make it go away without disrupting the only relationship that I felt like I had in my life. I didn't know how many weeks that it is possible to be on your period without needing emergency attention, but I obviously superseded that. Finally, I slept with my first sergeant. I was too drunk to make it to my hotel room, with witnesses to attest that I was so drunk that when I woke up in the morning, I didn't know what I had done until I rolled over to see him there next to me saying, "I love you." What this did to me was crumble me. I had always considered myself a strong woman that could accomplish anything. I failed myself. I have never hated myself more than in that moment. How did I encounter this again without losing the only relationship that I thought I had? How did I tell this man, the only person that I thought I could call a friend or even talk to, that I never wanted to see his face again? I couldn't. He was my first sergeant. He was trusted by all and needed by myself. Imagine what would happen if I told someone that I slept with their first sergeant. I had to put a roof over my head, and I was always reminded that he was in control. So I continued to let it happen. I continued to let him tell me he loved me, that he was the only person that loved me, and that any person I might want to trust, confide in, or befriend was really out to get me and even hated me. This went on for months, which included me even begging him, crying on my knees to stop using me, to stop hurting me. And his response was, "Why are you hurting me this way? How could you say these things to me? I love you." Sexual harassment and assault education is not widely enough disseminated through the Guard. Upon recently transferring units, I asked how often the subject was even brought up. I was told once per year when it was mandatory. The room got really quiet and uncomfortable, and the men in the room started offering how, "But don't worry, nothing like that would ever happen here." It was clear to me that the subject was still taboo in a very large unit, held of in very high regard. This lack of familiarization and education is what leads to young soldiers not understanding boundaries and seasoned leaders not understanding them either. This lack of awareness is what sexual harassment and assault really is, what leads a culture of just being guys. This is how it's always been, and this is just part of being a woman. It creates a culture of young soldiers not knowing when to stand up and say, "Hey, this isn't right," and leaders not knowing when they and their friends are crossing the line. This is a culture of grooming that leads to sexual assault. Making this issue more widespread and educating soldiers on what and how sexual assault actually happens, having more than 1 hour of mandatory training on a PowerPoint every year is the first thing that needs to change. Leadership needs to be held accountable for making these changes happen. A second part of my experience where went wildly wrong and needs no introduction is what happens after. When the investigation came to fruition, which came about because of the blatant possession that my first sergeant showed over me, I protected him. I protected him almost to the end, being repeatedly asked by the investigator, "Why are you protecting him? I can assure you that he is not protecting you." I finally let the truth crack, only enough to say that yes, we had had a relationship and it was sexual. From there, the investigation turned into what we call a 15-6 formal investigation, and I continued to say yes, it was consensual sexual relations, because in my mind, it was. I refused to accept the situation that I was in. The next part is where it becomes completely mishandled. In light of everything that was happening, I was directed by my first line leader to see a behavioral health specialist within the Guard. This behavioral health specialist listened to my attestation and came to the conclusion that my relationship with the first sergeant was not consensual. Speaking to someone I thought would keep my information confidential, I had no idea that she would go to the JAG office declaring that my 15-6 hearing needed to be postponed because of what came to light in my counseling session. This was at the final hour, the day before my hearing, and my pride was hurt. How dare she say that I did anything against my will and publicly? In my mind, it made me look like I was trying to get out of trouble. I was upset about how this made me look to my leadership, who never should have been told my private information. In doing damage control, my suspicions were confirmed, and yes, it looked like a last-ditch effort to get out of trouble. So any thought in the back of my mind that I might have had to think about my situation as non-consensual was squashed. But what I did not realize is that what would make me more upset was the investigating officer's reaction. His reaction, so I'm told, was, "She's made her bed." My hearing went on and my rank and pay were reduced for a year, leading to a year following where I was ineligible for promotion, and 6 months following that of my leadership trying to fight for my promotion until I was finally was promoted. A promotion that had been eligible for when the investigation occurred, but my calculation is that $70,000 in pay that I deserved and earned by holding a job responsibility of an E5 and did not receive. My counterpart received similar punishment. His rank was reduced, but for only less than a month before he retired with 20 honorable years of service. His life went on like nothing happened. He retired on the date he planned to retire, and his incident was a blip on his radar. His wife reached out to me after a year of the investigation and told me as much. She apologized that I was stuck picking all the pieces up while he had the freedom to put it all behind him. I believe that this was a failure on the part of the investigating officer, but also on those around him that allowed this to happen. When the behavioral health professional is asking for time to help a soldier sort through their thoughts, coming down from months of being manipulated and lied to, and is told no, that is a failure of the system. Had I had more time to process the months of grooming, I would have never protected him, stood up for him, or rolled over and taken a punishment without a fight. At the very least, I would have liked to see him held accountable for his predatory actions. Months after the fact, I was told by a mutual acquaintance that my former first sergeant was notorious in the civilian world for coming on to women unwantedly. She made the comment to be as comforting, as if to say you're not alone, but it made me sick. It made me sick to think that maybe because I had not spoken my truth during the investigation and actually held him accountable for his actions, that he was doing what he did to me to other women. And that was my fault for being weak-minded, for allowing the system to tell me what my story was. The let's just make this go away as smoothly as possible attitude of the leadership of the Guard is something that must stop. As soon as they heard non-consensual, they should have stopped their prosecution of myself and started asking more questions. In fact, it should have never been up to them to begin with. As soon as the words non-consensual were spoken, it should have been handed over to professionals that know how to handle these situations. 40, 50-year-old men with no background in behavioral health, law enforcement, or even sexual harassment and assault prevention and response should not be making decisions in these situations. Professionals should. And this is the second biggest piece of this that the Maine Army National Guard must solve. It would be in the best interest of the state, the Maine Army National Guard, and all of its soldiers and future soldiers to pass this legislation. We as an organization need to hold ourselves accountable as professionals. Professional in 2022 is repercussions for acts of disrespect and holding discussions about what disrespect actually looks like. Because many soldiers do not know. We come from all different backgrounds with all different measures of what is acceptable. The one a year hour-long PowerPoint is not enough. Real time needs to be dedicated to this problem because if it doesn't get solved, retention and recruitment is going to continue to go down. Nobody wants to be part of an organization that is stuck in the past ways of the good old boy system. I know that this is not a utopian fantasy. I've lived it while at my previous unit. The cohesive teamwork that revolved from mutual respect was palpable, and we were so productive for it. It took me almost 3 years to reconcile with myself what had happened. It took me 3 years for me to stop hating myself and realize that admitting that I was a victim did not make me weak. I still struggle with my self-worth every single day. It's an active process not to think, maybe if I was a stronger woman and a better soldier, this wouldn't have happened. It's a deliberate process to stop placing the blame on myself for letting it happen. This is actually the first time I've ever told my story out loud, and though it still brings a lot of shame, it's not going to get any easier reliving it in my head only. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative McCray.
Mr. Chair.
Amy, I think there's a question for you. If you are willing and able to answer it, I know you were giving testimony on behalf of someone else, but Representative McCray still would like to ask you a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. I realize we're not using the right titles for people, and I apologize for that. So if I can call you Amy.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to thank you for your testimony earlier and for this very, very powerful. A couple things. It was very specific in some recommendations, which again, I think is so helpful. The need for training about people to recognize what harassment is.
Yes.
I think societally we need that, and we
I
need
agree.
it in the military. And that it's not just the soldiers, it's the leadership. And your Autumn's testimony got there too, but to round it out with accountability. So when it's happening, there's accountability, and helping people deal with the shame that is part of the cycle of control that is so destructive.
Yeah,
And that's where the mental health, behavioral health comes in.
I agree.
I haven't served in the military, but I'm struck with the concern we've heard multiple times about privacy. And I know there are restricted reports and unrestricted reports, but it sounds like even when it's restricted, privacy isn't always maintained. So I appreciate hearing about that as well. And again, good information for us as we go forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Amy from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for sharing both your
Thank you.
story and the statement of your colleague. Thank you for your service to our nation. Is anyone else present who considers themselves a survivor because they are, who has not testified but would like to before we break? I do not see any other phone numbers on the list of attendees to ask if they were willing to testify. They have come and gone, but the public hearing will be open until it's closed. Right now is 3:00 p.m. We are going to take a break until 3:30. When we return, we will hear more public testimony, beginning with Representative Riley, followed by the Adjutant General, and then members of the general public after that. The committee stands at ease until 3:30.
Hey, Janet. Do you know what day we're gonna do the work session on this bill? So we can't send anything out for a weekly schedule. Okay.
Well, we also would need PO permission if it's next week.
Okay, that's what I thought. But inquiring minds wanted to know, so thank you.
It's just after 3:30 Friday afternoon. I will wait to see when committee members return before we resume the public hearing on LD 2029. If you are just tuning in, we have been on the lunch break after taking riveting testimony from survivors of sexual assault and harassment in the Maine National Guard. And we have more public testimony to take this afternoon. Even though this is a committee bill, we can still allow a lawmaker to present an amendment to it as part of the public hearing, which would be the case even in any other public hearing that a bill sponsor presented to the committee. And so when we return to taking testimony, we will hear from Representative Riley, who has some amendments to present on the committee bill before us. And then we will continue to take more public testimony from members of the public, including the Adjutant General. So it looks like we have a critical mass. So with that, we will resume the public hearing on LD 2029, an act to enhance the prevention of and response to sexual assault and sexual harassment in the Maine National Guard. Welcome back, everyone. With that, the chair will recognize Representative Riley to present testimony on the bill, including presenting his amendments proposals.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I sent out last night amendment to 229. Janet, could you maybe get it up and I could speak to it?
Janet may not. Oh, there she is. Thank you, Janet.
Awesome. Thank you. First, I want to thank all the many survivors who've come forward, some publicly, some privately, and share their stories and show themselves to be the courageous heroes that they are. It's our job to listen and honor them. What has stood out to me since the Bangor Daily News articles last fall and the report back from the Maine National Guard is the need for an independent investigation. And after listening to testimony by survivors today, it's absolutely crucial that there is an independent investigation. Back on March 11th, I had called for an independent investigation and I began drafting legislation to put the recommendations into statute that the Guard had put forward and also for an independent review of the Guard. My first draft directed the Adjutant General to reach out to OCI. I've seen he sent a letter to OCI and maybe he can provide an update on whether he has received any further guidance from OCI. There appear to be two primary options to conduct the investigation. One is through OCI and two is through the state AG's office. I spoke with Professor Megan Brooks at Yale Law School, who is part of their Veterans Clinic, and she recommended the second option. I've drafted an amendment that directs the Attorney General to conduct an independent investigation. Professor Brooks, during our talk, also pointed out to me that the National Guard Bureau, OCI, is really set up to do individual investigations with administrative rather than criminal consequences. She recommended that the state AG, the Attorney General, be used for a more systemic investigation or an investigation with the potential for criminal prosecution. I mean, she raised the concern that the OCI manual requires a local investigation first, whereas the Attorney General would not. I've spoken with the Attorney General and he expressed support and is checking with his team. I also included in the language that the AG could include in the recommendation whether the state should request that the National Guard Bureau OCI to conduct a further review of the manner in which the report of sexual assault are investigated, prosecuted, and adjudicated by the Maine National Guard. The use of the AG, the Attorney General's office, I think should meet the local investigation as referenced by OCI, but Janet or someone with a legal background can answer that question. I am pleased that the governor has issued the executive order putting in place some of the issues we've been talking about. I do think that we need to put these in statute to ensure lasting protection for the survivors of sexual assault that will last from administration to administration. In my amendment, I was working on before the executive order. I expanded on my earlier addition of making sure that there's a seat on the advisory council for survivors by also including organizations that represent Maine National Guard survivors. And I know that we have them in the state, and we even heard from one of these organizations earlier today. That's very important to me. We need to make sure their voices are heard and that they have a role and it is permanent. So this is my amendment, and Janet, you can feel free to give a walkthrough as well.
Representative, I'm going to say also that because we are not yet in a work session, just having you walk through your own amendment, it would be what is most appropriate at this time, so that we can continue on with taking public testimony in our public hearing, and we will ask for Janet to.
Of course, okay.
The amendments when we actually have a work session on the bill.
Yeah, so like the amendment, as I had mentioned, would be including that right there language in a representative or representatives of an organization down on the advisory council right there. But then that's where I included the language on directing the Attorney General for the independent investigation.
Thank you. So
and I also just want to point out that, again, we've heard a lot of recommendations earlier and from the survivors that we can kind of continue to work on. Again, it is still working on it.
I appreciate that. So Jen, if you could please stop sharing your screen, I appreciate it. Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for Representative Riley regarding the amendment that he has introduced? Chair recognizes Representative Supika.
Thank you. Representative Riley, do you know when we will be hearing from the AG's office on this?
I don't know if they will be reaching out to us today.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee for Representative Riley before we return to public comment? The chair recognizes Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative Riley, for your lead on this issue. It's not getting mentioned as the bill sponsor, but I think everybody agrees that you're the driving force behind it. So thank you for that. I very much appreciate that. My question is your goal to mirror the executive order that was issued, or to use that as a basis and make further recommendations beyond the executive order?
I think that's something that we can continue to kind of work on and I think talk with the governor's office and stuff as we go into the work session.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none. We will now, the chair recognizes Representative Crichton.
Just a quick one. I'm trying to pull up the amendment so I can look at it. Did it come in from you? There are a lot of emails that come through, so I'm looking for it, Representative Riley. Was it from you or was it from Janet?
You should have gotten it from Janet last night.
Okay, thank you. I'll find it.
Any other questions for Representative Riley before we move on to take more public testimony? Seeing none, I will now invite to provide testimony Major General Douglas Farmer, the Adjutant General. And while he is joining us, I will also ask anyone else who is attending, who is testifying in favor of the bill, to please raise their hands and leave them up until you are called on. And then we will finish with those who are testing neither for nor against. Good afternoon, General Farnham. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, outstanding. Before I start my prepared remarks, I mentioned, I think during our last session, that every case feels like a kick in the gut. Every single case that comes across my desk or that I hear about feels like a kick in the gut. And the last 3 hours prior to the break was one 3-hour kick in the gut. And I just don't want anybody to be at all confused or question the fact that hearing those stories of those survivors was not extremely difficult. And we are as committed as you are to making it right. And we have been making progress, and we will continue to make progress. So I just needed to say that right up front. So good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to appear here today to testify in support of LD 2029. We appreciate your partnership in improving the support available to Maine soldiers and airmen who are survivors of sexual violence, as well as enhancing the tools for pursuing action against those who fail to live up to our values and what it means to wear our nation's uniform. I would like to thank any and all the survivors of sexual violence, military or civilian, who chose to participate in today's proceedings and make their voices heard. They were powerful. This was undoubtedly an extremely difficult choice to make, and I commend you for making it and for stepping up to be part of this process. Our people are our most valuable resource, which makes this a critical issue as additional federal programming and resources continue to be funneled towards ensuring that we truly are doing all that we can to support victims, hold perpetrators accountable, and prevent future misconduct. Our report from LD 625 and the actions described are meant to, without duplicating effort, supplement what is expected to be significant federal program changes stemming from last year's independent review commission directed by the Department of Defense. I am pleased to report to you that we have already begun to implement the actions we reported out to you earlier this month. To follow up on my written request, I have spoken with Major General Charles Walker, Director of the Office of Complex Investigations in Washington, and he has committed to work with us in receiving an independent review of our program from the National Guard Bureau. And since just during the testimony this morning, I received a written email to verify that. Additionally, you likely saw the executive order announcement from the governor's office yesterday, officially creating the advisory council. I anticipate more information on the council being announced once the members are finalized. Regarding the specifics of 2029, it was clear that the committee took our recommendations to heart when drafting this bill, for which we are very appreciative. In reviewing the draft, we would like to offer some clarifications to the language that we think jeopardize victim confidentiality. I would like to close by extending an invitation to members of the committee and the legislature at large. Any of you are welcome to come meet with our program staff, attend a victim advocate training, an annual unit brief, or similar event. I want you to feel confident, and as I do, that though tough challenges remain, there is good work being done on this issue by some very hardworking, passionate professionals who know that their most important duty is to be available and listen. Again, my sincere thanks to everyone who has chosen to share their experiences with the committee today. My staff and I will be glad to continue to work with the committee members on any additional items that may come up during the work sessions. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today as we all work to do what is best for Maine's men and women in uniform. At this time, I welcome your questions, and I have the same team I had the other day with me today. Thanks.
Thank you, General Farnham. Are there any questions from the committee for the Adjutant General this afternoon? The chair recognizes Representative Supika.
Thank you, General. I've got a few questions,
okay,
Senator. So hopefully I won't go too long. Let's see. Let's see. Are you going to follow up with some form of formal investigation after hearing the testimonies today?
I guess when we'll go back and review, I think there were some things that were surprising, and where we need to investigate, we can investigate. Again, and it was alluded to in some of the questions, restricted and unrestricted reports, taking that all into consideration. But if there was something in the testimony that we can't ignore, then we can't ignore it. If we are made aware of sexual assaults, we don't have a choice.
Thank you. A follow-up, Mr. Chair?
You may proceed.
It's interesting you say that, because I have another question here. Why would somebody in the Maine National Guard push victims to do certain kinds of reporting, the restricted versus unrestricted?
Are you referring? I think I know what you're referring to. I don't actually know that, and that if I remember that case, that was the one that was actually when they're on Title 10. So I'm not sure who was involved in that, but there's these victim advocates do, and Tina, jump in if I'm wrong here, but the victim advocates do advise and provide advice on the pros and cons of a restricted and an unrestricted report. I just, as a reminder from some of the previous conversations, the restricted report program process was instituted, I believe, back after 2013, in that time frame, or at least in the next couple of years after some of the changes of 2013, to help encourage reporting, so that there wasn't the barrier. There wasn't the barrier there, because if all you really wanted was the services and the support that could be provided, it was to increase reports, was really to increase reports and to make sure that the services were getting to the victims.
Okay. Another question. I'll just maybe a couple more. I have 8 questions, but maybe I'll just do two more.
We can always come back to you. We can always come around.
Yeah, I don't want to take up the whole
just
stage.
to be fair to
Absolutely.
the committee.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Okay, then I will circle back around and see if some of my other questions are being answered or asked.
Thank you, Representative. The chair recognizes Senator Mearmont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, General Farnham. A couple of things jumped out at me this morning. How can we ever allow a woman to be alone in the Maine National Guard, ever? It sounds like their commanders are compartmentalized, so nobody has oversight in that moment of being alone with them, so that until this culture is changed, if it's changeable, it seems like you should be protecting them in some way. Next is that if they're commanders at whatever level, NCO or above, get to go through this process and retire with benefits, how will this culture change? If there are lipstick on a pig is what jumped out, and what I mean by that, and I'm not trying to insult you, is that your upper level folks are doing everything we would expect them to. So when you report to us, it's like, oh, good, this is being done, this is being done, this is being done. But the reports of the actual yearly event or whatever, it's made fun of or minimized. As with other parts of this system, what are you doing to reach down into that to actually fix it at the most basic level, which is a 17 or 18-year-old woman coming into the service here in Maine immediately into a culture that takes advantage of them and makes them question their very being for as long as they can survive until they're driven out, and with long-term psychological problems, rightfully so. That's probably enough in one sentence. Thank you.
So a couple of questions there. I'll start with, I probably should have written them down as we went, but is going back to the first question, why you would leave somebody alone. And I guess what you're really alluding to there is prevention, right? And that is, as we've gone over the last, like I mentioned before, and it's really the last 10 years-ish, that really the focus has changed, and a lot more direct attempts to attack the issue have taken place. That prevention, in my opinion, personal opinion, is sometimes that got lost as we spent all of our time talking about training. Training for the training of the process, the training of the restricted, difference between restricted and unrestricted. You know, there was a lot of that part was training. We forgot to go back to the basics. Now, the Independent Review Commission, which I know you've heard me mention a lot, was what they came out with 82 recommendations. The Chief of the National Guard Bureau said 52 or 55 of those directly, do apply to the National Guard. One of the things they said, we really do need to go back to the basics and talk some of the basic prevention things. And so that is a, again, what should that prevention training be like? I think that's when you start collaborating with other entities, private entities, and who has the most effective training program. There's a problem in sexual assault and harassment in a lot more places in the National Guard and a lot more places in the military. And everybody, I think, is trying to find what the right way to attack the problem is. We made a lot of effort back 4 or 5 years ago on bystander intervention training. It's because bystander training and having bystanders that are willing to step forward is a powerful prevention tool. When you start talking about separating, and we've had that conversation at times about, can you have females be alone here? Can females be alone there? You got to be careful there, because now you're saying, hey, you can't do the same job that somebody else could do because you're female, and you can't do that by yourself. And I'm just suggesting that sometimes it's more complicated. I don't know the facts of the actual, in this case, why a person was left behind, but that's why the prevention and training and what does prevention mean is an important thing to talk about, and it continues to be part of this newest effort back to basics on prevention. And again, I think I sent out some of the training materials. All those training materials do come from the National Guard Bureau, which come from out of DOD. And that, the rest of the, I'm sorry, I forget the rest of your question, Senator.
Senator Meermont, I believe, did you just want to rephrase the second part of your question, because the third follows from the second, and we don't want to bombard the general with too many questions at once, otherwise we can't answer them. So I think the part of your question that I remember, if you correct me if I'm wrong, Senator, is what are you doing, General, to sort of reach down into the ranks in order to stop what seems to be going on based upon the testimony we heard today?
That's a good enough paraphrase. It seems like there's a promotion of people so that there's no example set of punitive action towards perpetrators.
Well,
but
Senator, I guess
probably I'll finish and you can add with
sure.
whatever you want. And in this case, we also heard about transfers of victims to make their life hard and drive them out. So it's all part of that. You can answer it the way you want, but then I'll wait for other questions from other people. Thank you.
So so as far as getting it down to the lowest levels, again, I can't speak for things that were 10, 15 years ago. I mean, there's no question the culture has changed dramatically over time. There's no question there's still not a lot of progress that needs to be made, and that's why the Independent Review Commission was put into place last year and reported the results. Nobody's suggesting that there isn't a lot of effort that needs to be made. Just an example, I think we've talked before about the road shows that we did on the Army Guide, where commanders went around to each individual unit over the last couple of years. It slowed down a little in COVID, but they did some during COVID as well, where they went to units with the team of the victim advocates and the SOC sexual assault response coordinators and the commanders, and they went to unit to introduce the folks that you need to talk to and to talk about a lot of these issues on a much more one-to-one direct basis to the soldiers. So there have been things that we've tweaked along the way to try to make sure that it isn't just a PowerPoint presentation once a year, that there are better efforts. As far as punishment, we do punish perpetrators. We do. Now, again, going back to the very beginning, when an unrestricted report comes in, it immediately goes to local law enforcement for action. If the local law enforcement doesn't take criminal action, then it comes back to us, and that's when we send it to the Office of Complex Investigation, who do an administrative investigation that we bring back and use that information. And we do take action. Sometimes it is forcing a retirement earlier than expected. Sometimes it's forcing a retirement, forcing exit and a resignation before they qualify for retirement. Sometimes we have taken stripes and then forced to leave the organization. So these things all happen, when they go through the process. Again, I think we are much more successful in the last few years as the tools have improved over time to handle them. As OCI, for instance, became a much more reliable investigative body. Back in, prior to 2013, that I couldn't say that was the case. They were just created back in that time frame. So, and if you want any more details on how we hold them accountable, I could have our JAG weigh in, but we can also talk about it later.
Thank you, General. Before we continue with questions, I know that this is hard on the survivors to hear if answers aren't necessarily coming out the way you might like to hear them, but I do have to respectfully request that you do not, that no one will be putting questions in the chat for the committee to look at in response to what the general is saying. I'm not going to enforce it. I'm just going to ask kindly, please, that the chat function is not to be used for substantive discussion. And we had to certainly have folks in the chat let us know that they needed to testify instead of other people. That was fine, but the discussion that's happening in the chat right now, I'm going to humbly ask that you understand that that is against the rule of a public hearing via this forum. And if you have any other way to express to a committee member that you would like for them to ask a question, then another forum would be appropriate. I appreciate your cooperation in this matter. Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Representative Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John Farnham, we heard a lot today about survivors facing retaliation. Can you guarantee that no Guard member who came before our committee today will receive any retaliation and will hold those who do, if they face any, accountable?
Absolutely, I can. And again, we have, and I think I brought it up at the last time we talked. I mean, there is a process for reporting retaliation in a formal way. We've got an IG that can be reported to, and I have said many times, I mean, I've got an open door. I've got a more open door than a lot of people would ever imagine my door being open. And I've always, you know, I'm going to go back again just a little bit about feeling like you get kicked in the stomach. I have spent an entire career feeling like I was more approachable than the average military officer, and definitely more approachable than any general officer that I'd ever dealt with. And I don't say that to pat myself on the back. It's because I'm Doug Farnham, always have been, and I've never pretended to be anything else. And so my door is open, and it always has been. And I will encourage anybody who is listening to come visit me, call me. I want to hear your issues, but there are official ways in place and methods in place to prevent against retaliation, and I guarantee I would not allow that. Now, I also, as far as basically connected a little bit to retaliation, is this conversation we've had a lot on privacy and the word getting out, because the reason that our victim advocates and our sexual assault response coordinators are so adamant about the privacy of their victims that they talk to is because when the more information gets out, the more people, it's human nature. There's a little bit of talk, a little bit of whisper. Somebody might know something, they're not really sure. Then a rumor starts. And then that's when the victim starts feeling like they're being looked at differently or talked about differently. And it's very important to keep the circle as tight as possible and close as possible as they're going through the process, so that we can make sure that they're supported as much as possible, so that we can take the appropriate action against perpetrators without people taking sides, without all the things that happen everywhere in every organization when it comes to sexual assault. It is a very tough topic, and it's a tough issue to deal with. But again, as I've said many times, it's not for lack of trying at every level.
The chair recognizes Representative McCray, followed by Representative Piazza and Senator Mirmont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, General Farnham. I have to say that I think your reaction of feeling kicked in the gut is a healthy one, because this is tough stuff, and I'm glad that we were able to be here to hear it, all of us, and honor the people who came forward. Just as, I think the bill that we're looking at will set up this process where many of these issues will be discussed and systems put in place. So as I understand it, and committee members can correct me if I'm wrong in how I understand that. So I think a lot of what we're talking about today, whether it's in the bill or not, is food for thought and food for progress. Mm-hmm. I want to agree with you that this is a societal problem, as I said before, but it's particularly troubling, I think, well, because we're dealing with it today and about the National Guard, but any system that has people in control of others, the power differential is particularly troubling. And that's what we have. That's what the military is. You have leadership and you have people who are, I don't know if below is the right word, but in different ranks. And those people in those leadership positions have a tremendous responsibility. So I guess I would ask, to follow up on Representative Riley's question, I very much appreciate your guarantee. And I don't know if this is a question or a statement, but I'm hoping that message goes to every level from you on down, because we had clear testimony today that retaliation has happened. We know it happens. and not just in the military, but we're talking about the military. So I would make that ask. That's a really clear statement from you. And just another question that I don't think we'll answer today, but we've used different terms, victim, survivor. I would defer to the experts in the field about whether using survivor is the more appropriate term. We won't answer that today, I don't think, but I would just like to put that out there as a question. And I guess just the last thing is, clearly a lot of this is about trust, and you have to trust the people you're in charge of, and they have to, people looking up at each level have to trust, and it's a problem. So I appreciate your feeling kicked in the gut. I think I certainly do too. This is hard stuff, but I again honor those who were courageous, served their country, are so proud of the service, love the Guard, want the Guard to be the best it can be. And I hear that from you as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. General Farnham, just to sort of clarify the first part of Representative McCrate's comment, I'll turn it into an actual question and say, can you tell us today how you will communicate that there shall be no retribution or retaliation throughout the Guard in Maine for those who have testified and shared their stories with us?
That's a good question, in that it shouldn't have to be said, right? I think that the increased training is not something, if I were to stand up tomorrow and say there will be no retaliation, I shouldn't be telling anybody something that they haven't already heard and that they don't already expect. Now, again, I say there's some formal mechanisms in place, but one of the things that I thought about halfway through this morning testimony was back early on in this, when Representative Raleigh mentioned the Bangor Daily News stories, and we knew they were coming out. I sent a letter to an email to every member of the National Guard, because I wanted to prepare them for those stories that were coming out. Because as has been mentioned, the vast majority of the members of the Maine Air National Guard and Army National Guard are serving with honor and doing an incredible job, and especially over the last couple of years. And I don't mean to sound I'm not being defensive at all. I'm trying to get to the answer to your question. But I wanted them to be prepared and to understand that I know that there are challenges. I know that we have work to do, but that I was proud of the work that has been done. I feel today that we have a much better program than we did 6 months ago. And 6 months ago, we had a better program than we did 2 years before that. It is constantly getting better. So about halfway through the testimony this morning, I said, when we are done having these conversations, and after the powerful nature of that testimony, the folks need to hear from me again in an all call type email that basically reinforces what I told them back in November, but at the same time points out exactly what we're talking about here, that we still have a lot of progress. We just heard it. We still have a lot of progress has been made, but we have a lot of progress that needs to be made. We just heard it. And retaliation is part of that message, that it was brave for these folks to come forward and point out weaknesses in the organization. And they will hear that from me directly.
Thank you, General Farnham. The chair recognizes Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, General. I did notice you were in the attendee panel the whole time, and nobody could see you on screen, but I know you were listening just like we were. And yeah, very difficult to hear, regardless of the circumstances. I think that's was a challenging day, and I also commend the people who came forward. It does take a lot of courage. Courage is your ability to overcome your fear, whatever that is. And I think that was a very courageous act by a lot of those people today. I'm hoping we can get through this is a public hearing, right? So we're trying to ask questions relative to your testimony. I'm hoping we can get through that and get to the work session where we can start chewing on some facts. I'll start with a comment first, and then I'll ask my question. And again, hopefully we can get it for the work session. We don't have any explanation now, so that we can get through this portion of the process. I very much appreciate the messaging that's coming from you as the leader of the Maine National Guard. I think what would be helpful is the data, right? So that we can not only talk the talk, but we can walk the walk, and we can show that progress. I believe it's there, but I think rather than arguing about the positioning statements, we can see that data and we can show progress. That is going to be the most powerful tool that we have and that you'll have to be able to show that we're making progress in the right direction. My question is I heard a lot of it this morning, and in some of the testimony, and you've mentioned it in yours as well. For the work session, if you could help me understand what Title 10 is and what AGR is, so that I know there are different sets of requirements. And I heard a lot of military vernacular from the survivors for obvious reasons. Remember, we're civilians, and some of us have never had exposure to that. I've been fortunate to have, but I don't know what all the acronyms are. So help me understand for the work session, if you will, what rules apply to what Guard members at what points, when, where, and how. Not now for the work session, please.
Sure.
And how is what we're doing here going to impact each one of those two different phases, if that makes sense?
Makes sense.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. General, another part that stuck with me from this morning is that you probably have had trainings on these restricted reports or non-restricted reports. And so people may have heard of them. And then when they go to make a report of an incident, if the person they're reporting it to is part of a club that then initially counsels them that the restricted report will be anonymous and will just allow them to get help, whereas an unrestricted report will trigger a whole cascade of events. If they're advising them at the very most basic level that maybe this restricted report will protect them and protect their career and everything else, and yet we heard repeatedly it's this small environment here in Maine, and the restricted reports prevent them from getting all the help they need and do not prevent them from, or do not protect their anonymity or the details. So if you want to wait till the work session with this one too, so you can talk to others and figure it out, how would you make it so that if someone goes for help and the first thing that happens is their superior tries to steer them to a restricted report and they try to tell them that there are benefits to that don't actually exist, that person is also accountable for that misinformation, and or as part of your training, you tell them, this is how it's supposed to work. You will, you'll be able to get some counseling. It's supposed to be anonymous. It's just unlikely in this small environment that it can be anonymous. And therefore, you might as well not pretend that you'll get anonymity and give up rights that you are giving up if you do this. That's the basics of my question. But again, you're welcome to have time to think about that because you have to solve this problem too.
Sure. Senator, I guess what I'd say is that it is a lengthy discussion, probably best for work session on restricted, unrestricted report. All I would say is that that's part of the training in the general education and communication of our sexual assault response program is getting the word out to all the members of where the entry points are into the program. They don't necessarily have to start with a supervisor. There's different entry points, and that's with the victim advocates or the sexual assault response program. And then we get training with commanders and leadership get training on how to steer them in the right direction first, not necessarily giving that restricted, unrestricted advice. I would not, at this point, I would not, probably if somebody came to me, I would not necessarily give them that restricted, unrestricted advice. I would have them go to one of our professionals who could do it the right way. And then I would also add that that whole topic of reporting and how reporting goes and how we maintain the privacy is one of the things that they have tweaked and changed the most over the years. And I sent you all the 13 pages of the roadmap of the IRC. I have not reviewed the whole thing of all the things that are coming down. But I would be shocked if part of those changes didn't have something to do with reporting, because every time they've changed things, the way we do reporting or how we educate on reporting or some nuance of the reporting and how things are connected changes. But we can get in all kinds of detail, and again, the experts can explain in more detail than I can.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Supika.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. General Farnham, earlier you mentioned punishments for perpetrators, and that included resignation in some cases. I didn't write down your exact wording, I apologize, but my question is, have perpetrators been able to retire with benefits?
Have they been able to retire with benefits? Again, when we say there's a whole, I mean, that's pretty broad, and I'll get to it in a second. That it's not a simple answer, because when we start talking about perpetrators, I mean, what are you thinking of? Right?
I appreciate you asking me that clarifying question. My vocabulary can be narrow at times and not the best. I guess I'm thinking of people who have committed sex crimes in the Maine National Guard.
Right. So again, when we define sex crimes, there's a range of crimes. And so to tell you the truth, back 10, 12 years ago, one of the big problems we had was that there was a difference in the definition of some of these things between the military definitions and the definition in the civilian statutes and in different states, and that caused some confusion as well. So when we were waiting for and hoping that local law enforcement would take a case, well, their definition of what was sexual assault was different than our definition of sexual assault, and some of that has been fixed over the years. But so there is a range of what the assault is, from the worst that you can imagine to something that is much more less egregious. And then when it comes time to do what, again, when we're issuing the punishment, this is when law enforcement has already passed on. Law enforcement has already said we can't do anything criminal here. So now we're purely talking administrative. The perpetrator has due process and has, defense attorneys, and it's not unlike a civilian court where we are looking at things from, hey, we do try to coordinate with victims and what they need to see to feel like the right thing's been done, and we don't want to re-traumatize victims during the process. Are witnesses willing to participate and come to the hearing and be part of that? What is the desired outcome? Are we trying to just prevent them from qualifying for benefits in a retirement, or are we really going to have stripes removed so that depending on what the appropriate punishment is going to be? So there are a lot of factors, just like in a civilian court, that go into it. And I mean, sometimes the word plea bargain sounds bad, and I don't like to use that, but sometimes it's like, we can draw this out for 2 years, re-traumatize everybody, let that person qualify for retirement. So now that it's beyond my control to provide any punishment, because you get to a certain point in your career and only the Secretary of the Army can take action. We do make decisions to balance all those things to what we feel is the best result with all the factors taken into account. Now, the other thing we've started to do, again, one of the things that has come out of some of the other reports that we've seen and some of the other weaknesses is that the victims don't always know what's done. You know, that's one of the most common complaints is, hey, this happened, or we heard that this happened, or a friend of mine this happened, but nothing ever happened. And one of the things that we have started just in the last year is a thing we call it bayonet justice. And we publish, every quarter, every 6 months, we publish a list of all the disciplinary actions that were taken in the past period of time. We scrub it to try to protect privacy and who the individuals were, but just so that people can see what was done. Okay, you had an OUI and this was the punishment. You know, you had, some of them are sexual harassment. This was the punishment, and we do make that available. So.
A follow-up, Mr. Chair?
You may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, General. That it gets to, I guess it gets to something more. I guess I would want to know when would a dishonorable discharge come into play in these scenarios? And if that's not something that you can answer right now, and we can follow up in an email, but at what point does a dishonorable discharge come into play?
Would you want to try to answer dishonorable discharge, or? Yeah. I should turn that over to the lawyer, because there's a number of different ways of doing discharges, and is that okay, Senator, if I have the JAG answer the dishonorable discharge question?
I will allow it. Thank you for asking, sir.
Okay. It was the JAG that reminded me to ask, so you can't give me credit.
Hello, I'm
Please
Major Katie
introduce yourself.
Gross. I'm just going to give you a quick overview of the different discharges. So a dishonorable discharge is the equivalent of a crime, a felony, that is given as a result of a commercial.
Mr. Chair, sorry, excuse me. I didn't hear the introduction. I'm sorry. Point of order, sir. Sorry, apologies. I did not hear the introduction. I'm sorry. Could you please tell us who you are and your title again? And sorry,
Major Katie Trost, I'm the judge advocate, one of the judge advocates here. So a dishonorable discharge is equivalent to a felony. It's given as a result of a court martial, which is the functional equivalent of a criminal trial. So that's kind of over here under state law. In Maine, we have the Maine Code of Military Justice. On Title 10, we have the Uniform Code of Military Justice. And those are the military criminal tribunals. We also have administrative separations, which are more akin to employment actions, right? So if you get terminated by a government agency in any other realm, like if you're a state employee, a federal employee, that type of thing. Attached to that is a due process requirement, depending on your time in service, that typically is an administrative board system. The discharges that you can get from those processes are what we abbreviate, and I will not do that right now, but we have an honorable discharge, which may mean that you were processed for separation for misconduct, but received an honorable discharge after the due process hearing. We have a general under honorable circumstances, which the standard is that you had generally honorable service, but something happened that precludes you from getting that straight honorable. And then the third characterization is the other than honorable, which again, while still under the auspices of an administrative proceeding, is the worst administrative penalty you can get. And what that does is automatically say that you can't re-enter the military. So if you come out and try to come back in, you can't come in. And there are some automatic administrative actions that attach to that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yes, it does. And other than honorable would strip a person of their benefits?
No, so this goes a little bit deeper into kind of personnel regulations. Okay. But once you hit that 20-year mark, you are vested for retirement. You're getting something. Okay. And so there are second order effects depending on how you go out and kind of the circumstances, and that gets into deeper things. But as General Farnett mentioned, you lose local control when you hit that point. Okay. That's statutorily driven.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that.
Thank you. And just to ask two other questions along this line of questioning for the work session, if we can have what you just said in writing, And also perhaps some examples of the kinds of misconduct that fits into all of those categories would really help me understand that at all. And then I do have, and thank you very much for providing that clarity on behalf of the Maine National Guard. And so I do have a question for General Farnham before we move on with other committee members, because it's right here where we are. So sure. General Farnham, you said something earlier about if civilian law enforcement doesn't do anything, then it's up to the military tribunal system to try to hold people accountable. Did I hear that correctly?
No, not exactly. What we are in the National Guard, and this is where it's a little different than active duty. Active duty, they have their own investigative, that's the CID and NCIS and all the stuff. They all have TV shows, you know, but that's active duty. On the Guard side, we use local law enforcement because, again, most of our members, or a lot of our members, are 28 days out of the month they're in the civilian world. So and we don't have those resources to do that type of that criminal investigation. So as soon as that unrestricted report comes through, or the mandatory reporters get the information, it goes to local law enforcement. Again, the victim has their victim advocate that can accompany them to help them navigate that program. We've got the provost marshal that helps navigate that process to help the communication. And so, but once local law enforcement looks at it, and for whatever the same reasons that they choose to take cases, investigate cases, or not take cases, investigate cases, the same reason district attorneys decide to take cases or not take cases, all those same things happen. That's not part of our process. That's purely on the local law enforcement, civilian law enforcement. If they choose to pass for whatever reason, that's when it comes back to us, and then we take it to the Office of Complex Investigations, which is, again, years ago, that would have been investigated by us, but that was something taken away as one of the improvements to the process, so that, as it's been alluded to, a state like Maine and a lot of other guards, even guard units that are guard states that are bigger than Maine, it's still a pretty tight organization, and they decided it was better to remove that. So that investigation goes down to the National Guard Bureau, to the Office of Complex Investigation, which are people that are trained to do these types of investigations. They do this report for administrative purposes. They send the results back to the state as either substantiated or unsubstantiated or whatever. And then we take it from there and use it for our administrative process. And that's when we take it from there and go to the rest of the analysis and how we're going to handle that administratively.
And given that it's hard for a civilian to understand everything about how members of the National Guard are not necessarily full-time active duty, I'm wondering if you have any sense that have you sensed, have you heard, do you know if there is any potential deference from civilian law enforcement officers in trying to investigate any claims of sexual violence from someone who wears the uniform, such that they would rather that it be handled in the military tribunal? Do you understand that question?
Maybe a little bit. I think one of our concerns, I'll start with this and see if this answers the question. One of our concerns, or my concerns, when we first started digging into this a little bit and really it was as we were preparing 645 and looking for different options of things that, again, we were looking for things around the edges of our program that were, the bulk of what we do is directed by federal guidelines and regulations and everything else, what we do. But we were looking for things along the edges that we could do to enhance our ability to take care of victims and do all these things inside the state. So that's one of the things that we looked at. When we take it to local law enforcement, are they saying, that's the military, they've got a way, they're gonna make them do push-ups and sit-ups and put them in the brig, and they're gonna make them do all these other things, so we don't need to be as serious with this case. That was one of the things I'm asking. Are they passing on our cases because they think we're going to do something that we aren't capable of doing? Well, what we found asking, and that's one of the reasons we brought the provost marshal into the equation, is to have somebody that understood and talked the language of the local law enforcement folks, so they could have these conversations and improve that and make sure that that information was good. And so after talking to the provost marshal, I became a fan of what the provost marshal brought to the equation and brought to the situation, that they are having these conversations. The local police departments do understand it. We talked about, should we recommend that the Attorney General's office investigate all sexual assault in the military? And it was determined that that's kind of a slap in the face to local law enforcement, saying you can't do your job, when all we need to do and what we should do is make a better effort at making sure that there is good communication between the military and local law enforcement, so that to help them do their job, not deference to the military, not being harder on them, but looking at it like a referee, black and white, and making the right decision based on the circumstances of that case for a criminal case. Now, once they pass, then it comes back to us. Now it's administrative, and now we have different standards for people to wear the uniform, and that's when we can impose that when we do it administratively.
So my last, it absolutely does. It inspires one more question for now, and I'll save the rest for the work session on this issue. And that is, when you have substantiated claims in your possession, what is the harshest accountability you can mete out on someone who has substantiated claims of sexual assault?
The harshest is the other than honorable discharge is the harshest we can do administratively.
Okay, thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. General, I actually, for the work session, we don't have to get into it today, but I'm interested in the climate survey that I've read a couple of different documents where climate survey is mentioned, because I just think, most of what we've heard today is about blatant issues, but to me, that's the tip of the iceberg. And I think the base of the iceberg is just the overall climate, the overall culture that we have. And it's hard for me because I've never been in the military. And as you said, many things are different in military life versus civilian life. But I know that in my history, I have gone through many climate surveys, that some good and some not good, that really get at some core issues. And I would just like to understand better. I know there's a lot of things about privacy and who the data gets shared with, but I think there's a way, personally, I've had good success with some climate surveys about how do you start making changes that are more subtle, that will over time actually work to drop the incidences of these blatant crimes that we've been hearing about today. So I just wanted, I don't need a lot of detail, but just sort of what's the process for the climate survey?
Sure, we can do that. And just, again, I refer a lot to that independent review commission, but that was one of the things that was part of that, is getting an awful lot of data from, from a lot of, from all over DOD to try to, and I think a lot of people were shocked, to tell you the truth, that with what all of us thought were incredible resources and effort that had gone on over the last 10 years to make progress, that we hadn't. I think General Milley, who is now the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, I think he might have been the chief of staff of the Army at the time, but he made a comment something like, we can sit here and argue about whether some of it's a little active duty centric, so it's not directly applicable, but one of the big arguments on this active duty side is whether you take the prosecution out of the hands of the chain of command and out of the commander's hands when it comes to sexual assault. And it was very controversial on active duty because that, the importance of command they take it very seriously, we kind of on the Guard looked at it like, well, we took it out of our hands a long time ago and gave it to local law enforcement. That's just the nature of what we do. But General Milley said, you know, all this effort, and we've barely moved the needle. So I need to stop. I've been a proponent. I think he would say, I've been a proponent of keeping it. Commanders can be commanders. And he said, but we've had 10 years and we haven't moved the needle. And so I think that was the IRC piece. And the reason I talk about it a lot, it was a shock to people that with the effort that had been made, the needle hadn't been moved. And that's why, again, there's been a lot of movement on in the programs due to that. And I sent that copy, and I do keep referring to it because we are expecting some big changes. And I will just say one, you know, this implementation roadmap of what is being implemented. And unfortunately, and sometimes, especially in the federal world, how seriously you're taking something is measured by how much money and resources you're willing to put at it. And so this roadmap, and it's listing out as how they're implementing the different tiers of program changes. And it says, by December 15th, 2021, the military services and relevant components will begin implementing their plans for Tier 1 actions. Initial cost estimates to implement the roadmap are approximately $4.6 billion from FY22 to FY27. So they are full, and we're expecting, with the plans where they created this $4.3 billion, we're expecting to get 5 full-time federal employees in the state of Maine to help attack sexual assault, sexual harassment, suicide prevention, domestic assault, and then a coordinator to help coordinate all those efforts together, along with the existing staff that we already have. So and I know I mentioned a lot, but there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of effort that is to come, even though I think we've had a lot of effort up to this date.
And if I could, Mr. Chair, I just want to follow up and say, I'm not looking necessarily for actions from the survey, but just trying to understand the process of how the survey works and how the data, we can gather lots of data, but how then is the data sort of molded towards actions, but not necessarily what the specific actions are. Thank you.
I recognize this Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Wood made me think of comments. A particular testimony referred to grooming, which I think is what Representative Wood was referring to, with those early stages that seem subtle and they're a process toward something else. And even if they're not, they're incredibly humiliating and demeaning and get at people's self-worth and mental health. So this may be part of what is coming, as you're describing more is coming. Will that be addressed as severely or seriously as the more egregious, obvious? Because this is just as important. It's just not as obvious. And just a companion to that, I'm not sure it was the same testimony, but there was reference to the once-a-year training isn't sufficient. Is that part of the plan, that there will be an ongoing, to change the climate, an ongoing process?
So I'll start with the training piece. You know, the training, I think I shared you an example of what some of the training is. That comes down every year. And it is I think one of the advantages of having our team involved with some of these outside agencies is that they can kind of see what's happening on the outside as far as training and resources and everything else. So when they take that training that is provided by the National Guard Bureau, and now they're presenting that training, instead of just slide after slide after slide, it allows them to have a better breadth of knowledge of what is available in the local community, what the trainings are like in other organizations, whether it's the university or private business, so they can maybe tweak the training to be a little bit more applicable to the Guard. And some of that training, the training prior to now, I've sat in training before that talked about grooming. And a big part of grooming is being able to recognize it for what it is, right? And then a lot of times, if you're doing your job right as a bystander or a battle buddy or a wingman or a commander, if you're doing your job right and you can recognize it before something really bad happens, now it becomes a leadership issue whether or not you can take the appropriate action at that time. If it's, and again, it would be similar to anything else. There's a range. If it's very early in the process and it's a one-on-one counseling session that says, hey, I don't know what you're up to, but that's not appropriate. Or if it's a little further down, it becomes more significant, punishment. Then, that would be the perfect world, right? That you recognize the grooming early, you stopped it before it was really any significant offense with that severe counseling. That's the perfect world. Leader doing his job, was trained so somebody recognized it and brought it to him, and no event happens. That's the perfect world.
Chair recognizes Representative Supika.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. General, I asked this question. I want to preference this with that I am a big believer in listening and believing survivors. But I understand how earlier when you were speaking on investigations and plea bargains and all of those things, I understand what you mean by that. So I guess after listening to all the testimony this morning, if those allegations were true and should the perpetrators be found guilty, do you think that they should be allowed to continue in the Guard?
Can you
Yeah.
rephrase?
Yeah, I'm sorry, rephrase it. Okay, so so today in the testimony and the everything that we heard, let's say that was investigated, like the behavior that you heard, that
Right.
behavior, should the people who did that behavior, should they be allowed to continue in the Guard? And I
No.
understand. Oh, thank you. That's comforting to hear.
So, and I just go back a little bit to your comment about the plea bargain. And one of the things I think that we recognized and that we recognized during some of our reviews of this is that communication between that why you end up with this negotiation, that the result isn't always what you want it to be. And I'm just going to throw this. We can have a board. If you pick a business and you have somebody that you want to get rid of because there's a sexual assault, sexual harassment, you get rid of them, right? We have to, because of the due process rights, we have to work with that a little bit, because here's the bet. We don't want them here. Ultimately, we don't want them here. Yes, we want to punish them to the appropriate level, but we don't want them in our organization. Our standards are higher than that. So that can be the priority. If we take them to an administrative board, like I described before, it's like a little courtroom. There's a defense attorney, there's a prosecutor, there's a panel that act like the jury, and there's evidence. If we lose that case, Monday morning, that perpetrator's back at work, and I don't have anything I can do about it. I don't want him here, or her, or whoever it is. So we have to go within the guidelines that we have, and that's why, if I can get a person to resign, get rid of it, not get a retirement, if I can take 2 stripes and maybe be a general discharge versus an other than honorable discharge, and that's the negotiation with the defense attorney, but he's out the door at the end of the day, never to come back. Or I risk, in some cases, when the evidence isn't as solid as I'd like it, and I'm going to risk that he's not going to be, it's not going to be a finding to boot him out, and he's going to show up to work on Monday morning. Those are the decisions that our folks have to make.
Are there any other questions from the committee for general fund? I just have one. I'm asking it in good faith. I think the answer is obvious from everything you said, but I just want to cross the T and dot the I, because we hear a lot about survivors telling their stories, reporting the incidences to people who are supposed to do something about it, and they are not believed. And so the simple question is, everything you heard today from the members of the National Guard, present and former, do you believe their stories, General Farnham?
I believe what they're saying, yes. I do have to say that in some cases, there's a little bit more, there are more facts to the story. But I'm not to take anything at all away from what they experienced. Not to take anything at all about what they experienced, because they, I believe everything they said.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, we appreciate all of this, and we will certainly talk more at the work session, whenever it may be.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, General. With that, I will ask for people to raise their hands if they would like to testify in favor of LD 2029. And please leave your hands raised until I call upon you. I would greatly appreciate it, and so would the committee. With that, we are welcoming Elizabeth Ward Saxel to the panel. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazio, members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Ward Saxel. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Coalition Against Sexual Assault, the organization which represents Maine sexual assault support centers across the state. First, I want to echo what so many have already said, which is gratitude for the courage of the survivors who spoke today. Just incredibly powerful, and also reflective of what I have seen throughout my career, which is survivors doing very, very difficult things because they want to improve their world for other people. And I think I'm year 22 in my job, and I have not stopped being moved by that. I did just have a quick look at Representative Riley's amendment, and it addresses most of the technical concerns that I had with the bill as printed, so I won't bother you with those things. I'll just speak to a couple of quick items. One, Representative McCreight, victim survivors, we use them interchangeably. I often do victim/survivor because it depends on the individual, what they prefer to be called. So I think both is technically in our field good to go. Representative Riley, a good line of questioning there around mental health services and the availability of mental health services. This is one of the great sadnesses of my last year of work here, is that we did a big needs assessment around what were the basic needs that survivors were not getting met. And you won't be surprised to hear that mental health services was one of them. So we created a fund for survivors. And the idea was going to be that we would get clinicians and we would pay for a certain number of hours. And those slots would just be open so that survivors could come and access them. Do you know what the real problem was? It wasn't the money. It was finding really highly qualified clinicians in that field who were not completely booked. It's part of the real, it's a Maine-wide issue that we have a lack of capacity to provide those services for trauma survivors. And so it's a nut I'd love to crack, and I'd love to be in future conversation around that. Also, a great line of questioning from many of you around the sort of different levels of sexual violence, all of them serious. And as always, there are things that are counterintuitive about this work. And one of them is around sexual harassment and zero tolerance policies for sexual harassment. What the research tells us is that when you create sort of harsh zero tolerance policies for sexual harassment, what you actually do is you reduce the number of people who are willing to come forward to talk about what's happened to them because they're afraid of the consequences. And I think you heard some of that, some victim survivors worrying about the consequences, right? And so what you want to do is create an environment where people don't wait until the behavior has elevated to that higher level, because I mean, you heard it. It's normal, it's fine, I can handle it, I can handle it, I can handle it. And then you watch the behavior ramp up. And so what you have to do is create an environment where you're able to intervene much earlier, that people feel comfortable coming forward and saying, ooh, this behavior is happening. And if not more importantly, that focus on the bystanders. That the impact, and particularly in a hierarchical system, is the person who gets in trouble is the person who is in charge, who has seen this thing happen and not done anything about it. Because that's going to help in this kind of system encourage more intervention from the people who should be intervening to say, nope, never, we don't do that. So I'm looking forward to talking more about that. I'm very interested in Representative Riley's amendment to have the Attorney General engage in an independent investigation. I was getting more and more sick throughout the day as I've been listening to this hearing, thinking about the responsibility that I have in sitting either on the the executive order group that the governor has created, or on the version of it in the bill, whichever one. There's a seat for our organization, I think, and feeling completely ill-equipped. I'm very nervous about having the resources we need to really learn the things about what's currently going on in that environment in order to create a good action plan. And so, I've got great faith in the AG's office. And so that feels good. And also I worry about resources, about if that's unresourced, how comprehensive that look can actually be. And maybe there are resources attached, and God knows I don't want to kill a bill with a fiscal note. But I also want us to be realistic about the complex questions we're asking, and frankly, what I think is going to need to be an awful lot of human hours in order to really dive deep and have the kinds of conversations folks need to have to get the information we need to drive this change. So I apologize for the, once again, rambling based on notes and nothing in writing, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Chair recognized. Thank you, Elizabeth Ward Saxon, for your testimony. I usually don't start with questions myself, but I just want to make sure, will you advocate to make sure this is resourced?
Absolutely. Be happy to.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question would be a representative from Sister in Arms spoke earlier today, and it seems like your organizations could work together on addressing military sexual trauma. Would you work with Sister in Arms?
Absolutely. I frankly wasn't aware of them until today, and I was scribbling down. I actually tried to get in touch with the person in my office who does most of the work with the National Guard to see whether she is actually already has that connection, and I'm just not aware of it, which is certainly possible. But yes, I would love to, because it sounds like there are a lot of, we've got victim emergency funds, for example, out of our office that folks can access. I think we've got some resources that could probably be helpful with some of the folks that they're serving.
Mr. Chair, could I get one more question?
You may proceed.
Could you provide us either right now or in an email, like the resources you would need to make sure it's supported?
Sorry, what
you were discussing earlier, you said.
I'm worried about, I know that real investigations take a lot of human hours. And so I'm worried, I'm hopeful that the AG's office is going to be like, yeah, let's go. And I also wonder whether or not they have the kind of excess staff capacity to do that. And so, I mean, I don't know what investigations cost. I've got not a clue, but I'm hopeful that the AG's office could give us a little bit more sense about about what they think it's going to cost to have that happen. Because I know that, I mean, we work with them all the time, and I don't think there's anyone over there that's sitting around waiting for, something new to do. So I just want to make sure that, it just feels like the scope of it's really big.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Piazza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Ward-Saxel. I don't have a question. I just wanted to say thank you for working with Senator Hickman and I to try and come up with a good, as fair and appropriate way, I guess, for lack of a better word, way of trying to get survivors/victims to be able to be comfortable testifying. I don't think the committee knew what you were doing, working with us to try and get that set up. So I just wanted to, on mic, say thank you for that. I know it was very short term, very quick effort, and Janet mentioned that you guys jumped in with both feet, ready to do whatever was necessary to make it happen. So thank you for that.
Absolutely, my pleasure, and our job.
The chair recognizes Representative Supika.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Ward-Saxel, what kind of hurdles and difficulties can a victim/survivor encounter when going and reporting to law enforcement? And I guess you could speak on guard specific, but also just in general when going to law enforcement.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to ramble on this subject, but I cut myself off. But now you've asked me, so you're just going to have to get it. So yeah, I mean, they're huge, right? So if we know that every year 14,000 Mainers will be the victim of sexual violence in the state, and if you look at the crime in Maine stats, which is the reports to law enforcement, it hovers somewhere between 350 and 500. So what we know is the vast majority of sexual assaults are not being reported to law enforcement. And it is not for lack of law enforcement really, coming with a more victim-centered approach. I mean, the difference between what it looks like when you walk into a PD today from what it was 20 years ago is just radically different. We work really closely with law enforcement, and a lot of folks doing a really good job. But I think the fact of the matter is there are so many, the system is just really hard, right? So it's hard enough to tell your story once. It's hard to tell it to a stranger. It's hard to then be under a lot of scrutiny. We certainly know the way these cases are portrayed, often correctly, in the media. It just, I think a lot of folks say it is not worth that trouble. It's going to be too hard. And I think, that's why one of the things that we're really trying to advocate for as an organization is some easier paths. And so, I heard the general almost say, it wasn't quite this, but he almost said, oh, plea bargains, that's a nasty word, right? Because I think plea bargains have been come to be thought of as sort of the easy way out, or the, like, we're giving up. But actually often plea bargains can be victim-centered. It's a way of avoiding a drawn out procedure, in court and otherwise. And so it is not victim-centered when victims are not involved in making that decision around pleas. But it can actually be one of the better outcomes. This is why I think where it's really at is changing that culture with all the lower level issues. Because I don't think that we're ever going to get to the top level enforcement, because I think survivors are going to continue not to come forward, except rarely. I just can't think that in the National Guard setting that it's going to be any different than what it is in the general population, right? So, yeah. Thanks for the ramble.
Are there any other questions for Elizabeth Ward-Saxel from the committee at this time? Seeing none, I would also like to thank you for stepping up on such short notice. to open up your office to host anyone who would wish to provide testimony through you to us today.
And if I might just send a thank you back, the care that this committee has taken in helping to make survivors feel comfortable is really extraordinary. And I want to particularly shout out to the chairs who have just done a phenomenal job. So thank you for your kindness.
Thank you for being here today. Is there anyone else in attendance who would like to testify in favor of LD 2029? Seeing none, is there anyone present who would like to testify in opposition to LD 2029? Please raise your hand and leave it raised until I call on you. Seeing none, is there anyone present who would like to testify neither for nor against? Please keep your hands raised until I promote you to the panel. We have 3 people so far, and I will begin in the order that the hands were raised. Welcome. You may begin your testimony whenever you are ready. Thank you for being here today.
Good afternoon, Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee chairs and all who are in attendance. My name is Kartika Wright. I served as the Maine Army National Guard Sexual Assault Response Coordinator for the last 6 years, retiring at the end of October of last year, but served overall in the Maine Army National Guard for a total of 31 years, 21 of those years as an active Guard Reserve soldier. So I've been involved with the goings on and seen a lot of comings and goings and experienced a lot over those years. This day has been honestly emotionally exhausting for me. And to have submitted my testimony as a not for or against, kind of middle of the road, because my intent was basically to comment on the bill and the details of the bill, and provide some of my experience in those comments. I've been watching and listening, and so very proud and so very grateful for the survivors who courageously shared their stories. My experience over the last 6 years was heartwarming, if you can imagine, but also heartbreaking. And it was an opportunity to support soldiers I was so grateful and honored to have been afforded. I was a logistician for a very long time. I have a bachelor's in social work. I have a deep, deep care and concern for my fellow soldiers. And being able to serve as a sexual assault response coordinator for the last 6 years of my career was amazing and discouraging and upsetting, and energizing sometimes, depending on the situation. But I submitted my testimony, and it is pretty lengthy. It's about 10 minutes or so, and I'm not going to read the whole thing because a lot of what I submitted and is already in the record has been talked about. So I just want to kind of paraphrase some of the high points of the testimony and some thoughts that I've picked up over the day, recognizing that it has been a long day for everybody involved. So I've witnessed and experienced some of what the folks who have shared their experiences today have experienced. And so much of what I've heard has resonated, whether I was a person who experienced it myself, knew someone who did, or provided sexual assault response coordinator support to someone who's experienced that. So it does happen to males and females alike. There was a question about that. I serve both males and females, and a wide variety of experiences. Experiences that happened 20 years ago, experiences that happened 2 weeks ago, for example, but provided service in the way that a victim survivor needed and wanted to the best of my ability. Sexual assault is unacceptable. Sexual harassment is unacceptable. And one of the things that I have wanted to say in training in the past was, if it ain't yours, don't touch it. It should be that simple, but it isn't. And I firmly believe that prevention is the key. Prevention is something that should be starting well before people enlist in our military services. And one of our survivors talked about that, about not having learned that even before joining the military. So people come from all walks of life. They come from all sorts of environments, all sorts of understanding about what consent means, about what healthy relationships are, about what responsible alcohol use is, about what no means, and accepting that graciously. So those are the types of things that when we talk about prevention, those things should be happening before people even join our services. But whether or not they do, those are parts of the conversations that I say we because I haven't been gone very long, but that our sexual assault response coordinators, our victim advocates, our trainers can speak to help bolster that respect and dignity and treating each other with civility. That's the baseline that keeps sexual assault from happening often. I believe that a holistic approach is very key. And I'm so excited about the bill that plays a part in that multifaceted approach. So again, I've detailed some of my questions and concerns about the bill, and some of them have already been addressed with Representative Riley's amendment. So that's really exciting. The health and welfare of our Maine National Guard service members, the civilian employees that work alongside them, and service members' families is really so important. It's priceless. And I thank you for your time today. I thank you for the opportunity to participate in this procedure and to provide my testimony on this subject that is really so very important to me and to my heart. I can't even explain the honor that I felt in serving the victim survivors that trusted me to work with them through whatever process they chose, whether they chose a restricted report or they chose an unrestricted report. And you notice I say chose, they chose. My role as a sexual assault response coordinator, as an advocate for victims and survivors, is not ever to tell somebody what they need to do or what they should do. It's to lay out the options. It's to share the benefits and the downfalls potentially of each option, to answer any questions that they have, to connect them to all the resources that they need based on what they identify to me, and let them make the decision. What type of report do they want to file? Do they want to file a report? Do they just want to talk to a special victims counsel? Do they want to talk to an advocate in a community sexual assault support center and not work with the military? Do they want to go get a forensic exam if it just happened? Do they want to talk to just the chaplain? What is it that they want and they need? And what questions can I answer to help them as they move forward in healing from being assaulted? I could probably talk all day about this, and I respect the time that you all have spent today with your diligent attention to all the stories that were shared. And if you have any questions for me, please, I'm pretty much an open book. I don't tend to publicly share the private experience that I had over the last 6 years, confidentially supporting folks who have shared one of the most traumatic things that could ever happen to them in their lives. But I'm open to answering questions if you have any about my role as a sexual assault response coordinator and how that plays a part in the whole support of victim survivors. once they report sexual assault. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Kartika. Right. It is, I know a little about you, not only because of your long career, but also because you live in Wheatfield. And so thank you for being here today and sharing all of that with us. Chair recognizes Senator Mirmont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Ms. Wright. The question goes back to these reports again, that you gave information so that the person you were counseling could make a choice. Did you say, this is how these reports are supposed to work? But in reality, if you choose the restricted report, there's a good chance it won't be anonymous, and yet you won't get all the services that you would get. So you really ought to maybe go to the restricted, or not direct them to it, but just so they had full information that it isn't exactly what it is said to be. Was that part of your counseling? Did you even know that? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Senator, for that question. Let me repeat it back to you so that I understand what you're asking, so that I make sure I understand what you're asking. When I sat with a victim survivor that contacted me to inquire about filing a report of sexual assault, a formal report of sexual assault, did I explain the differences, explain the potential for confidential information to be shared even if they chose the restricted report? Is that what you're asking?
That's it.
Okay. I did, and I did talk about how small our organization is, and how if they shared that information with anybody, there was automatically a potential for that information to be reshared. And with every person that they share that information with, there is a potential, except me, or my victim advocate, or a behavioral health person, or a chaplain, because there are those of us who in our roles hold a level of confidentiality with what's shared with us, that we do not share that with anybody. When I share a restricted report, when I shared a restricted report with TAG, when I notified him that we had a report, a restricted report, TAG gets very, very basic information. A soldier, when it happened, and not a date, whether it was within the last 30 days or older than that. Was it on post? Was it off post? Very, very limited. No name, no unit. So recognizing that once I share that information, TAG is not to share that information either. But people do talk. The organization is very small. We're like a dysfunctional family. I'm sorry, we're kind of like a dysfunctional family sometimes. And it's human nature for people too, and for rumors too. It doesn't make it right. And consistently, I spent time encouraging folks to not share if you hear, not wonder if you hear. And I know that like Elizabeth, I'm a little bit long-winded, and I can ramble because this subject is something that I have a deep passion about. And if I could wave a magic wand and I could fix everything and no one would ever experience sexual assault ever again, I would do it, because the pain that comes afterwards is as you can see, as you have heard today, very long reaching.
Thank you.
So I did ramble and I apologize. But we talk about that. I have never encouraged someone to choose one over the other. That's a really important piece of what a SARC and a victim advocate do, is giving that power back to someone who has had power taken away from them.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Wright from the committee? The chair recognizes Representative Supika.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Wright, for being here. I was wondering, how many sexual assault response coordinators does the Main Guard have?
Great question. Thank you for asking, Representative Supika. There are 2 full-time sexual assault response coordinators in the Maine National Guard. The Joint Force Headquarters Sexual Assault Response Coordinator, which is the position I held, is currently held by Tina Zabrick. And that person is responsible for the overall the overall sexual assault prevention response program on behalf of TAG. So it's TAG's program, but that's the person who's the program manager. And the 101st Air Refueling Wing in Bangor has a full-time sexual assault response coordinator as well, Ms. Bobby Jo Rogers. So while Tina is in charge, she really isn't in charge. It's a team effort. Tina is the primary response person for the Army side, and Bobby Jo is the primary response person for the air side. But service members are encouraged to contact whomever they feel most comfortable with as a victim advocate or as a sexual assault response coordinator. Someone on the Army side might feel more comfortable by going to the air side to talk with somebody, and vice versa. So very much present as a team, as peers, and work together really closely to do the very best that they can to provide support to the soldiers and airmen.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair recognizes Representative Briley.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming today to testify. Could you explain the dual role you have to balance with being like in a ranking system and being an advocate for someone who is lower ranking?
I just jotted it down so that I can repeat it back to you as well, Representative Riley. And it's nice to see your face. So you would like me to talk about the dual role as a victim advocate or as a SARC, providing advocacy for someone who is of a lower rank? Is that is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Dual role, do you mean if there's already an existing relationship or known, or just in general? In general, go ahead.
Yeah, in general, yeah.
Okay, so in general, let's talk about I guess we'll talk about my experience, and may talk about some of the victim advocates that worked with me that have had that experience. When I was serving as a sexual assault response coordinator, I was an active guard reserve soldier. So I came to work every day in a uniform. I was CW4 Kartika Wright SARC. The current situation, and ever more hopefully situation, is that the SARCs are not the SARCs in those 2 roles are not a uniformed person. Primarily, they are a Title V civilian employee. So while Tina may serve as a National Guard soldier on drill weekends, she is also serving in civilian attire every day as a Title V SARC. So it's kind of weird, kind of strange. And on the air side, Ms. Rogers has retired from the Air Guard, and so she is just straight up Ms. Rogers every day, which is less confusing for folks that we are providing service to, and less difficult for us, I think, too, navigating rank structure and communication with leadership, and also for victims, because I think it's difficult for private first class to come in office and see a soldier with a CW4 on their uniform. You know, a warrant officer who has many years of experience in service. That can be overwhelming. So I think for me advocating, I didn't find an issue, because I felt like warrant officers were always supposed to be someone who anybody could reach out to and anybody could connect with, regardless of rank. As Ms. Church mentioned earlier, subject matter experts in our area. So someone who is available to anybody who needs assistance in the area. And I was a logistics warrant officer. So the victim advocates that have worked with me and have provided support for folks, they haven't indicated that there was an issue with a rank differential. What was really important for them, and I think for the victims, was knowing that they could trust the person. When they went to a victim advocate and reported, they generally chose someone that they trusted, and it didn't matter to them the rank. I have had a variety of rank individuals reach out to me and didn't get the feeling that they had an issue or they had difficulty, but I have certainly heard that it is a constraint and it's a barrier for folks to report. So the military, the National Guard, has shifted to, again, civilian personnel in those roles to decrease the potential for barrier or anticipated power differential or feel.
Mr. Chair, could I just have one follow-up question?
You may proceed.
What happens if you have a disagreement with someone who is higher ranking than you?
As the SARC?
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't necessarily happen anymore because we've taken, in theory, it's been taken out of the equation, with that position now being a Title V civilian position. But I think I would, for me, when I had disagreements with those who outranked me, for example, my supervisor or the chief of staff or TAG, I felt like I could bring my point of view to them honestly and in a straightforward approach, but they still did outrank me. I mean, the SARC is an advisor too. The SARC is an advisor to TAG. And at the end of the day, he's the boss. But me in that role, I'm the subject matter expert. And I am entrusted to advise him of the risks of taking action or not taking action in certain areas, as the staff judge advocate is from a legal standpoint. So I felt like I could provide the input. Leadership didn't always take my advisement, and that's a really tough thing when after 6 years, you know your stuff, even though it's moving and shaking and growing. The program has grown with leaps and bounds since before I became a SARC. I was a victim advocate 4 years prior, and saw so much change. And as a victim advocate, as an additional duty, it was hard to keep up with that. Even as a SARC, it's hard to keep up with all the changes with the IRC and with the number of changes that are going to come down from DoD. It's going to be tough to keep up with those changes and to make sure that information gets out to our soldiers and airmen so that they know what the changes are as well. I know there have been changes in reporting processes, and definitions of reporting, the restricted and the unrestricted. So getting that information out to the soldiers and airmen at the lowest level so that they have some understanding, it's tough. It's tough. You have them 2 days a month and 2 weeks in the summer, and the SARCs don't see them, and they have so much more on their plates besides sexual assault response. They come to drill to learn how to run electrical wire or operate heavy equipment or be a logistician. They shouldn't have to worry about that.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your service. And thank you for your work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time today.
Next up, we have Lucia Hunt. I don't mean to butcher your name, but you may begin your testimony whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Lucia Hunt. I'm the chair of the Maine Commission on Domestic and Sexual Abuse, and I'm here today speaking on behalf of the commission, neither for nor against LD 2029. I want to thank this committee for your careful consideration of the issues that this bill addresses, and I especially want to thank and honor the survivors who've shared their experiences today. I'm here to address Part B of the bill, specifically the proposed addition of a member of the Maine National Guard to the Abuse Commission. As the current chair and former membership chair, I want to make sure the committee is aware of the structure of the commission membership as you consider adding an additional seat. The primary consideration I want to raise is that the commission is a large group comprised of 36 members, including law enforcement, attorneys, advocates, survivors, a judicial advisory member, tribal members, and representatives from within state government. I have actually attached the portion of the statute that outlines the composition of the commission and its statutory charge to the end of my written testimony. Recently, to recognize the importance of tribal representation on the commission, we removed and reassigned existing seats so we could add representatives of tribal government, tribal law enforcement, and tribal courts to the commission without increasing the size of the group. During the public hearing on that effort, members of the Judiciary Committee expressed concern about the size of the commission and the challenges of carrying out our statutory charge with such a large group. I'm going to apologize in case you can hear the children who are tromping through my hallways as I'm speaking to you as well. The commission's meetings are open to the public and always include guests. Representatives from the Maine National Guard reached out late last year to express some interest in working with the commission. And Tina and Bobby Joe, whom you just heard Katrika Wright speak about, have participated in many of the meetings since that time. Guests often participate in subcommittee work, are invited to sit on panels, and are given opportunities to share their perspectives at the commission's meetings. Although they cannot formally vote on policy recommendations, guests can meaningfully participate in the commission's work even without having a designated seat. If this committee chooses to add a seat to the Abuse Commission, I would just ask that you consider perhaps describing the seat with slightly broader language than what's currently proposed. In my written testimony, I suggested a member of the military community with experience in responding to sexual assault. And perhaps as I was listening to the survivor's testimony today, even more broadly, a survivor of military sexual trauma or an advocate who works with survivors of military sexual trauma. This would allow for some flexibility to include representatives from other military communities, including veterans. Also for your consideration, it would be more consistent with the commission's current structure to have the new member appointed by the governor. Again, I want to thank this committee for its attention to these critical issues, its respectful engagement with survivors today, and to thank you for the opportunity to share some information and considerations about the Abuse Commission with you. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lucia Hunt. Are there any questions from the committee? I appreciate your concerns, certainly about increasing the size of this commission with a designated appointee. I'm wondering, though, if there are two bullet points here. One says up to 4 members at large appointed by the governor and up to 4 members appointed by the governor representing underserved populations. Would you be opposed to amending either one of those? So that if we were to add a designated seat, that one or the other would say up to 3 instead of up to 4, to take care of the concern that we'd be increasing the size of the commission.
Yes, I think that, that's exactly what we did in adding the tribal representatives. What we do run into with that is that there are currently people sitting in those seats. So it's a bit of a challenge to figure out exactly what those logistics would look like. So I would just offer that that's a consideration, and perhaps, a longer time period in which to do that would help with that concern.
Yeah, if it were to go into effect, there would probably be language that would make it clear that it would only be when a seat became available because someone's term ended, not that someone would be replaced immediately so that they couldn't complete their term that they're currently already expecting to serve. But thank you for that clarity. Are there any questions from anyone else on the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your work and thank you for being here today to help us
Thanks
out.
so much for having me and for your work on this.
Tyler Backus, you may begin your testimony. It's good to see you again, sir.
So I guess good evening now for Senator Hickman and Representative Cazzo and the other members of the VLA committee. I'm actually not going to read my own testimony. I submitted that through the portal. What I am going to do, and actually I want to kind of make a point of this, is so I'm going to make kind of 2 points before I read this. So one thing that I am going to do is read
Mr.
something
Becker,
that was.
Mr. Becker, can you just please officially introduce yourself?
Yep,
Tell us
sorry. So my name is Tyler Backus, and I'm a resident of Oakland, and so I'm just here on my own behalf. And so one thing that I am going to do today is actually read something that was sent to me by a current member of the National Guard, or the Maine National Guard, because they didn't feel comfortable coming, because they were concerned about reprisals of, and actually he addresses it in what is said. And then I also just kind of want to make a point that one of the people who spoke this morning actually was told to stop speaking out, that is still currently serving. So I hope, given that General Farnham's comments this afternoon, that he'll address that with his command and with his leadership to ensure that doesn't continue to happen within his command. So I'm just going to read this as it was written. So I'm responding to the inquiry of whether the subcommittee on behalf of the legislature should continue with its investigation of the Maine National Guard in its handling of sexual assault and harassment cases. This is in relation to the 3 to 4 Bangor Daily News articles that exemplified a few cases. So first, it's the responsibility of the committee to do so, whether there was suitable information or not. Sexual assault and harassment is prevalent in most workplaces. However, the committee specifically oversees the Maine National Guard, and any continued wrongdoing would be at its negligence. As a note, tailhook scandal, or retired in the 90s, and the military has taken and achieved very little momentum in curbing sexual assault. Federal and state legislators have little success in upholding accountability. Since then, we have seen Fort Hood scandal. A second point that they wanted to make is this person has been a witness to and victim of organizational retaliation. Of the few women who came forward, I know of at least 2 who were wrongfully investigated. To be investigated is to be flagged. A flagging action is one where no positive action can be done for the soldier being investigated. Because although they have not been proven guilty, the organization is able to restrict their opportunities. This happened to sexual assault victims. Some had their access to work programs removed, unable to do their jobs due to weak evidence or no evidence. And I just wanted to kind of highlight, because I threw out some suggestions within my written testimony, because as I think it's been said that this problem is actually, I think it was Representative McCray had noted that this seems like this is the tip of the iceberg, and I would agree. I mean, so this is just one of the outgrowths of a very negative culture within the National Guard, and so I speaking either for or against, because I think this is a great first pass at the problem of the culture in the Maine National Guard, but I think more actually needs to be done around actually addressing the root causes of that negative behavior in the National Guard.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here. The chair recognizes Representative Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tyler, for coming before the committee today. Could you elaborate and say, do you have any suggestions right now that you could provide with the committee?
And actually, I talked about this with the soldier that I read from what they had said, and I think the Guard and actually the military in general, and actually Representative Wood brought these up, the yearly questionnaires, and now the name of it slips my mind, but the yearly questionnaires that soldiers are supposed to be encouraged, and generally are encouraged to fill out. That data then goes to the commander and is reviewed with their leadership structure. But beyond that, absolutely nothing is done with that data. So if the command if the commander chooses to do nothing in response to negative outcomes of that data, that's the end of it. There's a lot of really great data that could be captured. Those are some of the best surveys for that are created in this area. So within the workplace culture, and so I put in my testimony, we also have some really great researchers that work at our universities, that maybe work out of state that we'd want to engage, that could actually utilize that data to come up with real recommendations for how to change the workplace culture. And I put in there's a lot of, for right now I work for the Maine Department of Education, and US Department of Education actually started requiring states to come up with comprehensive scorecards for how our schools are doing. And we could really replicate those same scorecards with the Guard that would encompass what is the actual readiness of a unit. And so there's many ways to measure readiness of a unit. And I think soldier readiness in their mindset is yet another way to kind of measure that readiness.
Chair recognizes Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure I heard correctly, and feel free to have that person contact if this is the case. You're saying that someone who testified this morning before this committee is already having repercussions happening because of their testimony.
Not because of their testimony this morning, but because they've been engaged in the topic since the Bangor Daily News articles came out.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee for Mr. Backus? Chair recognizes Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Backus. I just wanted to double check. It sounded from the testimony you read that there was a real concern that nothing would happen. Is that how you hear that as well?
Fully, yes. I mean, I've had long conversations with this person, and he has no faith that there will be any outcome.
Was it also that the committee wouldn't do anything? This committee.
Well, I think, I mean, there's the legislative oversight, and sometimes because it's such a hard topic to understand and to dig into, and the Guard in general, I think there's a concern that it's going to be hard, and so then yes, then not much would come out of it, even from on the legislative side.
Thank you. That's what I heard as well, and definitely that's very concerning. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else present who would like to testify on LD 2029? If so, please raise your hand. Seeing none, all public comment having been taken, I will close the public hearing on LD 2029. Chair recognizes Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It has been a very, very long day today for all of us. And I do not want to prolong this any longer than we have to, not because it's not very, very important, but because we're all exhausted. It's been a very emotionally charged day for us all. I would just ask, perhaps we could, at the will of at the discretion of the committee, move into work session so that we could get Representative Riley's amendment entered in and make sure that we have the right information so that we have all of our questions kind of at least labeled and down and ready to go for the work session that we will have to get special permission for next week. I don't think we're ready. Personally, I'm not ready to vote this yet, but if everybody else is ready, then that's great. But I think we need some more time to digest it. But I just want to make sure that we give Janet as much information as we can up front so that we can be as expeditious as possible. So I will move to go into work session. If the committee's exhausted, totally get it. And if we don't get a second, we don't get a second, and we pick it up again the next time. But I want to at least throw that out on the table.
So you are making a motion to move into work session. The motion has been seconded by Senator Farren. Any discussion on the motion? My comment is I will support the motion to begin the process so that we can walk through the amendment. I am still going to ask for us to take a break before doing that because it's important that we stretch and just breathe a bit. I need 5 or 10 minutes. Is that too long for people? Seeing no objection to that, Darlene, will you please call the roll on the motion to move into work session?
Senator Hickman,
Yay.
Senator Marmont,
Yay.
Senator Farren,
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo,
Yes.
Representative McCray,
Yes.
Representative Riley,
Yes.
Representative Supika. Oh, you muted. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Yes.
Got it. Representative Kinney. Not there. Representative Harrington is absent. Representative Corey is absent. Representative Dolph.
Yes.
9 in favor. Nobody in the opposition.
The motion prevails for those unanimous present and voting. So we will move into work session on LD 2029. We will do that. We will begin the work session at 6 p.m. It is 5:45. The Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs will be at ease until 6 p.m. Excuse me, VLA Democrats can join the caucus if you'd like to discuss a way forward. Thank you. Welcome back to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. It's 2 minutes after 6. And so as promised, we will begin the work session on LU 2029. I believe the best way to go about it at this part of our evening is simply to have Janet share the amendments and all of the language that we were looking at earlier. Now is the appropriate time to walk through all of it and make sure that at least what we have so far can be discussed. And if Janet needs any clarity about what our intent is in any part of it, then we can at least have that framework there before we adjourn for the weekend. So Janet.
Hello. I will reshare my screen on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. My boss just delivered me tea because she's very nice.
She is awesome.
Can you see it? Somehow my screen went double on me and I can't tell what you can see.
Yeah, we can see it.
So I'm going to be looking this way because my screen's acting funny, but I am looking at what you're looking at.
Thank you.
So there was an original version, the way the bill was originally drafted with the idea, and I think Representative Riley explained this, so I'll just repeat it a little bit, but I think he explained it really well, was that the National Guard Bureau Office of Complex Investigations would be requested by the Adjutant General to conduct an independent review of all of the things you were talking about today, the ways that sexual assaults are investigated, prosecuted, and adjudicated by the Air and Army National Guards. And if that assistance wasn't available, which it sounds like from some of the information that came out of the governor's office yesterday, that might be the case, then there could be an independent agency experienced in evaluating military sexual violence prevention and response that would conduct the review. I'm not exactly sure from the Adjutant General's testimony today what is or isn't available, but in the meantime, Representative Riley asked me to prepare an amendment that would instead have the Attorney General's office conduct the independent review. Instead of starting with OCI, you would start with the Attorney General's office, and then it would be the same type of review, the same type of structure that was set forth before, except that you wouldn't have, there's a lot of crossed out, so it looks like it's a different structure, but that's really because you don't need an alternative independent agency. You just, you know, you're going with the AG's office if you adopt this amendment. But one of the things that the AG's office could say, as Representative Riley mentioned, was, yes, we have some ideas and we've done our assessment and we have all these findings and recommendations, but one of the recommendations might be to please go forward with the Office of Complex Investigations also conducting a review. So you'll find that on the bottom of this first page that is specifically noted as something the Attorney General should consider as a recommendation for further action. It's not required, but they're asked to weigh in on that. And then when the Attorney General's office prepares the report, they would present that report to this committee and then also to the Adjutant General. So both entities would get that information, but this committee would have the authority to report out legislation related to the report during the next calendar year. And I think I've mentioned earlier, sometimes we've been drafting these report outs as a calendar year basis, just in case a session ends quickly for whatever reason, pandemic, budget, doesn't matter the reason, you just won't get caught in a situation where you don't have authority to respond to a report that you really want to receive because you want the ability to respond to it. So that's the first section. The next Part B, a lot of this is what you saw before about the protection orders from military commanders applying for protection from harassment actions. That's one thing that it helps, although that wasn't necessarily the goal. It does help you get in the door for court protection from harassment action, and also to form the basis if somebody violates the commander's order, even if they're not in National Guard status at the time, that they would then have committed the crime of harassment that can be proved in a court of law. Then what is really being changed, however, is in the commission, I'm going to get the name wrong, so let me double check. the Maine Commission on Domestic and Sexual Abuse, as Ms. Lucia Hunt mentioned, she had recommended that the governor actually make the appointment, and that is what this proposed amendment says, is that the governor make the appointment to that commission of someone who's on the National Guard with experience in sexual assault response. I know Lucia Hunt proposed more amendments, but this is what this does, is it changes that from the Adjutant General making the appointment to the governor making the appointment. And then the other part of the bill that is amended here is the cooperative agreement with the statewide coalition against sexual assault. And it's understood by everybody that this would probably be Maine CASA, so Elizabeth Ward Saxel's organization, but you don't write things like that in statute. So, and actually the Adjutant General isn't required to use them. If he can find another statewide coalition against sexual assault, he could use them. But just so you know, if you're newer to the legislature, you can't name somebody in statute that isn't created by statute. So that's why they're not named. It's not an attempt to get around anything. But what the amendment does is that it requires, sorry, it's been a long day. It removes the requirement. So the way that this was drafted was kind of my fault a little bit. It was drafted to say that the Adjutant General requests that the coalition submit a report to this committee, because the statute, you as a legislature can't direct that coalition to submit a report because you didn't create the coalition. So statutes don't go around and direct private organizations to submit reports to the legislature on certain things. So I had originally drafted this as the Adjutant General requesting that report, and Representative Riley asked me to change that. So instead, the coalition is in this cooperative agreement with the Adjutant General, and they're examining all of the things you talked about when you reported out the bill, of the issues and the challenges facing victims of sexual assault, and all of the National Guard's policies and procedures. And then what happens instead of requesting that MICASA or whoever is selected report out their recommendations. Instead, this other provision that you already had in the bill requiring the Adjutant General to submit an annual report on many different factors involving sexual assault and sexual harassment in the National Guard. One of those items would then be what the coalition's recommendations are based on the cooperative agreement that's been entered. So it's just slightly reworking how that report gets to you. Let's see. And what other things were changed? Yes. And then with the Advisory Council on Sexual Trauma in the Maine National Guard, Representative Riley asked me to strike out this reference to a representative of statewide coalition that provides services to victims of sexual assault and sexual harassment, because that is duplicating the way to describe Maine CASA. So there would just be one representative from Maine CASA. You wouldn't list them twice by describing them in different ways. But then he also asked me to change the listing of individuals who are survivors being part of the Advisory Council to then have them be representatives, a representative or representatives of the organizations that assist individuals who are survivors. So that change is made here. And because he also asked me to take out the in consultation with the Adjutant General, so that the governor would be deciding who's on this Advisory Council, not necessarily the Adjutant General making those decisions. Originally, the way that the bill had been drafted was that because the Adjutant General is working in consultation with the governor on the Advisory Council, then the Adjutant General will be reporting to you on what the Advisory Council did. But if he's not part of this establishment process, although there's nothing prohibiting the governor from inviting the participation of the Adjutant General, it's just not required by statute. So then it makes sense to have this Advisory Council report to you directly rather than through the Adjutant General, because that position is not required to be part of the Advisory Council process. I don't know if I'm explaining that well. I'm a little tired, and I, like you, was, exhausted by the testimony. So
yes,
not nearly as much as the people giving it were, I'm sure.
yes.
So those were the parts of the amendment. I am sure Representative Riley will tell you if I missed something.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Janet. Chair recognizes Representative Riley.
Janet, thank you. Could you just scroll down just a little bit? Or well, actually, no, actually right here. Sorry, go back up. Just yeah, right there. Oh, yeah, no, I said, and a representative or representatives of an organization, sorry, of individuals or just an individual as well, like either or something, if that's possible.
I will write what you direct me to write. Not to me.
Okay. I think I understand what Representative Riley is suggesting, and does anyone?
So I meant to say that, or I meant to say that when we were drafting that.
So this particular amendment has now at least been presented and described. And I just quickly, Janet, can you please stop sharing your screen? Thank you, because we will not go on too much longer this evening. We can't. We have to be respectful of everyone's attention span at this point, and we're human beings too. So, Chair recognizes Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question, I think probably for the committee, but certainly for Representative Riley, I guess specifically. What are we going to use to determine whether we want OCI to do it or the AG? Are we leaning towards one or the other, or do we need to wait to hear back from OCI to see if they're available first? Do we have a preference?
I mean, we can see. I'm leaning to. I would like AG, the Attorney General's office. I don't. And maybe Janet, you can say. I don't know if there's both can happen at the same time. I don't know, because if the Adjutant General had reached out, because I think we should go with the AG, but I don't know, because if the Adjutant General has reached out and we're waiting to hear, or we're waiting to hear on the OCI.
I think I understand what you're asking, but tell me if I don't. The legislature can go ahead and direct that the Attorney General conduct an independent investigation. There is the question that was raised by Elizabeth Ward Saxel about whether there would be resources required and whether funding would be required, but you can still make a choice to go ahead and direct that. That doesn't stop or prohibit or in any way influence whether the Adjutant General or the Maine National Guard or the National Guard Bureau wants to conduct its own independent investigation. I don't view those as mutually exclusive.
Okay, sorry.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Representative
thank you.
Chiazzo.
Sorry. Too tired to even hit the button.
Everybody is tired, so just.
No, I think we lay it out as an option A and option B, so we can do both. I'm just trying to figure out if we're leaning towards one another. If you're leaning towards the AG, then the AG stays in. If you're leaning towards OCI, then we put OCI in, right? If you want both, then we put both in. I guess I just saw it as an option, so sorry.
Maybe I misunderstood. I thought that there were two options for what the bill would say. And then the other option was that the Adjutant General was free to pursue a different option if the Adjutant General so chose. I think you could write it to say both. I really think that's more of a policy question than a me question though, but I think I did misunderstand your question. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Janet. You took the thought out of my head. It's a policy decision for us. If we want to put both in statute and amend one out later, we can. But it's clear to me from some of the materials that we received today, the researcher in OPLA showed us how other states are dealing with this. And the first time I saw something about a state attorney general doing the investigation was in that material. And so when I saw it in the amendment, I thought, okay, that's something that the legislature can absolutely direct our internal apparatus of state government to do that doesn't need any approval or have to follow any rulemaking from any military authority. The chair recognizes Senator Farron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I clearly heard, and I guess we can ask the question, General Farm say that he did receive a response back that they will provide that. And I think he was going to forward that to the committee members. And I think we're also still waiting on an Attorney General opinion on that. I know Representative Riley said he had reached out and was waiting for some feedback on that. I also heard the tag, mention the fact about some concerns about the AG and the mixing of statuses and things of that nature. Compelling testimony today. I think the best thing, like we heard, a kick in the gut and no doubt about it. I want to give, coming from the other side of the aisle, to the commander in chief. I know we talk about the governor, but she's also the commander in chief. And I thought her executive order yesterday was leadership. It's tough to recognize that you've got some issues within an organization, and to come out and we all know it's the work that Representative Riley has done and this committee's done by bringing it forward and doing those pieces. As we go into this weekend and we're talking about things, I'm really leaning, my sentiment is to doing everything we can do to support the governor's executive orders, the commander in chief and the tag to work upon those things. And if we go much further than that, I'm gonna have to give it some soul searching. And but as a minimum, I think the executive order was a great step forward. So that's all I got to add at this point.
Chair recognizes Senator Miramont. Thank you, Senator Farron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the question that comes up is, our Attorney General's office and OCI, they never know what crimes are going to be committed that they have to deal with. And somebody is also already responsible for the National Guard as far as investigating these allegations and crimes. So we can designate either or both. And I think it probably should be both, so that no more does it fall through the cracks, or does one agency take it less seriously, as we heard, because, well, they'll just throw them in the brig or whatever, so they don't really have to do anything. So I don't think we should let money stop us. I don't think we should let one or the other and make that decision until we find out who's best, or that parallel investigations finally get justice. Those are the things that come up in my mind for how we should proceed. And certainly this level of independence seems to be necessary. And that's not that I don't trust that General Farnham is trying to create a better culture and doing it through the ways that he sees. And I know that he was listening to the testimony today. So that's what I think right now.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Farron, did you have a follow-up just before I move on to Representative?
Yeah, I did, because one of the things I heard on the concern about the Attorney General's piece, and I don't know how we get an answer to this, was not worried about them doing an appropriate investigation. It was that the system in place now with local law enforcement is that you're basically saying you don't have, not faith in the Guard, you don't have faith in local law enforcement to take it seriously and work through those things. So do we reach out to district attorneys or some of those associations to get their take on it, and that we're not pulling the authority out from underneath them by inserting the Attorney General? That's what I heard as a concern about the Attorney General's involvement.
Thank you, Senator. I guess I didn't hear that concern quite the same way, but we're all a little fried. I think that the Attorney General is the chief law enforcement officer of the state of Maine, and that the Attorney General's office currently works with district attorneys all over the state on certain matters already. And so I think for me, it's not so much about taking these out of the hands of local law enforcement as much as it is ensuring that all civilian law enforcement agencies in the state of Maine feel empowered to investigate crimes that happen in the state of Maine against members of the National Guard. The chair recognizes Representative Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am intrigued and with the information that I have so far, supportive of the idea of the Attorney General being able to investigate this. I would really like to hear from the Attorney General's office, but with the information I have so far, I would be supportive of it.
So we certainly are at a place where we need to hear and get information from a lot of places. We have asked for information from TAG. He will provide the information we have asked for before we do anything, and maybe even after we do something, because this is, and I also agree that the Commander-in-Chief has taken an action and has asked for an investigation and for this board to convene to look at this. And so I think more is more in a situation like this, given the testimony that we heard today. It's real, we know it is, and I think there's no one on this committee or in the state of Maine at this point that can have any other idea about it. It's real, and we are in the process of addressing it as aggressively and as comprehensively as possible. And so I don't know that there needs to be a decision about which way to go, but we know what's on the table because Representative Riley has put forward this great amendment for our consideration. And I'm just gonna say that we will finish this discussion today no later than 6:30. I wanna put a hard stop on this work session. Chair recognizes Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I wanted to support strongly what Senator Miramont said about not letting money stop us. This is a policy decision. We can work on that later if we need to. And I also appreciate Senator Farron's comments. I did hear the concern about law enforcement a little differently too, but I think we'll hear more about that. I heard the general describing how law enforcement works, that it doesn't always, they don't always act when you'd like them to. That's kind of the way I heard it. And that if they don't, for whatever reason, it reverts to the military. And I think both are doing their roles. I think we're going to get more information, and the worst thing is not to move forward. And I think we're going to do that in some way. I think that's what I'm hearing from everybody.
Thank you, Representative. Chair recognizes Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there's two parts to this. Local law enforcement may have an attitude about the military will take care of stuff after they have an initial look. I don't know. That was news to me today. But what we're talking about is more than just there's this reported incident, look into it. We already heard it's a climate. It's a climate that needs to change, and that will take more than just who investigates the claim and finds it credible or not. It's not going to change until the very higher ups, the people that are kicked in the stomach like General Farnham, tell anybody under his command that this is unacceptable and there will be consequences to telling people not to report. Or I don't know how you get to the one where there's such an isolated column that a commander or just even a non-commissioned officer who is in charge of a person and has that isolated silo so nobody's looking in gets caught. But that's the kind of stuff that has to change to stop the frequency of these and the level to which they get that isn't addressed by just an incident of sexual assault that's investigated. So I just want to make sure that's out there. I think that's been pretty clear today, but I want everyone to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Miramont. Chair recognizes Senator Farron.
So, I guess as we're wrapping up, and I know the 6:30 hard stop, right? So I just want to I appreciate the committee members listening today to the challenges, right? And part of this is we got a National Guard of less than 3,500 people, 3,300 people. And the vast majority of them, I heard a lot today, and I just want to recognize the vast majority, the 99% of them serve, and wear the uniform admirably. And it is a culture issue. There's no doubt about it. And it's got to change. It's changed from when I retired to when I served and everything in between. And it's got to get better. And I heard the Adjutant General talk about that today, about not moving the needle the way that we needed to. Senator Miramont talks about the top down. Yep, retribution or holding people accountable. But folks, this is a societal issue. This starts with 18 and 19-year-olds that are coming in, that are looking at porn and doing social media and everything else in your homes and in your schools. And then they're less than, think about those numbers, 3,500 or so out of 1.3 million. We're talking about less than half of 1% that raise their hand to defend the rest of us. And it's got to start at home, in our schools. And it is a cultural thing. And I just hope we don't lose sight of the fact those stories today made me sick on some of them. And it is truly, and I know some folks that are still serving that are upset about things. And I just don't want to lose fact of those folks that are doing the job the right way. And we got to give them the resources to do that. And it is a cultural issue that starts at home.
Thank you, Senator Farron. Are there any other comments about where we are at this point? We do know that we will need presiding officer approval to have a work session, perhaps on Wednesday after our confirmation hearing, which is scheduled, and Darlene has sent out that notice. And I expect that we will get the approval. And so I would say that it makes sense simply to take this up again on that day so that we don't have to have another committee day. Because yes, this is an emergency for sure, but it's not going to get on the calendar any sooner if we have a meeting on Monday or Wednesday at this point. So given all of the work that all of the staff are doing behind the scenes so that we can meet statutory adjournment at 4:20. So with that, if I don't see any other hands raised, I would entertain a motion to table the work session on LD 2029.
So moved.
Move to table.
Been moved and seconded by the whole world. Been moved by Representative Chiazzo and seconded by Senator Farron. How's that for the record, to put that into the system? It's a non-debatable motion. Darlene, please call the roll.
Come on. Senator Hickman,
Yay.
Senator Miramont,
Yes.
Senator Farron,
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo,
Yes.
Representative McCray,
Yes.
Representative Riley,
Yes.
Representative Supika,
Yes.
Representative Wood. Representative Wood is absent. Representative Kinney,
Yes.
Representative Dolph,
Yes.
and Representative Harrington is absent, and Representative Corey is absent. 10 in the affirmative, 9 in the affirmative, 2 absent, 3 absent.
It is unanimous amongst those present and voting. The motion prevails. LD 2029 is tabled. I would like to certainly thank all of us for listening so intently, but mostly we know the courage and bravery of those who some spoke out for the first time in their experience with this issue today, came naked to the public and allowed themselves to share the deepest parts of their soul. One must say yes to life and embrace it wherever it is found, and it is found in terrible places. For nothing is fixed. Forever and forever it is not fixed. The earth is always shifting. The light is always changing. The sea does not cease to grind down rock. Generations do not cease to be born. And we are responsible to them because we are the only witnesses they have. The light changes, the sea rises, lovers cling to each other, children cling to us. The moment we lose faith with one another, the moment we break faith with one another, the sea engulfs us and the light goes out. Those are the words of James Baldwin, my favorite author. appropriate always. Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs stands adjourned.
Good night. Thank you.